roster that you do not expect. Faker did not debut with T1. He might be there in their next match. However, he was definitely not there in their first one. But it didn't matter. Still managing to get that 2-1 victory, and their team of very young players looks real good. And I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do as the season stretches on. KT is a little bit of a different story. I feel like they haven't quite meshed together yet, but there are a lot of strong players, and Blank has come back from the LJL and he has joined the roster, and that is very, very exciting to see. He's joining some old faces. Yukal's sticking around, the only one on KT that managed to. But elsewhere, you know, Hybrid definitely did good things on Solo 1 Prince that are no longer in the LCK, and he has made his way over to KT to try and see whether he can get some success there. Damwon, they haven't changed too much, but Nogari did leave to go to China, and Khan has come back. It was in fact just a trade between FPX and Damwon, and we've just traded some top laners. And Khan, in the Casper Cup, did look pretty good, and Damwon still looked like the dominant force that they are, because I think that whichever team Canyon plays for is just going to be the best, because the guy is too damn good. Other news for Damwon is they changed their coaching staff. Koma has come back from, I guess it was pseudo-retirement, but he was also over in China doing some coaching there as well. But he is now behind the world champions, and he's done some world championships himself, and might actually help with the hangover that you might get after winning a world championship for the first time. It ain't his first rodeo, and I'm very excited to see what he's going to be able to do with the team, especially now that they have Kia branding. That's a big old organization that's now behind the biggest team here in Korea. So very exciting news for Damwon. Afreeca, they've managed to bring Bang back from North America. So cool. Finally, we get to see him again. A lot of people thought that he didn't necessarily perform to the best of his ability over in North America, and maybe, just maybe, having the real good Kimchi is going to be able to help him out find some success over here with Afreeca. He's going to join Keen in the gang, and I'm excited to see what they can do. Their Casper Cup wasn't great, but we always talk about Afreeca and Casper Cup. They won one of them, and then the team was terrible. Maybe the opposite is going to be true for spring 2021. Live Sandbox. They've got a new sponsor, as you know, because I'm calling them Live Sandbox instead of just Sandbox. Live is actually a really huge organization here in Korea, so a big congratulations to Live Sandbox for that great sponsorship. And the team looked pretty good over in the Casper Cup as well. So looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do as they make their way through the spring split. They were up against Nongshim RedForce a lot of the time, though, and you might recognize a lot of the players. In fact, you know, Rich on the top side of the map did make some waves last year, and that was because they were formerly Team Dynamics. Now, they're Nongshim RedForce. Nongshim is the brand that makes that cool ramen. It's in fact probably the most famous ramen in all of Korea, and it's infected the rest of the world as well. I was in like a tiny little convenience store, general store in the mountains of Australia, and they had Shin Ramen. They did. You can't escape it. It's everywhere, and it's delicious. And now, Team Dynamics is Nongshim RedForce for a reason. The power of the red spicy ramen is coming. And they looked pretty good. In fact, I think that they would, a lot of people would say that they overperformed in the Casper Cup, so looking forward to what they can do as they move further up. Dokdam is still just going from strength to strength. And now I need to double check to make sure I'm getting the rosters correct. Yes, I am. Nailed it. And they have Peanut, the last remaining tiger that we have here in Korea. Fun fact, tigers also went extinct in Korea a few years ago. Quite a few years ago. But the Rox Tigers are also going extinct as well. Peanut, the last one remaining, wasn't even on the original Rox Tigers that made it to second place at the World Championship. That was in fact Hojin. But Peanut, he's back, and he's trying to hold that mantle and carry it through. So looking forward to seeing what he can do back in Korea now that he's not playing for LGD any longer. DRX went boom. We'll have to see what they're going to be able to put together. But that team just not looking the same. And we have a new team. Oh my goodness, I can't believe I forgot. Fredit Brion exist in the LCK now. They were High Fresh Brion, they were Brion Blade, but now they're Fredit Brion, and their icon is Bro. Like, that's the acronym that they went with. So, I mean, if anything is going to get your fans, just call yourself Bro. Works pretty well, I reckon. We've changed up the entire championship format for the playoffs here in the LCK. We now have 6 teams that are going to be fighting for championship points at the end of the year. And in fact, our number one team is going to have to go through a little bit more than just waiting at the top of a gauntlet. And I can hear you, Gen G fans. No longer will you be waiting to see your team get 3-0'd in the final. This time around, you get to watch them do it much earlier. No, that's not true. This time, they're going to have a lot more practice in the playoffs before they get to that really soul-crushing, not soul-crushing, that really intense, high-pressure situation. Just between you and me, me and the Gen G social media team do have a fair bit of banter here and there, and that was definitely a funny joke, not a dig at your favorite team. Please do not lynch me. Now, we're going to actually get into the part of the show that you've been looking forward to. Enough of Max just waffling and rambling. Let's introduce to you our new commentators. And I'm going to start with chronicler Maurits. I can't pronounce his name whatsoever. I'm not even going to try. Just straight up not going to try. Dutch names are too hard. And he's going to be able to tell you exactly what his name is. So without further ado, let's roll some cool shit and get to the chronic. Welcome, chronicler, to the LCK. You're not quite here yet. You're in fact still in the middle of nowhere, not in Korea, the place where things are relevant. How's things? How's been your experience so far trying to get to Korea first?
Ups and downs, I'd say. I think especially right now, it's a little bit harder to get where you want to be anywhere in the world. And that includes Korea, unfortunately, because it is quite a trip that we're going to be taking from the middle of nowhere, as you said so secondly, because who cares about the Netherlands, right?
Well, I mean, I came from Australia, so it was more of a dig on myself to join you. I understand coming from the middle of nowhere, as most of the world assumes.
But it's been good. Everyone has been super helpful. It's just like the process just takes a long time, because obviously I would have much preferred to be there for the start of the season. Yeah, but that's okay. You know, we'll get there when we get there. And right now things are looking peachy, that we at least have a good time schedule that is going to be adhered to for getting there. So I'll take that as a win.
Hell yeah. I mean, it took me until March to get there. I think Achilles was about to die when I turned up in Korea for the first time. So I reckon you're absolutely winning, and we're really happy to have you. How about you do a bit of self-introduction, and let's start with pronouncing your name correctly so that everyone understands why I can't.
Yeah, so if you want to say it completely correctly, you'd say Maurits Meeuwsen, which I don't think for non-Dutch people is great. I can see you look at me like, why is that your name? And it's like in international settings, I usually just go by Mau, because everyone can pronounce that, which leads to a lot of self-explanatory jokes, I'd say.
Yeah. And
I have been, a caster full-time for the last 2 years.
Oh, nice. So what have you been doing? I know you did some EU Masters stuff. Have you been casting in English predominantly, or which language do you cast? I know you speak a few languages.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I don't think any other languages are good enough to speak in, but I also cast in Dutch, so I really like that as well. But it's
is that just the accent? You just cast in a Dutch accent? Is that what you call it?
I
like to think that I cast in Australian and English. So I'm as bilingual as you are, I guess.
Yeah, I mean that works, right? You know, there's a lot of depth there. But no, I cast in Dutch for the Dutch and Belgium ERL, and previously just any Dutch gig I could get my hand on, especially when I was starting out. And English I've done, because I lived in London for a year, right? So I've done a lot of English stuff, and then outside of that, it's just been online cups and tournaments, whatever I could find, really.
Yeah, and there's quite a few of those over in Europe as well, right? Like, I like to think that Europe's probably the best region to be in when it comes to actually being an up-and-coming commentator, because a lot of people have found that, being a new caster in the scene is quite difficult these days.
Yeah, it is very rough. I think that in the Dutch scene has become a lot better. I think English scene, the problem is also that if you look at where commentators come from, it's like UK, Ireland, and then there's so many that come from that region that region specifically is fairly saturated. But I think if you want to cast in your native language, there's no better place to be than Europe, because all the ERLs get a lot of support from Riot, right? They have built-in legitimacy, so it's a really good way to hone your craft.
Yeah, that's really, really cool. And you killed it in in the audition, by the way. And I want to ask you that question, actually. I'm just going to go off topic just for 1 second. Do you think Damwon winning the World Championship makes Korea the best region in the world?
Oh, yeah, I do.
You do?
I think there's a lot of argument to be made for, saying that Damwon was a little bit of a, superhero mutant team, which I think is fair. It's fair to say. But simultaneously, I think that there are teams like Gen G and DRX who, both of which would have gone to at least semis, I personally believe. Because Gen G met the anti-classic Korea team in G2, and Gen G is good, but they're like very stereotypical, a fairly slow Korean team, right? Like they're really good, but they're not very diverse. And DRX met Damwon, which, yeah, we all know how that one goes. I don't know how I feel about that one. So I think that if you had different brackets, it would have Damwon would have won, indubitably. But I think as a whole, it could have looked very different. Do I think that there's still a gap between Damwon and the rest? Yeah, but I think that I don't think the gap between China and Korea is big enough. But like right now, yeah, we're definitely the best region in the world.
Hell yeah. I actually think that because, the third seed from China made it all the way to the final, does say something about breadth in the LPL, but a region should be judged by their best.
Or inconsistency.
Hey, there we go. I mean, we can't really talk about inconsistency because DRX made it to Worlds, and they were the kings of not being consistent. But we'll have to see what they're going to do. A team made around Pyoshik, who actually was playing very well towards the end of 2020. I don't know whether I have necessarily high hopes. I want to know about some other stuff that you've been up to. What are your hobbies outside of playing video games, which I assume you also do?
I think that I spend most of my time, especially right now, prepping, right, and like watching leagues. So that's just the full-time job. Outside of that, play the usual, right, like single player games. I like Nintendo games a lot.
Hell yeah,
love board games. I used to do boxing as a sport, which right now is very hard. That's to say,
it's like not a very pandemic-friendly activity.
It is not, no. not even remotely. I really like hiking, and going back to Korea is going to be way better for that, because hiking in the Netherlands, like we're the flattest country in the world, right? There's nothing. There's no mountains. Everything is just like you walk from A to B, and there's just no difference in height, which for me takes away a lot of the fun. I like at the end of a hike looking and like, okay, this was a mountain and I climbed it, and that was great.
And there's a view, and things have changed.
Yeah, and I've conquered this mountain, and now I can walk down again, instead of I walked from flat point A to flat point B, which is what it boils down to in the Netherlands.
Yeah, Korea's definitely good for that one, as you know, as you've been here before. You were here for university for, what was it, a year or something like that?
Half a year, yeah. I did a semester at Yonsei during my undergraduate law degree, which was really, really, really fun. Yeah, had a great time.
We actually live pretty close to Yonsei University, so I've been there. That's super dope. All right,
it's really pretty.
And there's also great food around the area. Plus, I was going to talk about the mountainous aspect, because you've probably been here, but there's just like you can catch a train to go hiking, and you're there in 10 minutes from the middle of the city.
Yeah, at Yonsei, I didn't even there was you just literally walk off campus onto a mountain, and it wasn't a long hike. But it was still very nice, right? Like, you can just walk straight, and then you walk up, and then, like, in 45 minutes, you're at the top. And then you're like, this was really nice, I had a break, took my lunch break, made good use of it, and now I can go back to class.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. Outside of that, I'm really into music, movies, general pop culture. Love reading as well, which is something that I spend a lot of time on. And yeah, I think that's it. So it's gaming, reading, hiking, all hiking, cool activities.
Yeah, really, it kind of does read a little bit like a Tinder profile. I'm not going to lie to you, but that's okay, because a lot of people are honest when they're on there. It's just that these are just the things that you want to put out there about yourself. That was a weird thing to say, and I apologize.
That's fine.
I am very, very glad that you actually bring some pop culture knowledge, because we've been dealing with Valdez for a long time, and he knows jack shit about anything.
I know.
It's embarrassing. So when I bring up, Dragon Ball Z, Ninja Turtles, like all of this stuff that Brendan just has no idea about. He's like, I swear he's just like never watched a movie or a TV show. I don't know. That's it's very frustrating. So hopefully at least you've got the classics under your belt, and we can have real discussions about stuff,
no, I mean, people think that I'm coming to the LCK to talk about League of Legends, but little do they know my grand plan is just to talk about nothing for a couple hours a day. That's the real dream.
And that's why you got hired, because you understood what we actually wanted. You mentioned that you like watching movies and reading books and stuff like that. Can you give us some examples? Because that's pretty broad topics.
When it comes to movies, it's hard. I have a very broad taste in both movies and what do you call it? Movies and music as well. Well, my music taste range from Carly Rae Jepsen, which is the sweetest of bubblegum pop, really good. If you this is you're gonna hear a lot about this, but yes, Carly Rae Jepsen is amazing. Please check out
Unironically.
No. I went to a show.
Ray.
I went. I mean, she was at a festival I was at, but it was really, really, really good. Sometimes you just wanna forget about life and bounce to Call Me Maybe, and that's okay.
Damn right, I love that song. And I unironically, absolutely. But
yeah, no.
I've never heard anyone say that they're a fan of Carly Rae Jepsen before.
You're gonna get either sick of that real quick, or you're gonna join in the fun.
I'm into it. I'm absolutely into it. I mean, I was the world's biggest Savage Garden fan, so I'm there with you with a bit of the poppy pop.
Yeah, the poppy pop is good.
12, I think.
That's fine.
Still love them,
Yeah. You gotta appreciate what you gotta appreciate, and
damn right, dude.
Like, yeah. I think for movies, I've loved Blade Runner 2017. I love 2049, the one that came out in 2017. I was thrown off because of Cyberpunk.
Yeah. We actually watched that as a casting team
really?
when it came out over at Seth's place, Achilles' place. And I remember we watched it and realized that we could have either watched it without actually having the screen on, because the audio was so beautiful and the way that they used sound was amazing, but you can also watch it muted, and it's amazing because all the visuals are beautiful. I felt like that movie was a work of art, although not necessarily something. We should have saved this for the actual LCK broadcast, not this interview.
Yeah, well, we can talk about this more in depth later. But I'm a really big film noir fan in general. I was really looking forward to Dune as well, as one of like the big sci-fi classics. Yeah. And then it got delayed. So sci-fi, fantasy also comes back in what I read, but I also love reading classics. So English literature, Russian literature, like the more heavy-handed stuff, because I don't get that anywhere else.
I've got two more questions.
Okay.
The first one is, can you answer the second question in a Dutch accent the entire time? I don't want to hear any of this English accent stuff. It's far too nice.
It's no problem.
And, I want the weird.
Okay.
Can you tell us about your two favorite board games and the ones that I need to do my research on so that we can play when you arrive?
So I think my two favorite board games would be Aeon's End is a really good one. It's a cooperative deck builder, and I personally really like it. It's actually designed by a ex-StarCraft 2 pro, and I used to, really love StarCraft 2. That was what got me into esports. And it's basically World of Warcraft, but a deck builder and then a board game. So it's amazing. You're gonna love it. It's really, really good. And then secondly, recently, this is really hard not to break.
This is great.
Yeah.
I feel like you're struggling to hold it.
No, it's fine.
It's just the professionalism is coming in.
Secondly, I've really been liking Imperial Settlers. It's more of an engine building game where you're each your own empire. So you have, the Japanese or the Romans or the Egyptians. And then you take those and you draw a bunch of cards, and then you start, you have actions and resources, and then you try to build the best little empire. It's really fun, and that's one that you play against other people. And it gets really, really fun, really in-depth, really quickly.
Well, I'm very excited to play it.
Satisfactory answer?
Yeah, absolutely satisfactory.
Okay.
I just love the Dutch accent, man. Like, it can go down with Danish. Just like we were having a conversation about this the other night, and I don't remember who linked the Danish accent video, but it's brilliant. And I went on like this weird YouTube vortex just about the Danish accent and the Dutch accent, like one after the other. It's just my favorite thing ever. It's just such a good one. Before we let you go, Moritz, one more thing. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the LCK fans, the new family that you're going to be moving into in a couple of weeks' time?
I'm going to assume that most of you have no clue about me, and that's okay, right? That's completely fine. We're going in right accord in that regard, but I have loved and watched the LCK for many years, and to be able to work on it is an incredible honor. So I'm going to do my very best to share the love that I have for this broadcast and these teams and these players with you guys. And I'm certain we're going to be just fine.
Hell yeah, brother. I am too. Very excited to have you on the team. So thank you so much for coming on the Pogstate, Moritz, for the first time. And hopefully we can get you back on the show many, many more times in the future as well. And welcome to the LCK. And let's just make sure we can get you on a plane as soon as possible.
It's been a warm welcome. I'm really looking forward to it as well. It's going to be amazing.
Hell yeah, brother. We'll see you soon. Thanks very much, Chronicler. And now, our next LCK commentator off the rack. He is Buddha Jigge lover by day, esports caster by night. Let's give it up for Woo! Welcome, Wolf, to not only the Pogstate, but the LCK in general. I'm not going to lie to anyone. You and I have known each other for, upwards of 4 years now, and have been hanging out almost every single day since then. So, not going to lie, it's going to be very difficult for me to remember what the right questions to ask are, because I just know everything inherently. But I guess we'll start by saying, how's living in Korea for so long, and how's life outside of esports?
I've been in Korea for almost 10 years now. I moved here in 2011, and it's been my home for my entire adult life, so I really love living here. It's an awesome place to be, and I know you've also got to experience that for several years now, so you know how awesome it is to be here. And everybody who gets to work on Korean esports and the LCK relocates to Korea, so there's a pretty big reason why most people don't leave, right? It's because this place is pretty awesome to live in. Living in Korea is extremely comfortable. It's very, very safe. It's very convenient. There's just a ton around the city in Seoul to do, and it's really easy to eat at any point of the day or the night. Tons of cafes, convenience stores. People are really friendly. And since I've lived here for so long, I've learned the language, so that makes living here super easy for me. And recently it's been a little bit tougher with conditions around the world, right? But I still think being in Korea, out of any of the places you could be in the world right now, is definitely a top tier place.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's like, it's still crap, right? But it's crap for everyone, no matter where you are. And I think Korea is doing a pretty good job. And that's great. I'm really glad that I'm here, and I had you when I arrived as well. I remember sitting down for a beer outside a convenience store and you saying, "Don't worry, Max, we'll be able to get you a phone. Everything's going to be okay." And that's exactly what I needed. And I think it took me like a week to decide to call my parents and say, yeah, no, I think the 2-year deal's off. I just may never leave. And having to have that difficult conversation. But let's introduce you, I guess, to all of the LCK fans who may not necessarily know your breadth of experience in esports. How would you introduce yourself to an LCK fan that may not necessarily know who the heck you are, which I think is weird, but what if they didn't,
I think the best way to describe me is that I'm a guy who's been in Korea for a really long time, commenting so many different Korean esports. When I first moved here, I was working on the GSL, which I'm sure you guys have heard of, Tasis and Artosis, work on that still to this day. And then I moved into doing a tournament called Pro League, which in a lot of ways kind of feels like a spiritual precursor to the LCK, with a lot of the teams that were in that league, SK Telecom and T1, or SK Telecom and KT, excuse me.
And Jin Air.
And Jin Air, right? Still in that league, but that's where like the term the telecom war comes from, right? Is Pro League and that big rivalry there between those two teams that then became a rivalry in League of Legends as well. I commentated Heroes of the Storm after doing StarCraft 2, and then I moved into working on Apex, which was the premier Overwatch tournament out here. I did that with you actually.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, and we worked on that together, and then I most recently worked on the Overwatch League. So I actually left Korea for the first time in my career to work on the Overwatch League very briefly, and now I'm back here and I'm working on the LCK. But I guess the way to describe my casting style and what I've done for working in Korean esports for so long is really just focusing on player history, player backgrounds, and telling stories, because I think that's one of the most exciting parts of Korean esports. I think for a lot of people, they get kind of wrapped up in the, okay, Koreans are the best, let's do high level analysis only, like this is the elite region of best players. But also I think we have some of the best stories, if not the best stories, so I like to tell that as well.
Yeah, I think legacies is something that we sort of desperately need to highlight, because there's so many, and so many like we have Faker in the league. Obviously, you know, legacy is going to be one of the biggest storylines, but there are so many other players that are not only, you know, returning and they've got cool stories from elsewhere, but also just here in Korea and new and developing stuff. I mean, I completely agree. I think that like being able to add like not necessarily game and team narrative for the year, but like player narrative over, you know, the entirety of the esport, I think is really important. So I really appreciate that sort of approach, but also pretty good at covering the game as well. And you've done it for a few years now, so I appreciate that also. I guess what we also need to go into, Wolf, is what we're going to bring to the LCK broadcast outside of League of Legends entirely, because this is really important. I know that you're also a huge Nintendo fan. You've got a Jin Air Green Wings sign behind you, which is very important for being able to meme. You're also a little bit famous here in Korea. Do you want to explain your extracurricular activities?
Sure. The best way to... How do I explain this to people? It's actually it's actually funny to explain this to people outside of Korea, because at the TLDR, it all boils down to, I posted a lot of pictures and a lot of memes about me eating a Korean dish out here called budae-jjigae, which is most loosely translated to army stew. And then because I made so many memes about it, made so many funny posts, and then eventually started a YouTube channel, I kind of got famous for loving budae-jjigae and being a foreigner out here who loves budae-jjigae. So then I got on some popular TV shows, and I've done a lot of like big interviews about just my love of budae-jjigae. So I've gotten to be quite known for that out here, and it's kind of funny to explain that to people, because like, why aren't you an esports commentator? And then some people ask me like, well, you're really popular, why are you still doing esports? Like, shouldn't you just be a TV star or something? And first of all, I don't think my Korean is perfect enough for television. Or, you know, people ask me like, do you commentate in Korean? Like, my family asks me that all the time. Still, I'm like, no, I don't do that. Like, I'm fluent, but I'm not that perfect at Korean. But yeah, I mean, I love doing esports still, so this kind of started as like a hobby for me to post like meme pictures and try to improve my Korean, and it just kind of kept growing, and it's been like a really fun side hobby for me. And I love budae-jjigae, it's not a lie. I mean, you know how much I love it. I talk about it.
I know, I've had
time.
it with you.
Yeah.
I understand. There is a lot of passion there. I do have one question about it, though. If you've got your esports life over here, and you've got your budae-jjigae life over here, and we were to make an analogy based on, like, you know, Batman and Bruce Wayne, for example, Superman and Clark Kent, whichever one you prefer, which one's Batman and which one's Bruce Wayne?
Ooh, that's actually a really good question. I think if we boil it down, no budae-jjigae pun intended, but I think the Batman is esports and the Bruce Wayne is budae-jjigae and the like Korean you know, D-list celebrity life, you know.
I sort of like, that's what I would have assumed. That's what I would have assumed, you know, because like eating budae-jjigae and being like you know, a just chatting streamer, I guess, when you're like doing shows like that, you know, like the mukbang type style thing, I feel like that's way more socially acceptable. And then like you get home and you put your suit on, which is basically your suit, like your super suit or your casting suit, and then you go and do what your heart really wants to do, which is yell about video games. Oh, it's beautiful. I actually feel like now you're just Batman in my brain, and that only makes things better.
I need to get
honest.
like a mask for casting as well. You guys all know it's me. It's like it's a secret.
I mean, you could just wear a face mask and just, it seems like you're just being extra careful about COVID in your own house, which is completely unnecessary, guys. You probably don't need to if you're alone in your house, but that's fine. That's absolutely fine. I think better safe than sorry.
Sure.
I don't know why I needed to say that. Wear a mask if you want to. Totally fine. But yeah, no, I think it's really cool that there's sort of like multiple facets to the wolf that we may get here in the LCK, and I am selfishly am really excited to be able to utilize it here on the Pog State, things like that. Already you've been helping like translate some of the LCK memes and things like that. What has been some of your favorite things that you've heard from sort of the Korean community as you moved into League of Legends casting?
The Korean community is very I don't want to say strict, but they're very critical of the players all the time. But also, when a player does really well, they really hype it up. So I feel like the Western audience is often also critical, but they draw like broad sweeping generalizations, I think, whereas the Korean community, in my experience, focuses on high highs and low lows. So sometimes you get like the most extreme of memes because of it. And Yukal recently, was the big meme of the broadcast we did yesterday.
Yeah, the getting his memory back thing.
Getting his memory back because he's playing with another jungler that doesn't know how to smite in blank, which I thought was really funny. And like, I love that the Korean community does just like kind of latch on to the legacy memes as well, and they bring old memes back from years previous. So I'm always gonna have my ear to the ground on what the Koreans are saying and try to bring that into the broadcast.
Actually, I really love that it's all nostalgia based. Like all of the stuff that comes from the Korean community that they really latch onto. It's all like, we've got the 612 meme for blank as well, but like understanding that Scorm like missed every smite, things like that, like the Gangplank ulti stealing it with 2 health and all that sort of garbage. Like the fact that the Korean fans are all so in tune, and then when one person remembers this thing, everyone's like, oh yes, I remember that time, it was so good. And I think that can be dangerous, because I think you're right. There's a lot of passion, and sometimes when that goes the other direction, it can get a little bit frightening. Thankfully, T1 are doing very, very well at the start of this season, so we're not seeing too much of the negative side of it right now. Plus, Faker played, may not have won, but they don't beat the world champion, and you're upset about it, then you're a bit silly, in my personal opinion. And I think that T1 have been playing very, very well. And I guess the last question is, what's your opinion on the LCK at the moment? Who do you have your eye on, and who would you say would be like a dark horse that you'd give in the LCK?
I think the top 3 is pretty clearly defined now that we've had all the teams play as Damwon, Kia, and T1 and Gen.G at the moment. And, spoilers, we'll see what the results are when this comes out, but, Nongshim is playing against Damwon Kia tonight, so maybe we'll see some shifts around that if maybe there's an upset. I don't think there will be. Dark horse, though, for me, has definitely been Live Sandbox. I've been kind of looking at this team, thinking that Krako is insanely good. They're a pretty strong team. They play well around the macro game. Their drafts always have a really clear theme. And also, I want to say, I feel like DRX has been pleasantly surprising so far.
Weirdly surprising, right?
Yeah.
It's like they shouldn't be able to make stuff work, and they make some stupid decisions through entire games, and then they're fine. I don't understand.
Yeah, their late game
I
decision
agree.
making is so good, which is crazy for a team that's not as experienced as some of the other teams that they're playing up against. So to make really good decisions under high pressure situations means that once they get the early game down, and once they get down some of the nerve issues that they seem to have to early and mid game, if they can make the perfect right decision as quickly as they are right now in the late game every time, this team suddenly becomes really terrifying.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good point. I hadn't actually really thought about it. I was busy trying my best not to get excited about KT, and that's sort of been my experience over the last few days. And when you're trying not to do something, it's like blinking. When you're thinking about blinking, all you do is blink. And I did it, and now I'm just blinking all the time. What would you say your top 3 loves would be? Like, I guess franchises in any sort of pop culture genre.
I mean, I guess one is like restaurants and food and stuff like that, which is tougher to reference outside of Korea, unfortunately. But you and I talk about all the restaurants we go to all the time, what we like, and where they are, and what we should be trying, and etc. etc. Which, you know, could be fun for the global viewers to know at least like what we like to eat out here. That's the obvious one, obviously, with my Pudechige love and all that. I'd say video games, and especially retro games. I don't know how well you'll be able to see my collection of video games.
I'm actually surprised you didn't lead with Fire Emblem. I thought you were going to lead with Fire Emblem, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I love Fire Emblem. I love Monster Hunter. There's a lot of series out there that I really like. I mean, I'm a huge F-Zero fan, which I think to the younger generation probably doesn't mean anything, but...
That's
just...
Captain Falcon, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that a fighting game?
I love F-Zero, Fire Emblem, and Star Fox. Those are my favorite game series ever, and, you know, you can see some of that back there. I love Smash Bros. As well. I'm a huge Smash Bros. Guy. So gaming outside of, you know, esports, just in terms of like playing video games, especially older retro games, I love that. And I don't know, I like really dark TV shows, you know, like Breaking Bad and The Wire, and, and any show that's gonna make you think about things and maybe make you feel a little bit depressed after you watch it, you know. So I like that kind of TV drama.
Moritz and I actually had a conversation about this as well. He's a Carly Rae Jepsen fan, but also likes watching, you know, dark drama television, which I think is a great demonstration of light and shade. And I think you're right there as well, because another thing I'm gonna completely hijack once again and explain a thing about Wolf that I think is wonderful. Another thing that he loves to do is go through any esports opening ever.
Oh yeah, true.
And he just watches esports openings one after the other and explains why this year of esports in this specific game is relevant. And he'll pause it 7 times throughout the video. Doesn't matter which game it is. Could be StarCraft, could be Overwatch, could be League of Legends, could be Heroes of the Storm, could be Pudechige. I don't know. They don't have an esport yet, but maybe they will in the future. And Wolf will tell you exactly why these specific moments are important.
I love esports openings so much. I mean,
he does. He's a big fan.
I have watched probably every OSL opening, every LCK opening, every you know, StarCraft 2 opening, even the old GOM TV like GSL openings that were really not that good. Like, I could tell you a lot about all of them. I am obsessed with that.
I feel like I'm just over at your house again, and now like I need to focus back on being on the Pog State. So thank you so much, Wolf, for coming on the show. I hope you're on many, many more in the future, and I'm looking forward to having a Pudechige day with you on the Pog State, so we can show exactly what it's about and just enjoy some spam, and people at home can do it vicariously through us as well.
Thanks for having me, man.
Thank you so much for watching this episode. You can catch the full-length episode in audio version. That should be linked somewhere below. If you want more information on everything Pog State, make sure you head over to the Twitter. We're going to be utilizing it as often as we possibly can to get everything out to you guys. And also, if you could give us a subscribe, you know, ring the notification bell if you're on YouTube, leave us a review if you're listening to the audio version, or do anything that you can. We want to try and get some sponsorships and make some really, really cool stuff for you. So if you want to do that, that would absolutely be fantastic. Thanks again for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2021. I'm Atlas, joined today by the wonderful Wolf, as we take you through what were not necessarily the most interesting games that have now become very interesting games.
Yeah, I mean, this is a day of matches we looked at last week thinking, okay, well, that's going to be a weak day this week, right?
Yeah.
Probably the worst day out of all of them. But that's no longer the case with the upsets we saw just 2 days ago. Namely, one upset, Fredit Brion taking out Damwon Kia with a 2-0 score. Suddenly, their series becomes more interesting. Damwon's series against Afreeca becomes more interesting. Anything could happen right now in the middle of LCK, and it feels like it's hard to even define where the middle is because there's no end to the middle in the standings at the moment.
Yeah, we were actually having this conversation yesterday, and teams like Live Sandbox looking like they may not necessarily be a team in the middle. DRX, of course, always going the distance in their matches, no matter who they're against. And I don't know, man, it is actually very, very hard to sort of define where everyone is. And now even our world champions aren't necessarily up there, as we are going to put these stats onto your screen. It's going to be our first matchup, Afreeca versus Damwon Kia. And best region's got 10 competitive teams. Well, that's been proven since Fredit Brion managed to take down our world champions.
Yeah, and that's been the big question for this season is how much depth does LCK have? Is it just Damwon Kia standing at the top, amongst teams that struggled in Worlds, teams that could not qualify for Worlds like T1? But so far, we've seen such close matches between the teams at the top, but the bottom teams taking really big upset wins, namely that one with Fredit Brion taking out Damwon Kia. Means there is a lot of depth in this region. There are 10 strong teams. Anyone can, on their best day, potentially against a team on their worst day, take a best of 3. We also do see that Bang and Coma face each other, obviously on the other side of the rift. That's always cool to see.
Yeah, it's been 3 years since they've faced off against one another, ever since Bang left SKT at the time, of course, now T1. And Coma also, had some time in China. Bang went off to North America. Both of them sort of different regions, and now have found themselves back once again here in the LCK. Very much looking forward to seeing, who's going to be able to come out on top, because I think personally that the coaching staff had a lot to do with Damwon's loss. But we're going to go into that a little bit later. We're going to check out the team stats first. Damwon Kia still first when it comes to gold difference at 15. Their herald percent very high, but don't kill a lot of champions, as it turns out. In fact, neither of these teams want to kill champions. And I thought, Wolf, that we had that day yesterday, the least killing champions type day, that maybe we're going to be in for it here today as well.
Big gold difference at 15 minutes between these two teams. That's the stat I'm zooming in on here between these two. In terms of the difference between first place and second place is a whopping 600 gold. But at the same time, these two teams are very much strong in the early game. That's where their strength has been. Afreeca has really fallen off in the late game. They've had such a great start to a lot of these games, even games they've lost later on in the late game. Damwon Kia, very dominant, so their stats are going to reflect early leads as well.
Yep, that's true. Let's bring up the rosters here, as the Freecs will be running exactly the same roster that you've been getting used to over the 2021 period. Keen, Dread, Fly, Bang, and Lehens. And I think Fly started strong, but I think his performance last time around on Afreeca was, it left a little to be desired. Let's just say that.
Yeah, that definitely has been the case. I've been most excited about Lehens, to be honest. I think he's showcased a really large pool of supports. His Seraphine in particular has really been a standout. He's been great in lane with Bang. And of course, Damwon Kia, the star on their jersey signifying their World Championship win. It was only a few months ago when we actually had this roster, minus Khan, of course, with Nuggery in the top lane, crowned as World Champions. But I think a lot of people are worried about how they are performing so far this season. Some stats we might zoom in on later on. Ghost not looking fantastic. Showmaker being a little bit overzealous in mid lane, struggling against Fredit Brion. And we talked about it a lot leading into that match. The top 3 solo queue players are on this team. But if you look at their solo queue stats, ever since that loss, they have been stopping the games on solo queue. They're playing a lot more scrims, maybe thinking a lot more about their gameplay instead of just trying to crush the Rift.
Well, speaking of crushing the Rift, when it comes to stats, Showmaker is still definitely up there. There are a few stats that are missing from this particular graph, guys, namely CS difference, things like that. Damage per minute is definitely still up there. But, gold difference still looking good here for Showmaker. But of course, when we're talking about the mid lane, I think it's Chovy and Yukal at the moment that really have been performing. And Showmaker, he was definitely a player in that conversation up until Lava really gave it to him in their last match against Fredit Brion. So I think Showmaker is going to have a lot to prove coming into this matchup, and I think Fly might have his work cut out for him trying to stop an angry Showmaker.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot to be said about a team that takes an unexpected loss, and it's only been 2 days since that happened, but at the same time, that gives you really a day and a half of hard prep, get your mentality straight, and Afreeca should be hungry. This is a match that they may have looked at in the schedule when it first came out as well. That's going to be a tough loss. Maybe we should focus elsewhere for our week of matches. But now, you know, maybe this feels realistic. Maybe it feels like you could take a game off Damwon Kia and maybe take the series if you could control the mid lane, which has certainly been the way that Damwon Kia have struggled in those games that have fallen apart for them, and namely that Brion series, right, that we have to keep going back to. But we'll see. I mean, big pressure on Fly, I think, in this series to maybe get an early lead and see if they can repeat some of the success we had with Fredit Brion.
Yeah, I think also some of that pressure needs to be shared by Dread. Dread's been having, and I don't want to say dreadful, but I think I almost have to because it's the best word to describe how his last series went. He really did not look good. He had a pretty abysmal Nidalee game, if we can remember back to it. So looking at the mid jungle to see whether Afreeca can bounce back. But here we are into ban and pick for game number 1. Afreeca on our blue side, wearing the correct colors, as Damwon Kia will be on the red. And Lucian will be that first ban away from Showmaker. Talia banned away this time. And Wolf, I think we need to have a microscope on this draft. I think the last 2 drafts from Damwon Kia were absolutely woeful. So we're going to need a huge turnaround.
We certainly are. And they put a lot of preferences. We see the targeted ban against Lahenza Seraphine, I think completely warranted. I think we are going to have to focus on where the bot lane duo heads, because you and I were talking about it a little bit before the show. Part of the reason why Ghost stats look so bad right now are very likely due to the fact that he's played Aphelios twice in 2 losses, right? Those losses against Fredit Brion, where he tried to pair with Galio. They put such a big emphasis on global roam around the map, always taking teleport in mid, bringing Galio in as a support, trying to run Twisted Fate. And they haven't been able to dominate and control the map early on and get those tempo advantages they've been looking for. So perhaps it's just time to play a slower tempo game, play safe. You are the best team in the world. You are the defending world champion, so focus on that instead. You get the safer lane matchup here now with Aphelios, so I like this a lot more since they picked up the Thresh.
Yeah, exactly. On red side, it is certainly a boon to be able to pair those 2 together. Very stand. We actually saw this exact start to a draft outside of the bans in the LEC last night, if you guys were paying attention.
Yep.
I certainly caught a couple of the games, but, 3 a.m.'s probably late enough, as there's the Lilia. And we're actually going to just finish off the bottom lane here. Thought there was an opportunity to potentially go for something like a Renekton if Afreeca wanted to, but not deciding to. It will be the Nautilus for Lahenz on the bottom side, very similar to some of the priorities that a player like Effort might have in that lane.
In terms of jungle availability here, Nidalee is up. Something that they might want to just lock away here right now to match the priority there. But they will pair the Graves in with this, so it doesn't necessarily have to be an aggressive top laner that has CC. Can play a lot more flexibly in that way and play it slower. The Lilia coming through as well here for Afreeca. See what they want to take here in the mid lane. Damwon Kia might have their sights on banning Yone away. Common pairing with Lilia.
Yep, Camille going to be taken. I do like that one also. Camille Yone could actually be just fine as far as the bans. I think Afreeca need to focus on the mid lane, but this is actually really difficult. They need to ban Akali, Orianna, Syndra, and Zoe all at the same time if they can. But I think Akali certainly rises in priority given the fact that there's a Graves in the jungle, not necessarily as far as like top jungle duos or anything like that. But as far as having that damage range could definitely be a priority, but we'll see what happens here as the Gnar is banned away from Khan, and that is actually a valuable ban. We often talk about this guy as the orange buff, not when he's piloted by Khan. Even in the game that they lost, he looked very, very powerful on the champion, so understandable.
He's been fantastic. Actually, he's really been, even in those last 2 game losses, the best player on his squad, staying alive, making high impact plays in the top lane, avoiding death when big roams and big ganks come to kill him. So you'll see the Zoe ban again. So a little bit of a targeted ban on Showmaker and Khan together, and 2 strong mid and top picks. But now the question is, where do we go here? Is we are going to see that slower paced Ornn hovered. So looking for a late game top lane, and a top lane that's very stable against what we could see. I mean, we still could see the Renekton coming through here for Keen.
Yeah, also trying to add some hard CC towards the top side of the map as well. In the Ornn can certainly get those knockups to work out to try and create space for Canyon. Looking like a draft that is going to be built in the solo lanes anyway around what this jungler can get done, but it does leave the Orianna up, and I thought this was actually going to be a very important pick that Showmaker probably would have gone to at that R4, but decides not to. grabs the Ornn for Khan instead and wants to try and counterpick. The problem is, Orianna just doesn't have that many counters at the moment, as Keen's going to go towards the gangplank here as Afreeca. I mean, as this game goes on, this draft is terrifying. And Dread can even go for that Moonstaff build if he wants to, because he's not sole magic damage on this team. Of course, Kai'Sa doing a fair bit of magic damage, as well as that Orianna being there. And it looks like Showmaker going to go back to something very standard in the Syndra. Makes a lot of sense with what they've put together here with this composition. Both of these teams, though, we mentioned the fact that they're not very bloodthirsty, Wolf, and I think these drafts are also going to indicate that we may have a slower start.
I think so.
Game.
I think so, and I think that it's painful for Showmaker. You could feel the hesitation going into that Syndra pick to have to kind of take a back foot in this lane, potentially play a little bit more passive, not get all in on. We've seen so many Oriannas actually look for solo kills in the mid lane, even against the Syndra. Even with Scatter of the Week, sometimes you just get traded against too much, you get chipped away at too much from Orianna balls that you just end up falling apart. And that's kind of what happened to Showmaker in that Fredit Brion series as well, losing out in the mid lane in particular. I think a lot of the pressure on Damwon Kia goes to Khan. Once again, they've put him in this role on this Ornn to try to keep the late game stable, but also to try to have those really good skirmish fights with his CC. You know, the knockups he's going to have potentially with his Ornhorn and his charge forward. Those are the plays that he's going to have to make around these early objectives to try to get an advantage early on, because otherwise, yeah, like you said, this composition is also slow, and I don't think you really want to go into a late game where you're even or slightly behind against the comp that Afreeca have drafted.
Yeah, I think Afreeca's comp's very scary. I think the late game potential on the side of Damwon Kia can't be scoffed at either. I actually don't necessarily see who's outright going to be ahead in the later stages of the game, especially not after a few ornaments have come in from Khan's Ornn. But if you're talking about around, you know, level 12, 13, things like that, I think that's when this Afreeca comp's really going to come online. If they can fight around, you know, a potential 4th dragon or something like that, it really does depend on where all of this pressure is going to go in the early stages and who can set themselves up for the success in this particular game. Because for the first time, Damwon Kia have a Aphelios and Thresh. Beryl hasn't played Thresh at all this entire season. They've played Aphelios twice, and I think that has to do at least a little bit with why they're 0-2 on the Aphelios pick.
I think so too. We've seen a lot more Kai'Sa out of Ghost and a lot more success with that champion, with a wide range of supports actually the Barrels played, from the Maokai to Alistair, even the Nautilus that we now see Lehen's piloting. So stability, I think, is going to be the name of the game for Aphelios. He just has no mobility. You need to have the ability to move him out of danger with Thresh, allow him to even do damage and then escape, sometimes for trades. The Lantern is, you know, one of the reasons why Thresh is so meta right now, especially with Aphelios. He can do a lot more and set up a lot of engages with hooks. You see him with Zoe a lot, actually, because sometimes he can get a follow-up on a sleep. Not going to be the case in this particular game. You know, might be able to follow something up out of an Orange stun or Syndra stun, really more realistically. But it's in this game functionally just to make sure that Ghost can maximize damage, but also be able to escape.
Yep, sometimes you just got to be a Lantern bot, and it's not really Beryl's playstyle. It's not what he likes. He likes to really get down to it, but maybe not this game. Depends on what his playstyle is going to be, and we'll have to check in with that as this game goes on. So far, nothing really out of the ordinary. We've got a pretty mirrored starts here. Blue buff for both of our junglers. Probably going to trade scuttles as we move further into this one. And Beryl and Ghost helping out with a bit of a leash. They're not going to miss out on anything as they get towards this lane, and the Calibrum range going to help Ghost pick up as much as he possibly can. See whether there is actually going to be any aggressive trading here in this game, because so far, certainly looking like we predicted, as this matchup, not great for the old Ornn, as Khan picked it up blind, and Keen had the gangplank there to make sure that things were going to go okay, as Fly's already having an awful time in this lane.
Yeah, it's very mana expensive here for Showmaker, but he's actually totally fine. He still has a corrupting potion, he's got his biscuit, so just trading aggressively here against Fly to try to get that tempo advantage and have lane priority for the first time in 3 games. You know, it's not a matchup that Fly can't win, but I appreciate the early trades to make this a lot more stable early on, so that he's going to be free to just lane safely. Meanwhile, the bot lane, definitely priority going to Bang and Lehen's, which has been the story of the support duo across multiple champions, whether it's Lehen's Rel, his Seraphine, now the Nautilus. He just plays aggressively, and when you're even a Aphelios Thresh, that, you know, patented duo, you have to respect this, you have to play back and save, so they're going to rotate up, in fact, right now. And this is something that has been seen, obviously, and I don't think that Showmaker is going to die or anything like that, but he does need to respect this, and he does.
Yep, going to be able to grab at least Scuttle priority, but they already had that with the way the jungle had started. Of course, there was no secret that Ghost and Beryl, of course, helped Canyon out when he started off on the blue buff, so not going to be too surprised about where the Graves is at the moment, as Keen, he might need to be a little bit careful, given the fact that he knows that there is a mad gunman in the area. Dread's just going to be taking down this Rift Scuttler, and as we predicted, things have started off very, very slowly. You're going to miss there from Ghost. Oh, actually, no, did manage to snag Bang. This is just poke here and there. Nothing really to write home about.
Yeah, this lane has gotten a lot more stable for Keen. He was struggling, you know, before hitting level 3. Now that he's got his full kit online and has his oranges just in case, he should be able to trade pretty freely and harass a lot. You can see that Scuttles get traded, but there's one really deep ward onto the blue buff on red side in the bot lane, which is pinged, which is actually really nice so they could see any Gromp rotations over. They also, you know, will be able to set up a lot of the fights around that first Drake on their terms. The way those skirmishes go sometimes don't actually lead to the Drake, but, you know, vision once the Scuttle expires. So really nice early ward to have in the bot side of the map, and that comes from all that extra pressure that Bang and the Hens have been able to so successfully put on here.
Yeah, exactly. And actually being able to scout out what is potentially going to be the Beryl Lantern gank from Canyon. We've actually seen that popularized quite a lot, or at least utilized quite a lot at the beginning of the LCK. So Bang and Lahen's going to know exactly where he is. They watched him move towards the Wolf Camp, and therefore they understand that they're probably a little bit more safe. But this wave going to crash, so of course they're going to be absolutely fine, just chilling underneath the turret, as Beryl's going to have his hook cancelled by Lahen's.
There is some movement here actually from Dread to try to relieve this pressure because he knows Graves isn't here, so they're actually going to collapse.
Yeah, it's a big flash. Beryl immediately going to flash out as now Ghost takes a very short lantern ride, but I think it might be enough to keep them alive. Flash and heal now down from support and AD respectively, so avoiding first blood for now.
Yeah, really nice rotation here, grabbing some summoner spells, and it all goes back to that ward. You know that Canyon isn't here. He's not nearby at all. You had Scuttle control, so if they're going to try to push back into the lane and be aggressive, you can threaten kills, and you get summoner spells as a result. And now, you know, with the lack of summoner spells here in the bot lane, taking that first straight gets even more difficult for Damwon Kia.
Yeah, not even looking at it at this point in time. Moving towards 6 minutes into the game, and not too much
Slow
action.
one. Yeah.
Yep, as predicted. This is just how it goes with comps like this that are built up. Khan has himself the Unsealed Spellbook. It's going to be his choice to start this one off. Now with a Chain Vest to augment his build to begin with. And Keen has gone with Grasp of the Undying, very standard. And nothing really interesting as far as keystones at all. I'm like searching desperately, Wolf, for like something interesting to talk about.
Yeah.
But this game is it's just going as expected.
Hey, it might heat up here. There were some pings around Drake. Canyon comes over here. And
it's a Cloud Drake, so even if they take it, it's uninteresting.
Yeah, but somebody might die as Khan is rotating down. I think Canyon has found himself in a really awkward spot here, but they're going to collapse.
Oh no. Gameplay button comes through, but the stopwatch is there for Dread. He's going to be able to flash out, but Canyon has a flash for him. Dredge line there to try and keep him alive, and that blast cone was amazing out of Lahen's. Will take a fair bit of damage for it as the bowling ball flies past, but isn't going to be able to get anything. And we have no first bloods, but we do have potentially a turret plate going down. As I say it, Lahen's going to get exhausted here. Titan's Wrath comes in, but that's a good hook from Beryl. Cannon Barrage comes through, and Lahen's is going to survive. So I tell a lie, I thought there might have been a chance for some action. There is obviously not.
Yeah, you know, do really respect the initiative here from Canyon. Step forward there, and unfortunately Dread didn't have the support he thought he did, so it was actually a really, really scary moment for him. Had to use his stopwatch. So that's actually very, very early survivability gone for him. He's got his, oh no.
Yeah, he does have the Lilting Lullaby. There is a Lantern Ride as he falls asleep. Ghost is going to have to sacrifice Beryl here. I think the Flay does absolutely nothing. It's a great sidestep there from Bang as Canyon's over the wall. Dread is going to trade this one for one. But first blood gold will go over to Afreeca, and that's going to work out in their favor. Ghost still alive, so can pick up this farm.
Yeah. So this ends up being pretty nice for Bang and Lahen's. They can pick the farm up and go away. Looks like we're just never going to have this Drake taken Atlas, but it is a Cloud Drake, as you mentioned. Yeah,
slow this game down, Wolf. That's what we're into.
That's what it is for the LCK recently, you know, going back to old LCK times, super passive. I mean, it's kind of always been a passive region, but it feels like it's sped up there for a little bit in some metas over the last few years, but back to slow, at least for these last few games. This is where Dread loses his stopwatch, actually. He does miss his bowling ball there, which means Canyon can easily collapse on. Stopwatch has to get used. Fly really coming in for the heroic save, but isn't able to do much. It's, at the end of the day, Lehens ends up getting the pull there. And this is another one of those moments where, you know, if Dread had a stopwatch here, maybe it's going to push the issue a little bit further. But he is going to get first blood.
Yeah, so it still works out for Afreeca, however, with the trade back, given Canyon's positioning. It's still absolutely fine. I believe Canyon also grabs the kill here, which, you know, oftentimes you think taking a kill as a jungler from your AD carry is bad. Not in this case. I think Graves getting accelerated is great news here for Damwon Kia. So things are just going to reset, go back to normal. Not going to have any more craziness and funny business, Wolf. It's all about farming. We ain't Russian. I think rushing is what I said there.
Sure.
We're not Russian as well, but that's also irrelevant.
Yeah. Can confirm.
Yeah, yeah. I try to do the accent sometimes, but I'm not very good at it.
I think you're pretty good at it. I'm pretty good on occasion.
I think it's
I'm not going to pressure you into a performance right now, but you know, just keep it in mind.
It might get to the point where we're going to be experimenting with accents at this stage of the game already, Wolf, because we've got things. It's very, very close. It's neck and neck, but feels a little bit like a no rush 20, much like Valdez and I were experiencing yesterday. As Canyon's looking to try and prove me wrong here, coming for a potential dive. As there's the Ornhorn from Khan, will get the knock up onto the gangplank. He flashes, but you can't flash twice, and the collateral damage will pick him up. The trade will be there with the Cloud Drake, but it's a Cloud Drake like we were talking about. So a kill onto Keen going to be very valuable here for Damwon Kia.
Yeah, they're not going to go ahead and commit the Rift Herald here in the top lane because looks like he just wants to be able to continue to farm. You know, you don't want to kill that one too early and get a little bit out of hand up there on the top lane against a gangplank. You want those minions to push away from you. And he is going to head back down towards the bottom lane. In fact, Canyon is. So really a well-executed gank. We'll watch it again here as Khan is able to set up the Ornhorn, which I think is what Keen had confidence he could avoid, and was therefore feeling like he was going to be fully safe. He knew Canyon was coming up, because otherwise why would this trade be happening so aggressively? The turret aggro goes to Canyon actually, who has more health there. And it's really well done. He was going to back right afterwards anyways.
Yeah.
So it was a little bit of action here, Atlas. You know, we're getting a little bit.
Yeah, I think I cursed it into it being action, which is absolutely fine. You know, I'm happy to be wrong if it means that we actually get some interesting plays that are going to get made. I think Keen really wanted to actually flash the second portion of the Ornn ulti, but missed it. And that's why he fell down instead of just having to blow a flash. I think he may have actually survived. That had have actually happened. So a little bit unfortunate there for Keen. But he's Gangplank. He has his Essence Reaver now completed. And things very even there towards the top side of the map. Sort of how this matchup goes. It's almost like a scale off in a lot of ways. Takes a while before the Gangplank does anything super meaningful. But, you know, both of these champions with a lot of high-powered and high-value ultimates towards the later stages of the game. A lot of extra damage coming through from Keen. The utility is great from Khan as Sleep does come through. Depth Charge comes down as well. Dredgeline's good as there's the Shockwave. Only lands onto one, but that might be all they need as Bang looks to try and collect the kill with the Void Seeker, but instead just has to agree that he'll take down Beryl. And already things working out for Afreeca after what was a bit of a disaster on the top side. It's a good answer.
Yeah, I mean, he has now had 2 great sleep engages, and this is actually the second game this season for Dread on the Lilia, and his roam timings have actually been fantastic. He's hitting these bowling balls, setting up sleeps. This is going to be the one onto Cannon we just saw, and look at Lehens' positioning. He's just going to go up, flash forward, and hit the hook. And this is what I was talking about earlier. As long as you see the Nautilus with the Zoe, or rather the Thresh with the Zoe, you can get that kind of follow-up combo. Works well with the Nautilus when you have sleeps there for the Lilia. So good pairing there and just good, really good rotation. They've been so active around the bot side of the map, Afreeca have, because they've had lane priority so much, that he's just always in position when that rotation comes through for Dread, setting up a sleep, setting up kills to lead to what was, until this moment, a very nice lead. The plates going down here, gonna bring that back for Damwon Kia.
Yep, fair few plates actually going down as we saw them falling on the bottom side of the map. This Rift Herald should be able to gather a fair few for Showmaker and Canyon in the mid lane as well, as you can see. So that mid lane control, when you've got control mages like this, always very, very potent. And that is going to, you know, keep Darwin in a very small lead despite the kill score going in favor of Afreeca. We'll see whether this turret plate can go down as well as, yep, Ghost is going to collect it. Bang not able to stop him from taking a lantern or anything like that. As we've got so much defensive vision. Look at this bottom side of the map. It is a Christmas tree for Afreeca, not wanting to allow Canyon to get in there at all.
Yeah, it's just going to make it so difficult to play around that bot side. And when you have, hold that thought, Dread.
Yeah,
that is Zonia's now.
Trouble here, spins around a lot as there are so many AoE abilities. It will be picked up by Canyon in the end as Fly cops a gameplay button to the face and has to run out of there. Thankfully, has a few extra stats. No, Zonya's actually utilized there by Dread, just a bit too far out of position. Unfortunately, didn't have time to use it.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have time to use it. If he did, he would have just died seconds later anyways, so save your cooldown on that one for the next skirmish, I suppose, but really unfortunate, especially after he got that, you know, second kill earlier on and was able to turn his stopwatch into Zonia's, so it was kind of a weird timing where he was a little bit out of position here, and Showmaker just stuns him into the wall there. There's no way out, even with his Zonia's. Fly will barely escape. And suddenly it starts to feel like, it suddenly feels like we're starting to see, you know, some small mechanical outplays around the map, and just really, even with the lack of vision around the bot side of the map, Damwon Kia are taking back the aggression. They're finding small mistakes. Dread is being really aggressive, so he gets punished there. And look at the turret plate advantage that we see for Damwon Kia. Sure, they've been losing skirmishes early on the map, lost the first Drake, but in terms of gold, they're 1,600 ahead at the moment, and they are certainly using those aggressive plays from Afreeca to trade back gold elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, I like it. Crossfire Gauntlet is also the choice here for Khan as well. Going for that for a little bit of added CC. Like good old Ornn actually needed it. Beryl in fantastic lantern positioning to make sure that Ghost is going to be absolutely fine, even though he's staying there farming things out, as this Ocean Drake likely going to be the next point of contention here for these two squads. 1.4k gold is the difference, but we do have a mythic item on Ghost and no mythics yet completed for Bang, because of course you have to fit in that Serrated Dirk to activate your passive. So I like it. There is a bit of an item advantage here for Damwon Kia. Of course, you know, if this was the next patch, the Kraken Slayer wouldn't be quite as valuable, but right now, the Ophelio is very, very big. This item.
Yeah, definitely going to be a really favored fight for the Ophelio. So if you can get into position, they're actually just not here, simply put, and that's just going to go over a free. Damwon Kia to get something else on the map. They're just going to lose this fight.
Yep, massive CC chain there onto Canyon. He wasn't allowed to play the game. They just said no. And Lahen's been playing very, very well in this one. Fly, decent flash, gets him out of the way, and just the tip of the hook. Not quite enough to pick up the Orianna, as Keen, he'll just slice onto this top outer turret. And this should actually be able to put Afreeca into basically parity with Damwon Kia at this stage.
It certainly will. And this is a teleport, you know, that doesn't have to get used for Keen. He just sits on the top lane. He gets a free turret. You know, Khan comes down very slowly. And it feels like Damwon Kia were just a little bit too timid around this fight. And it's understandable. You know, even with Aphelios having that Kraken Slayer, doesn't help his survivability. You're still so reliant on that Thresh. And with everybody on Afreeca already collapsed onto the Drake, you know, perhaps finding something elsewhere on the map would have been advised. They already had the mid turret down. So for Damwon Kia, you know, it's like, do I really want to force this fight? The answer initially it seemed like was no, but then Canyon just steps over line. So like, okay, we get a free Drake, we get a free Graves. The teleport coming through. So very late here is Khan, who now loses his teleport, and they're not able to trade anything back. Fly has a good flash. And even some assist gold going over to Keen with his Cannon Barrage. I mean, this is like, that was the best case scenario for Afreeca in every way.
Yeah, absolutely. Working out very, very well. Of course, they probably would have liked to ace Damwon Kia and win the game. That might be the best case scenario, but still,
unrealistic though, you know.
Definitely a very good outcome here for these guys. Despite Fly losing his flash, Doesn't have much of a turret left over either, so it's a very dangerous time for the Orianna. Should mean that Showmaker can have full control of that mid lane, but we are getting towards the end of the laning phase. And Fly hasn't done too bad. He's behind 30 CS, but when it comes to judging Fly, you know, that's it's not as awful as some other games. Keen taking a bit of damage here from Ghost, who's just going to use that serum to get all of his health back. He'll be fine. But look at all these neutral objectives, Wolf.
Yeah.
Damwon Kia haven't been able to get any of them apart from that first Herald, and Dread will grab the second one.
And they've got the turret plates early on, right? And you do see Ghost pushing the bot turret now as well. He's going to take that down. So, you know, having really good macro awareness around the map, especially every time Afreeca is trying to group up for an objective, that's when they are getting those extra turret plates, namely, excuse me, in the bottom lane. And you know, Bang does come back up here, so it's not all for naught, but Damwon Kia need to be careful about being late to the party on these objectives and then still committing to the fight, which is where, you know, Freecs have had the better end of things. So if Damwon Kia can either just be a little bit more punctual or decide to hard commit elsewhere, I think they can certainly bring this back into their favor, but the Drake timer is ticking against them with Soul Point as the next Drake coming online here. It's going to be Mountain, which would be amazing for Ornn to have. Not going to be as amazing for Freecs, but the shield still will be useful.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, any extra tankiness definitely going to be a good thing here. You might be able to make Keen into a super boss in the later stage, but if Damwon Kia stack up 4 of these, then yeah, Khan just becomes absolutely unkillable. And this is going to be the Gale Force Graves. I actually thought if it was going to be the shield bow, Canyon could also become extraordinarily tanky. It just doesn't seem to be what he's decided to go with this time around. Seen a lot of different takes, but I don't think Canyon's ever really done the shield bow Graves maneuver.
Yeah,
certainly can just be situational.
It is definitely situational. I feel like when you're absolutely destroying and you're super ahead, it means you can carry even harder. When you get the shield bow, you can play more aggressively. You can just walk into bushes and shoot people in the face. But when you have the Gale Force like this, you're a lot safer. He's got his Collector finished now as well. As Baron spawns here in Afreeca, continuing to control vision now around this. Even clearing this ward here between the brush and the popcorn chicken. Just making sure there's no information whatsoever on the map around this objective. That fights will start to be all about as we head into this next stage of the game.
If we have fights. And hopefully we do.
We will.
Yeah, I'm not gonna...
Let's be hopeful, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Wolves Cup, forever half full. I absolutely love it. As Keen has quite a large advantage. He's been parlaying a bunch of minions here. As Canyon, oh dear, he's gonna have a snooze, but not before taking the Blast Cone out. The flash after from Dread, but Canyon's just gonna flash his way away. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you take the Gale Force. That's allowed him to create all of that space and get himself to relative safety.
Still, you know, these are trades you don't want to be taking a flash there, burned. Yeah, it's for Dread's flash, but I feel like that's a lot more valuable on a Graves a lot of the time, as you're going to see a big engage here.
Yep, Bang gonna have to flash out as well, as a lot of damage from the Lilia, and that no flash that you were talking about comes into great effect here for Damwon Kia, as this Mountain Drake has just spawned. Those 4 to stack up that Damwon have might just be a reality, or at least it is here for the first one. Canyon going to be easily able to take that one down, and Damwon Kia get a whole bunch of control back in this game. Still extraordinarily even for both of these squads, but we've already got an ornamented Ornn item for Khan, and they're going to start coming through pretty fast.
This
game goes on.
It certainly feels like a little bit of a game of junglers being out of position. And it feels like almost every objective is taken is based off of either Dread or Canyon stepping over the line and getting absolutely pummeled. As you know, you can see they're actually fairly even in terms of the kills, but just unfortunately getting out of position. And had Canyon actually died in that last exchange, this would have been completely different, but it turns on its head. So you will see the Rift Herald committed here in mid to just give them a little bit of extra pressure there to try to clear out this vision. Lens has just kind of been surfing around this top side of the map to make sure that Damwon Kia aren't getting any funny ideas about Baron. They can't obviously stop the Rift Scuttler, but he can otherwise control the vision. So we're going to watch this again.
This was a little while ago, as I believe it was Gale Force into the Blast Cone, and then still at his flash for this next escape.
Khan very close by, yeah, as well. And this is a hook that leads to Bang having to flash away. And Dread is just like, what are you doing out there? He goes over to Q because he's hoping for, well, he doesn't even have his sleep. I was going to say he's hoping for a triple sleep maybe to turn the fight, but he was on half cooldown. So that was just a bit of an overextension. Didn't even have Leandri's yet at that moment in time either. So what sort of damage are you really hoping for there? Just a small mistake that cost them big.
Well, this one might cost them as well, as there's the exhaust down onto Keen. Thankfully, Khan can just build himself summoner spells whenever he loses them. Now has his teleport back as he takes down this inner turret on the bottom side of the map, and I'm starting to feel like we're seeing the Damwon macro advantage just really being brought to the fore.
Yeah.
In this game. And that's the difficulty, right? If you're just going to shake hands on an early game, then you just have to assume that you're going to be better when it comes to macro late. And against Damwon, that's so hard. That's why I was saying, you know, I'd like to see Damwon stop playing around globals for a little bit until they can go back to form on a more standard, more traditional composition. You know, they get the Aphelios, Thresh, which is already strong enough, and you kind of build a later game comp around it. They brought the Ornn, and they didn't make any massive plays in the early game. There were a few skirmishes. You know, we talked about how low energy and low team fight the early game was, but Afreeca need to find something in that early game. Historically speaking, this season, that's where they've been at their best, and they kind of missed the boat on that, and their weakest parts of the game are the later it goes on, whereas Damwon Kia, with the experience that they have, with how great they are at macro, how great they are at late game, it feels like the ship is kind of sailed on Afreeca's chances to win this one. It's not literally over. There are chances to come back. They still have 2 Drakes. They can control vision and look for some really nice team fights here. We can see some big sleeps, but in general, you know, it does feel like, as we're going to see Keen get picked here, again, just didn't have vision. It feels like in general, you know, Damwon Kia are the stronger team in late game, and that's scary when you have an Ornn. It's Khan's Ornn, and I don't know, controlling these team fights is really going to be difficult now for Afreeca Freecs. Yeah, it's getting real rough. If you're looking at the CS and you're like, oh, how is Fly behind 40 CS? You have to remember that Fly is still 20 CS ahead of the clock. Showmaker just somehow managed to find 300 minions before 25 minutes. That's just a thing that happened. Not entirely sure how, but it did. So maybe, like, you know, we'll have to cut him some slack, I think, for this particular game. Showmaker just hasn't missed any of them. It's just ridiculous.
And he's in a really nice spot. He's got a ton of extra damage now, and armor pen, the void staff's done. So he is definitely going to hit hard. And if Afreeca Freecs decide to aggressively engage, you know, or try to take a fight in this Baron pit, I think a bit overzealously when Damwon Kia are so close by. I mean, sure, they have to clear some of this vision, but Showmaker, he could do a lot in this upcoming fight with a big stun.
Well, Cannon Barrage is going to try and zone them away from this Baron, as Beryl is the only one that might get sleepy here is Khan. This goes in, man. He's able to get out of there as well, but no harm, no foul. Afreeca will just back away, and they're going to surrender vision control over to Damwon Kia at this stage. So a little bit unfortunate. Nothing really to be gained there, as I believe Ghost was just chilling in this mid lane, continuing to farm. As that's a nice double stun out from Showmaker. Just grabs the pick onto Lehens. He'll trade it, but takes a lantern to get himself out of the way of the shockwave. And that is going to be another comfortable kill. The triple sleep from Dread is just way too late. And Damwon Kia will take down the inner turret here as well.
Sleep is too late, but the damage output of Ghost is just too high. You know, he's actually doing insane work when given this free frontline control with where Khan is standing, the threats that are there, the threats that exist, and Showmaker he has total freedom to toss that damage in at range as well. We already talked about how fed he is in terms of the CS, the items he's got completed. Afreeca, I think this is not the idea here. This is very risky. Already
this
pushed
is
off.
So sad. They lose the Baron and they can't grab themselves a soul point opportunity at the same time. Showmaker with a genius walkover, and Khan's just able to teleport in as soon as Showmaker gets the information. And Damwon Kia just give up nothing.
And Afreeca, you know, this is one of those late game scenarios where, you know, you have to think, what decisions are they going to be able to make? As the double stun comes through, Lehens just eats that damage. Ghost is ready to blow up another target. Orianna is where they go. Fly taken out, is back in I thought something was happening live. We kind of jumped
Yeah.
out of replay early, but back in
Finally
live,
moving
it's just
towards the chickens.
yes. Back in live, it's like, well, things are still bad for Afreeca. Update.
Yep. What I do like is that, you know, Canyon had 100% of his team's kills at about 25 minutes, and so he gets the first ornament. Typhoon is now completed to augment the, what is it, Rime Forged Grasp is the Frostfire Gauntlet upgrade here for Khan. I feel like I've got a decent grasp on the new items, so now I'm trying to learn the ornaments, and it's hard. I'm not
I'll
gonna
just
lie.
always
But I think
leave
Rime Forged Grasp is the one that he's put together. Just has a few extra stats. Doesn't really mean too much. Is Canyon going to take a lantern? Gets himself out of almost all of the CCs. Lahan's just going for the forced engage. There's the shockwave. They get rid of Canyon. Ghost has to flash, but Bang has a flash after him. As the Moonlight Vigil not going to be enough, and Beryl also going to get tidied up here by Afreeca. So many Barons now missing as Khan going 1v5. Showmaker's here, but he misses the stun. Khan has the flash. I'm just not sure whether that teleport was the greatest of ideas. As he then gets put on a leash by Showmaker. That was actually adorable at the end there.
Yeah, no, that's the second late teleport we've seen from Khan this game. This one was definitely more egregious than the first, but this is another situation of which jungler is out of position, right? Canyon gets slept, but he has a lantern. So he feels like, okay, I could stand here, I'm going to get some vision, I'm going to get some information. He's like, I am a living ward, I'm a living sweeper, you know, and then he gets slept. The lantern is there, but look at the flash here over the wall. Lahen's is going to go for him. He actually ignores Beryl after the flash forward and looks for the hook onto the Graves in particular to make sure they can lock down that kill. Then they trade off Beryl for free right afterwards. And Khan's like, oh man, it's the community meme with the pizza arriving and everything's on fire.
Definitely bad news. He is still able to make it out to safety, and I guess when you look at it, maybe he was expecting there to be an actual team fight, but unfortunately it was just a slaughter as Canyon going to join him here on the bottom side. Maybe thinking that going to the Ornn is the better idea.
I feel like Afreeca is going to have to do more than just catch Canyon sleeping a few more times in this game, though. And even though we see these small victories for Afreeca, you know, they're not timed before crucial objectives. Sure, it definitely neutered the impact of the Baron buff that Dom1 Kia had, but we need to see them make a decisive play like this or punish an overextension right before Drake, not 2 minutes before Drake.
Yeah.
Right now, I mean, they just gain an objective, or rather gain a team fight with no objectives available, and all they can do is kind of roam around and take back control of their jungle, which again is a positive thing. But the timing of this is just unfortunate because what else are you going to grab at this time for Afreeca? Not a whole lot, and we're still going later and later and later. You know, right now, 4 out of 5 ornaments done across the board, so I mean, we're already at the late game. It's not like, oh, things are going to get worse as it goes later with the Ornn here. We're already there.
Yeah, it's already worse. As, yeah, the Luden's been upgraded as well. We've got the Megalodon Slayer come through from Ghost. That's not the real name, but I like it more, so we're just going to go with that one instead. 5,000 gold the lead here for Dom1 Kia. They have themselves a couple of mountains. And yeah, like you were saying, not able to actually play around any of these objectives, and I thought that maybe they could get the mid out of turret, and then you realize Showmaker's still alive, and minions just don't exist whenever Showmaker's around. He's able to get them so comfortably as he's looking for a stun here, doesn't get it onto Lahen's, just barely able to waddle his way out. Is now under a minute until this next Mountain Drake. Soul point now for 2 teams. On the line is Dredgeline, very close, dang.
Yeah, very close, but also with Khan's positioning there, I think he could probably thank his lucky stars they did not actually commit on that. Khan could have cut that team fight in half with a really nice Ornn Horn. Love these angles for Khan he's taking when he is actually just physically here and not having to teleport across the map. That's the power of Ornn in late game besides ornaments, you know, is just being able to control these chokes with Ornn Horn. I mean, how do you approach this now as Afreeca? I mean, Khan himself has full control of this Drake. Dodges the bowling
just
ball.
The gatekeeper. Right
yeah,
now, absolutely. He kind of looks like one too, you know, like from like a mythical TV show, like a fantasy movie or something like that. I could imagine him being like a gatekeeper that offers you a riddle for you to get through the door, and you're like, well, you're not going to be able to go through this guy. He's too big.
Yep.
And that's precisely what he is right now. Has himself his Abyssal Masks as well as his Randuin's Omen, his Ghost. Going to collect himself a red buff, and Canyon is going to comfortably take this Drake for free. Bangs towards the top side of the map. We've seen him side laning a lot, actually, in recent games. But he is ahead by a whole bunch of farm, looking to try and get towards his Infinity Edge as quickly as possible, I would assume. Probably sit on that Yeah, as the BF sword does come in, he'll sit on his stopwatch for a little while, make sure he gets some value out of it before that GA is put together.
Yeah, it's the safe play to go with at this stage, and I mean, Killer Instinct can be a great tool when some of the players of Dom 1 Kia step out of position, namely Canyon. You know, there's only one Lantern for Thresh. It's on a really long cooldown, so if two players are out of position, you know, he comes in with a ton of burst. He's, you know, getting to be very fed. Can't forget about Bang's really good, decisive decision-making in late game on the Kai'Sa he's had. Is okay, Fly.
Yeah, Fly caught out of position. Didn't have anything available. No flashes, we're going to save him from that one. And that is going to mean Damwon Kia just walk towards this inhibitor turret, and Keen's like, where my friends at? And Bang's like, I'm in a side lane as per usual. And Damwon Kia very easily just shred this turret down. Ghost has exactly the right weapons for doing as much turret damage as possible. And this inhibitor not long for the world either. And this is right when the Baron is back on the map. They've got lanterns to take as well. And you were talking about timings, Wolf. This is exactly that.
This is again one of those trades that Damwon Kia is like, oh, perfect time for you to have a one player out of position mistake. Because we've got Baron up. The player you lose, Fly, is one of the best ones to control this zone that Afreeca have with Shockwave. And I mean, even walking over here is probably overzealous. Just going to try to chunk down Damwon Kia, who do get the Baron very freely. They're still at full health, too. And Fly is spawning in 2 seconds against teleport, but what are you fighting over at this stage? You just have to leave. You just have to leave Damwon Kia to their own devices here. They get to go back and buy another set of items, and they continue to control the map. They have that inhibitor down, and it just feels like they are slowly losing win conditions in this game. Like, there's no vision anymore for Afreeca, and there probably won't be for the rest of this game. You're gonna have to win this game like on a defensive fight in your base. Because look, Damwon Kia just gonna control all 3 lanes. And now it's like, well, can Canyon step out of position if there's no such thing as out of position for Damwon Kia with all lanes controlled? Feels like, you know, losing Fly there is the beginning of the end.
Well, I think the beginning of the end may have started a little while ago, but I agree with you. Like, that's the perfect opportunity that Damwon had to make exactly the play that they needed. And how much of it was orchestrated, how much of it was a mistake, I guess is something that people can debate after the fact. But it happened. It was great capitalization from Damwon Kia, and Lehens is now, I'm not even sure. He's going on a merry ride as Ghost is going to chase after him. He's got Gravitum, so that's just going to be a stun and destruction out from the Aphelios. And once again, I mean, it feels like Afreeca have kind of fallen apart at this stage of the game, figuring that they don't have very much that they can actually do.
Lehens
was being put down.
Yep, Lehens is just grasping at straws. I mean, he was hoping for a flank hook, set up for a pick. Maybe you see a Killer Instinct come in after that and isolate a target, but looks silly when it fails, you know?
Absolutely. Another Ornhorn is going to land right on top of Fly. Cannon Barrage, pretty decent here. As Ghost, I believe, threw out the ultimate. No, actually still holds onto it. But they're still able to grab themselves the turret. This inhibitor going to be the next prize on their mind. Bottom lane actually slow pushing in for Damwon Kia as well, I believe. So great control of these minion waves.
Look at Dread. He wants to set up a big sleep. That's their window back into this. It only hits 2, but they could collapse. They have to.
They have 2 very good ones as the stopwatch is fantastic. Timing on the shockwave also good, but not good enough. Moonlight Vigil comes down and Lehens has to go into his stopwatch to avoid it. Canyon's going to go down, I believe, very, very far away from the fight, but Showmaker is a raid boss right now, able to eviscerate anyone that comes near him. And there is no one beefy enough to stand on the front line. I mean, Lehens was their only real choice, and he wasn't even strong enough, really, as Khan. He's the super tank, and another kill going over to Showmaker. That's an unofficial triple, I believe, as now he's looking for his next one. Ghost is going to be able to pick it up, and ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the game. Damwon Kia will be able to take down these Nexus turrets, then the Nexus, and then get themselves some reprieve after their difficult series against Bro.
Ornhorn one more time. Khan escapes. Calculated.
Absolutely.
Well, Atlas, this is definitely not a game that anyone's going to write home about, but Afreeca Freecs have struggled in the late game. Across all series they've played, they've been stronger in early game. And Damwon Kia do have a comp that allows ornaments to be built late game. They have great late game engage. And they did end up getting the better picks, especially that pick onto Fly to close it out, but you don't think of Damwon Kia as a team that has to be reliant on less mistakes than their opponent in the late game, reliant on late game picks when someone's out of position. You expect Damwon Kia to be a team that dominates all lanes, that controls all phases of the game, gets an early lead. You expect a crushing victory. You expect a crushing 2-0 here in this series. You expect Damwon Kia to do greater things. And even though they win the map and they win that first game, I think it's going to leave more questions than answers right now for Damwon Kia fans, because that was not a dominant series that you would have otherwise expected.
Yeah, I mean, I think you do have to take the comps into consideration, right? They're playing an Ornn composition with Aphelios in the late game. They even have, you know, a Graves who scales better as the game goes on as well. So you could say that they were just playing to their composition, but we did kind of want them to come back with a vengeance. I think a player that certainly stood out in my mind as having a much better showing than he did a couple of days ago was Showmaker.
Yeah.
I don't know what he was doing to invent minions that didn't exist on the map, but he was finding CS. I think he Flame Horizon Khan at like 23 minutes into the game or something like that. It was just ridiculous. It does show that they were certainly prioritizing him as far as giving him gold, but still, he did that in the laning phase as well. It was very, very impressive out of Showmaker, being able to find exactly the picks that he needed to.
Yeah, he got the items that he needed to be insanely powerful in the mid lane, getting that extra siege damage done, finding picks like you were mentioning, and just straight up playing better and playing back to form like you expect from Showmaker. And I think that's really going to be the big story for Damwon Kia. Khan has, you know, he had a few weird teleports, but he stayed stable. Showmaker stayed stable. You got to keep everybody. If you get all 5 to play back to the level you expect from them, then Damwon Kia, maybe they could jump back up to first place.
Yeah, and let's have a look at this post-game, break down some of the damage that was done. Kane certainly doing a lot with his barrels as well as his cannon barrages. But this is a number that you often see for Gangplanks, whether they're on the winning side or the losing. And unfortunately for Keen, it's once again a loss for the Gangplank. King, and I think fell prey to this earlier in the season as well. Obviously, top damage is going to be Showmaker, actually 10k more than what Fly was able to put out. Unfortunately, the Orianna fell into the famine side of what an Orianna matchup can be. You know, it feels like she either gets going or she doesn't, and Fly definitely didn't. Found himself caught out more often than not, unfortunately for him. So once again, you know, the tale of Fly is start off decently strong and then flail around a little bit after a couple of decent games. So hopefully you can pull it back together.
Hope it's so.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it's the analyst desk and then game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
노슬? 잠깐만 맞았다. 맞아. 천천히 빼면서 이길만해. 다 맞네. 써도 될 듯.
이게 죽네? 오케이 나 치패할게.
이게 죽네? 날라가면 탈길 가네.
나 밀테 천천히 나 보면서
가자.
나 안 죽어.
가봐도 돼? 오. 막대 나.
이거 그 용 때는 진짜 이거 사고였던 것 같은데 그거만 다시 제대로 얘기하면 되겠죠.
용 두고 그냥 딴 데서 하면 될 것 같아. 이거 바텀 초반에 사고 나가지고. 가본데? 네, 하자.
긴장해서 오줌 마려.
편하게 합시다 편하게.
오늘도 경기 좀 되셨나요?
네.
파이팅.
라인전만 잘 버티면 될 것 같아.
연이 공격 조심.
물수 있다.
괜찮은데? 볼배부터 볼배. 앞으로 가. 이거 탈지 거기 탈지 요네. 좋아. 센터 원대. 오케이, 야 침착하게. 야 전령 있고.
쌈봐야 돼 우리.
보다. 바로 돼 이거. 야 아래. 요네 탈지.
나이스. 좋네.
요네. 이거 앞에 봐. 위에 좋아. 볼배.
볼배 와줘.
보자. 끝내자. 속도 더 빨라. 야 이거 끝날만한데? 끝날만해. 바텀아. 나이스. 나 3초. 잡자. 좀만 맞아. 잡아. 오케이 잡아. 땡겼어. 캐니언 잡아. 나이스.
여유 있게 좀 해봐.
네.
상대 실수 나오라. 말해.
전판 하는데 씩씩한 얘기한 사람이 한 명도 없어?
익숙한 얘기한 사람? 다 했잖아. 다 같이 했어 그래도. 아유. 펜타킬 먹었는데 어떻게 이겨? 열심히 했었는데 그 와중에.
보여준다 내 갱플레이.
야, 불질러. 내가 바로는 뺏어볼게.
야 이거 언덕 본다. 바로 언덕 본다.
야, 나르.
상대 한번
죽어도 돼. 야, 쌈 보자. 먹었다. 3이라.
카메라 높아.
죽인다.
나이스. 야 얘네 지금 역전각 진짜 하나도 없어. 야 3이라가 그냥 펜타킬 해야 돼.
나르 높아. 펜타킬하면 그냥 다 살았게 그냥. 야, 메가 직전. 쌈 보자. 나가야 돼. 아지르 노플로 가. 메가 나르.
카메라 뛰긴 했어.
아지르 잡았다.
나도.
야, 이거 카이트 하면 될 듯? 싸우자. 내가 하나 줘.
나이스.
끝났다. 까비 단판 보자.
아 깜이다.
아깝다. 이기면 했는데. 깨비.
아이고, 까비.
파이팅.
네.
암라인. 불러다. 나 쏘리. 잘못 잡았다. 다른 높여. 괜찮은데?
3이라 생각해. 아지르도.
떨리겠다 이거.
3이라 들어온다. 해야 돼. 한타 할 때 나를 그냥 점프 뛰면 안 될 것 같긴 해. 이거 3이라한테 빨리 가자. 핵사여가지고.
조금만 차분하게 하면 이기면 해.
물어볼까?
빼는 거 봐줘야 된다.
물린다. 여기 좀만 봐줘.
뒤로 안 돼. 뒤로. 쑤시게 있어. 3이라. 빨리 스택 주마. 한 빼봐.
저기 맞아.
카메라 날라간다.
아이고.
까비 이거 살아봐. 미래. 까비.
잠깐만. 3이라. 길어줄게.
나이스.
아직. 가 있어.
천천히. 아직 뺀다.
야, 카밀 들어온다. 아직 다 맞췄는데.
아 존나 아직
에이스. 야, 5천만 인분했다 그냥. 와.
야 조이 혼자 캐리했어. 뭐야?
아이고 까비. 아깝다.
back everybody to the LCK Analyst Desk. Today we'll be joined by Chang and me, and also the Old Tigers, Gorilla, and Crow. And this is season with the translation.
안녕하세요. 프로이상입니다.
Welcome everybody. We are starting off with a match between Afreeca, Freecs, and Kia, both teams who dropped their match in the last series. Kia was able to lock down their victory in Game 1. And Kia brought a new winning recipe. This time around, they were playing all around their bottom lane. Well, they did use Affiliates, but not together with Thresh. And Thresh was the new addition to their comp, and also they also banned out two of the top lane champions in the second phase. In addition to that, Khan was playing Kale Nar, more like a carry role, but this time around, he brought in Ornn, a very reliable champion, a champion that can support his teammates. I think today's Kia's draft was really comfortable, you know? It has this balance that and also they have this safety net for his teammates. Moreover, I personally think that Afreeca Freecs, they had the power in the mid and late game, but maybe they had some wrong decision around the Baron, and that was where they kind of dropped the ball. And we are seeing a lot of Orianna versus Syndra matchup, and it's all about their mechanics. And Syndra has a very early level CC, so she can play with the jungler, whereas Orianna has to wait until level 6, and those were the moving parts for Fly as well. But we can also claim that Syndra was performing a little bit better than the opponent. Now let's take a look at the highlights of down on the bottom lane, where we had Aphelios and Thresh versus Kai'Sa, a very common matchup here in the LCK. So watch here, Linghans actually uses all of his wards very fast because he knew that Kia will come to control the vision around their own red camp. So he was looking for a reset, but they saw Aphelios back on the lane, so Kai'Sa groups up with her teammates instead of going down to the lane. So Afreeca Freecs was able to have a faster support from his teammates, so they were able to outnumber the opponents and win this skirmish. Afreeca is indeed a very strong team, especially in the early stage. After this perfect setup, Afreeca was able to have the momentum of the game, and somehow in this game they also came back with better decision making. So let's take a look at this highlight where Afreeca was able to kind of minimize their loss after giving away the Baron over to Kia. So Dread predicted the location of Graves and played really well with the help of the sweeper. So he had a slight hint of his location, so he landed his bowling ball, and then a nice CC engagement coming out from Linghans in order to lock down multiple kills. The reason why the teams are preferring Kai'Sa is because she can play more proactively compared to other champions. And Kuro also agrees that Kai'Sa is on the higher tier compared to Aphelios. However, once again, Afreeca was not able to close out the game, so Kia was able to push forward with their momentum. And the POG on the side of Kia will be Showmaker on Syndra. Syndra was having priority all throughout the game, especially in the laning phase. So even when his team was behind, well, Kia was able to win fights based on the power level that Syndra had. She had massive damage output, and also she had a clean lane priority. She had a massive performance during the team fights as well. The way she ignored the Orianna ultimate and then survived with the Lantern was really on point. Showmaker Syndra is one of the menace here in the LCK, as we all know. And some of the teams are already banning it out. Syndra was definitely the main character of this game, so he was able to pick up 9 votes. And Khan also showed a decent performance on Ornn as well. With the Showmaker POG, Damwon Kia was able to secure the Game 1 victory. Let's find out if Afreeca Freecs can come back or whether Damwon Kia can get us a solid win.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, for the wonderful translation. As per usual, good to see the Rocks boys back on the desk as well, as they broke down what was a pretty slow and steady, but inevitable win from Damwon Kia that time around. And we were having a bit of a chat, Wolf, in the break, just talking about, you know, what Afreeca could have done differently, and I think it starts in the draft.
I think so too. I think the draft that they went for didn't have a big theme or identity to try to get them ahead early. You have to know, as we talked about a lot in-game, you know, you have to know that if you go even or even slightly behind or you're heading towards a late game, you're going to have problems against Damwon Kia. You're especially going to have problems against Damwon Kia if they have an Ornn in the late game. And, you know, there were certain things that had the game snowballed in Afreeca's favor, they would have had a massive late game advantage in too. For example, the Gangplank, but we just didn't see that at all. And I think the most tragic team fight we saw was that one where we had the double sleep there, the sleep on the cannon. He still survived, and it was like every time we had those late game fights where there was just no vision on the map and they were just sieging down the lanes with the Barons that they had because of unfortunate mistimed picks. You know, the picks that were terrible timing against Afreeca Freecs that led to several Barons meant that, you know, they just couldn't fight on their own terms, even with the sleeps there from their own base. And I want to see a draft that controls the early game. I want to see something hyper aggressive. I want to see something like a Camille top, you know, maybe even global play from Afreeca. Try to snowball a lane, try to get an early lead. You know, when you're playing Lehens on the Nautilus, I mean, I think he was the strongest player on their team in the last game, but it's not a support pick that can snowball your lane, right? Which is where Afreeca have been strongest, is their bot lane, where they had a good start, but, you know, it doesn't last with a more stable pick like the Nautilus. I want to see some more aggressive play because that's where they've been good. And I think that's where Damwon Kia have also slipped up a little bit as of late. So take the fight to them early. Don't, you know, frou-frou around and go to a late game where you're pretty even in gold. Best case scenario, that's not what you want if you're Afreeca.
Yeah, absolutely not. I think challenging the team that has been, you know, for over a year now, or at least for a year, the best at macro around the map, especially in late game decision making, especially towards the end of last year. Like, Damwon were just so strong. And Afreeca just taking the fight to them on their turf is not what you want. You really want to cause a bit of a ruckus. And we know that Dread can do that. He can play early game League of Legends quite well. They just didn't in this game. And unfortunately, you know, also, the Kai'Sa first pick absolutely didn't work out. I mean, how are you supposed to go anywhere near this Damwon squad? There's so much CC that comes through from Khan, but there's also the no button that Showmaker has access to. And yes, you can go invisible, but those orbs will still find you. You can't escape the gameplay, man. It's just not possible. So it just wasn't a comp that Bang was really allowed to play in when it came to team fights. And if the Kai'Sa was going to work, they'd need to snowball. But unfortunately, the rest of the comp wasn't built around that either. So it just kind of fell flat. As Seraphine once again going to be banned away from Lehens. I don't think he's ever going to be allowed to play that one. As there's the Talia ban, as Damwon Kia now on the blue side, which has been the better side so far this season.
Certainly has been. With all the first pick priority we have. I would love to see, even with the Seraphine ban, right, just focusing in on the bot lane again for Afreeca. I'd rather them not try to play the Thresh Aphelios in this case, because I think the execution is very difficult. I think that Damwon Kia are very well versed against it, and it just feels like it's too passive. I'd rather see something like a Rel game out of Afreeca Freecs if it's left open. Take something like Rel Samira on red rotation. If Damwon Kia are going to pick up the Kai'Sa first, lock down your support lane, or your bot lane rather, your support, your AD early. Do something that's aggressive. Do something where you can control lane, get early Drake priority, and start to explode. You hit level 6 with Samira, you hit that power spike once she gets her immortal shield bow, and you just kind of keep winning and keep that tempo up. I'd love to see something like that rather than just looking for meta picks here. The Aphelios and the Thresh have been way higher priority as of late. So we do see the Kai'Sa locked in here. But I want to see Lehens get to carry. I want to see him get to play something where he can be such a high impact from early to late and to get that early advantage that Samira, I think, is so good at snowballing in.
Yeah, and I think that they are going to take your word for it there, Wolf, as Samira being considered right now for Bang. Bang's had some good performances on it so far, despite the results. We'll see how that one is going to go. I'd expect Rel to come in afterwards. If Damwon Kia are going to do what I expect them to do, which is lock in Olaf, they just love Olaf, and so they're probably going to lock it in. I'd love for Showmaker to augment it with an Orianna. I think he just becomes so much stronger if there's some sort of support for him. And it's not going to come from Beryl, right? He's going to play a melee engage support. That's just what he does. Lehens is going to go with the Alistair instead. This is another one of the choices that you can opt into with the Samira, but I have liked what Lehens been able to get done with the Rel so far. So just wanted to go onto the cow.
And it'll be his first Alistair of the season as well. He's been playing a lot more aggressive supports in the Seraphine, the Rel, even played Shen actually earlier on. So this is kind of the more quote-unquote meta pick for Lehens. So it feels out of the ordinary, but still a very aggressive one that can be a big playmaker. With Lucian left open here, feels like we are going to see Showmaker get to play this once again. Dominate mid, get mid prio. Going to make Canyon's life a lot easier as well. And for Afreeca Freecs, this is a mid lane that is so contentious now. You have to be really careful about what you're going to pick into Showmaker, because he does often not only get a lead, but snowball that lane.
Well, it's going to be the Syndra here for Fly. That's what his decision is, to try and go up against the Lucian. Just not a lot of great choices, to be perfectly honest, when you're talking about laning against this guy, especially when it's piloted by Showmaker. Showmaker actually using it a lot in solo queue to get himself towards rank 1, which is where he's sitting at the moment. So a very, very scary prospect here for Fly, who's not very good at alleviating pressure in the mid lane generally. So look to see what Dread's going to be able to pick up. But I imagine this jungle pool is going to get absolutely destroyed in the ban phase by Damwon Kia. As Canyon will be able to make as much space as possible,
This might be, there's the Olaf going out. This might be Dread's first, big chance to play something off meta, play something a little bit out there. Something like the Kindred that we've seen coming through a lot. Pantheon is removed, so this is definitely going to be an interesting game with how the jungle bans have come through. See the Gnar ban after this Camille, so top lane doesn't look like it's going to be a big power pick for either of these squads. Aatrox is banned as well, so I think we are going to see a very passive top matchup. Maybe prioritizing the Ornn for Damwon Kia could be another great option.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind actually if Keen decides to go for the Ornn instead, because it's looking very much like Khan will be opting in for a Renekton. Nidalee Renekton's still available, and when it's not banned, you sort of raise your eyebrow, right?
Yeah.
As we'll see where they head towards. Lilia likely to be the ban here, in my opinion. But no, it's going to be Ornn, so they are actually going to read the situation, wanting to make sure that a possible Renekton is as impactful as possible here towards the top side for Damwon.
Well, I think this opens up a pretty easy Lilia pick here with a counter pick jungle, counter pick top, but the Gragas pick does get locked in. It's been a very, very safe top lane historically here in the LCK. So Keen just going to play that one passively, and they're actually going to look for the final pick jungle. And I don't think there's anything crazy with that, but...
Well, I think this creates a really big opportunity for Hecarim to come through for Dread if he'd like to play it. We've been seeing Gragas actually win out the Renekton matchup a lot. I actually think this is a brilliant drafting decision on the side of Afreeca, so points over to Lyra if he was helping out with that one. As Ghost will lock away the very, very obvious Renekton pick. And we'll see where Beryl's going to go. His Maokai's still available, but Rel could be the choice here, as he's hovering it at the moment. Certainly Beryl with a lot of options as far as his champion pool is concerned.
Yeah, they're going to go with the Rel. Certainly can be quite empowering for Renekton, even in team fights with stuns and pulls. Pulling everybody into Renekton as he just does tons of damage as he's focused down, and what will be very likely some starts to the team fights for Afreeca that have to be a little bit front to back. So I think that the Rel pairs well with Renekton for team fights in particular. In lane, could definitely relieve a lot of the pressure you're going to face with the Alistair Samira. And this is what I was saying. I'm telling you, I felt like we were going to see something a little bit off here, a little bit odd.
Damn.
Otherwise, we would have seen it picked earlier, and there's going to be the Lee Sin coming through here for Dread. And it'll be his first of the season. I think it's the second time we'll see it in LCK this season. Definitely allows you to try to isolate a single target. Can be very strong against the Lucian as well, if you have some aggressive rotations there. If Showmaker is overextending, if he's trying to push that mid-prio too deep, Lee Sin can be great against that. You know, punch or kick, I guess it's a kick. In my brain, it's always a punch, but it's technically a kick. Punch him forward with the wolf explanation of the ability, and kind of get him isolated out in the lane.
Yeah, I actually I like the Lee Sin for early picks. It definitely does fit into what we were asking of Afreeca, right? Like, get some more early aggression, and Hecarim, which is what I suggested, which I think probably fits into the comp a little bit better stylistically for if you just look at general League of Legends. But for Afreeca and what they want to do against Damwon Kia right here, I think Lee Sin is actually a fine choice. And also is able to follow up on a lot of the CC. I mean, as far as Lee Sin and Alistair and Gragas, you could basically move an opponent without them having an opportunity to do anything from outside an inhibitor turret to the fountain.
Yeah, basically. I mean, this is the higher tempo play we wanted to see from Afreeca going into the second game, so at least we get that. At least we're able to build a draft, or they're able to build a draft. We get to witness this draft that should be, on paper, able to control the game, the early to mid stages of it, a lot better. I would have personally liked the Hecarim a lot for those later team fights, but we'll see how this pans out, Atlas.
Yeah, very interested to see how this one is going to go. Damwon Kia with basically the draft that they wanted, but Afreeca with a lot of extra tools in the earlier stages, and eyes are going to be on Dread. I mean, man, if they're able to win this game, Dread's going to redeem himself in a lot of people's eyes, in my opinion, because a lot of it does hinge around what he's able to get done in this earlier stage. He's taken the Electrocute as well. He's got his cards face up as far as which portion of the game is really going to attack.
He is certainly going to be looking for very, very early pressure, very early ganks, and can definitely snowball these lanes into the favor of Afreeca Freecs if he's able to get those picks. But as you said, it's very face-up. It's very obvious the kind of style of play Afreeca go with this Lee Sin, and if you just sidestep his Q, sometimes it's like, oh, well, see ya on the next rotation, Dread. So I think a lot of this is going to be very skill-based in terms of how Showmaker and Khan in particular are going to be able to deal with that early pressure. And if it doesn't get a whole lot done, we are still kind of heading towards that mid game where Damwon Kia is like, well, I'm just the better team. Sorry about it.
Yeah, it's going to be a real worry. We'll have to see where Damwon Kia go as far as where their aggression's going to go as well, because they're a very mid-game based composition with what they've got together right now as well. Well, Showmaker's trying to tell us that it's actually early game based on his aggression here in the mid lane. As we'll see how Dread's going to do. I believe Koshik is the one that's played Lee Sin once already this season, and it didn't really work out because the Lee Sin really struggles with like which mythic to pick up. You know, itemization's a little bit more difficult. As we're going to check out Canyon's stats here on the Nidalee. Definitely going to be a formidable foe for what has been a struggling Lee Sin so far in the LCK.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, Nidalee, definitely in terms of win rates right now, in the greatest spot, 4-11 heading into this, but it's Canyon we're talking about here, right?
Yeah.
He's got one of the 4 thus far, so I think, you know, in terms of how the early game goes, too, like, Nidalee's got such good clear time, so if Dread doesn't find anything early, then Nidalee's just going to start getting better items, he's going to start getting a gold lead, he's going to be able to help control wards a lot better, he's just going to be ahead of the curve. So, again, more pressure on the Dread here to shine.
Well, Khan does get a really nice stun there with all of the rage that he had built up. Minions were on his side as well, as Keen's going to boop a bunch of them with his barrel. But you can see this matchup working out quite well for the Gragas. We'll see exactly which direction Keen goes. We've seen a few different builds as far as like whether it's going to be tanky, whether it's going to be more damage. And I think the more tanky route's probably going to suit Keen this game, as Dread looking for a level 3 gank.
Here we go, this is what I was talking about, this level 3 on the Showmaker. Barrel's already here though, Scare of the Week.
Fantastic stun comes through as Beryl just gonna crash down, and Dread's like, dang it, why is there a horse here?
Yeah, really good awareness there from Beryl to prevent that from happening. Level 3 gank is the scariest thing too, as Scare of the Week hits. You know, you can't miss your Q after that. So sidestepping when you're stunned. And really nice stuff. Rel is one of the greatest supports that can help defend that, as Keen will have to flash.
Yep, flash for flash here towards the top side, so not too bad at all. Still, Canyon's going to turn up and get some value.
Showmaker is so comfortable right now. He's going to eat this wave for free. Fly has to back, he's out of mana. And again, if you look at the farm, already 8 CS up Canyon. Despite, you know, going for a roam. It's not like he just didn't do anything and got ahead. He Actually did go for aggressive roam and had that flash freed. And that's the power of Nidalee, and that's why Dread needs to find something in this game where he's just simply going to find himself falling further and further behind.
I also think that Canyon makes good decisions about where to put the power of Nidalee, right? We see a lot of Nidalee's played, and then Nidalee plays around bottom lane for some reason. And when you've got Nidalee Renekton, you actually have to use your Nidalee Renekton. Otherwise, you don't get a lot of that value. And right now, the 2v2 between these guys is going to be very Damwon favored in the earlier stages, especially pre-6. So Dread, once he gets up there, you know they can do a lot of displacing with some casts and some kicks. But, you know, Khan and Canyon, they can just stun up their target unless Keen does some phenomenal buffering with his body slam. And then they just guarantee kills, right? Especially now when there's no flash on the Gragas.
And Rel is definitely, in some of these upcoming Drake fights that we're going to see, in some of the skirmishes around Vision, Rel is so good at kind of being a defensive option against the aggressive, you know, all-ins we're going to see with Dread trying to kick in and, you know, with Lehens trying to headbutt somebody out of position, because Rel can just set up that tether, the attract repel, and stun anyone who tries to make that aggressive play. And then when Lee Sin is stunned out in the middle of nowhere, that's when he has to just dash away, or he's simply going to die, right? So there's no follow-up at that moment for Lee Sin, even if you have an AD shooting at somebody. So Rel is a great defensive support, actually, in this case, where she's often offensive against the composition that Afreeca are running, as we've already seen.
Well, speaking of offense, Showmaker holding on to his relentless pursuit here, and you see Dread, he's like, just get the E, get the E, get the... And it just never happens. And so Showmaker's going to be way too safe as Khan gets Keen into a good position. Canyon lying in wait to exactly the right spot. Body slam now on cooldown, but there's the defensive cask. I love it. Spear going to land, but not enough follow-up here from Canyon, who's still going for it. Over the wall here is now Dread. Finds himself under fire. No help from his top laner, of course, because Keen's health bar is so low. Stun comes down. No, not from Khan just yet. But Dread's still going to be pressured out of his jungle as Fly taking a lot of damage. Gameplay coming through here from Fly. Flash out from Showmaker as the culling. Unfortunately, there's a wall there, Showmaker. So can't actually get that angle effectively as Dread. Yeah, in exactly the right spot. See whether the E's there, and it's not. Just had to wait for the cooldown a little bit too long as the spear is going to miss as well. So first blood going to the Lee Sin. This might be the start that Lee's needed to find himself an advantage here in this game.
Yeah, this is exactly the kind of pick that you really want, right? Especially on the Showmaker, who's got such an oppressive champion in the mid lane to deal with as Fly. And so the second gank is the good one, right? As, you know, Showmaker very, very far overextended there to try to get that pick onto Fly. I don't know if we'll see that part in the replay. We will, in fact. So Fly is very low on mana, and Showmaker is going to go ahead and commit in here. See the gameplay button pressed. The flash comes out and dodges the Scour of the Week, which is actually really nice done by Showmaker. If that connects, then he dies then, and Dread doesn't even get to play a part in this, but it will just go ahead and dash to a ward. Traditional Lee Sin gameplay to get the extra dash, and that's a clean up there. So he gets the early kill. But look at the farm. This is the asterisk, right, to the Lee Sin. This is what we've been talking about in terms of what Nidalee can do when Dread is desperately trying to find plays. He lost out in the top lane, had to back, and he's 30 CS down at the moment. The jungle belongs to Canyon.
Yeah. The jungle often belongs to Canyon. It's just sort of what he does in League of Legends. But this is an astronomical lead. And so, yes, congrats on getting first blood. But if we have a look at the gold, I believe Canyon's going to be a little bit further ahead than his counterpart in the jungle. But, you know, if advantages in lanes can continue to come forward from the Lee Sin, then it's not going to be as much of a glaring problem, right? As Lehens was thinking about getting a bit risky. No one in the area, of course. As I believe Vision will be gathered by Damwon here relatively soon about where he's going to be. There's a lot of Vision pings there towards the top side, so no. Red not going to walk over there or anything like that. He's going to keep himself as hidden as possible.
Yeah, you know, I'd love to see right now a Drake fight, potentially. You know, mid-prio was here for Fly. You know, they could have actually, and in bot as well. They could have tried to start the Drake, force a fight that way. Loses Lee Sin. He's got this very slight advantage with the kill that he has. But instead, he goes for a slow rotation top. Looks to clear out some more vision, and is just unfortunately doing a whole lot of nothing at the moment. With mid and bot pro, you would have thought maybe trying to grab an Infernal Drake could have been the play. He gets nothing. He's just hovering around Showmaker right now. And if the whole, I mean, then you're playing a 4v5 game of League of Legends if you're just going to kind of run around and hope that you can kill Showmaker, but don't get anything else otherwise on the map.
A lot of happy feeding here from Dread, who sees Canyon starting off this Rift Herald, immediately backs away from the blue buff that he was heading towards before and wastes a lot of time happy feeding. Keen, though, finds his way in. There will be a slice for Khan to try and get him out as that Q somehow misses from Dread, and Khan decides that he wants to take the fight. The kickback comes in as now Khan closing the gap onto Fly, who doesn't have a lot of mana left over. Canyon fighting 1 versus 2 isn't really what you want. A Safeguard is going to get the Lee Sin to safety, and now Canyon 1 versus 3. Don't really like those odds, unfortunately, as Fly barely going to survive. As Beryl, can he get the crash down? He does. Lands it onto the Syndra, and so Canyon's going to have his blushes a little bit spared here as the rest of Afreeca heading towards their outer turret, and Khan going to finish off Shelly there and grab that eye for himself.
This is amazing for Damwon Kia. A fight that looked like, okay, maybe finally Dread finds his mark. Finally he's able to come in and get some value after happy feeding, as you call it. I love that term. Around the map a little bit. But then it's a 2v3 fight that Damwon Kia buy enough time in, whereas Showmaker, meanwhile, is making stuff happen mid. You're going to watch that in your mini-map if you want to watch that part of the fight. But 2v3 here, Khan dominance is at the exact right time and actually dashes away from the Gragas, gets tons of damage done to both Keen and Fly. Meanwhile, Lehens is like, I'll help, and he gets cut off right now by a really nice rotation, again, from Beryl, who's so proactive. And Canyon buys tons of time here in the top part of the map for Damwon Kia to push this back. And they have a massive gold lead now. And this is just a trade that's so terrible for Dread, because again, 2 kills don't stack up to now a 30 CS differential that Canyon has at this point. They are going to get the Drake, but it's a small victory, I feel, compared to what else has happened otherwise on the map.
Yeah, this is feeling like, you know, Damwon Kia are just playing around a very strong top side of the map at the moment. You can see a huge CS advantage for Khan, who's finally going to go back. He's even got a Cull that only has 38 more minions to be taken before that one's cashed in. So you might look at his scoreline 0-0-1, but look at that gold, 1,000 ahead of the Gragas. And this isn't something that's talking about the Gragas versus Renekton matchup, right? It's not what this is about. This is the power of Renekton Nidalee actually being utilized in the way that it's supposed to, right? You actually need to use the duo to show them how much power it has. And Damwon Kia is showing us exactly what that is. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that you pointed out, because sometimes, you know, this combo doesn't work out when weaker teams pick it, because it is kind of like one of those... It's like the Aphelios Thresh, it can kind of be a trap, but if you don't execute it well, then why are you picking the duo, right? Even though everyone says it's good, if you don't understand why it's good, then you can't use it. But they are absolutely putting on a clinic as to why this is strong. That 2v3 fight in the river, how much time they bought there for the rotation mid, where Showmaker Cryo is just another example of that. So it looks like it is going to be, once again, another aggressive rotation from Dread to the top lane that gets nothing. And bot plates are going down. As Lehens is just desperately trying to find something on the map. He's like, okay, I'm going to be roaming Alistar. I want to find something. We have to get a tempo advantage. But Afreeca's comp is supposed to get ahead early with this Lee Sin pick, and they're already massively behind before 15 minutes.
And also, Damwon Kia are not biting off more than they can chew, right? They could have been trying to put the screws in there towards the top side. Canyon was prepared for some sort of gank, but they smelt something in the water. The missing pings went down onto this cow, and he could have been there, right? He was there to try and stop any aggression, but instead, they just don't go for it. They back away, they take the advantage on the bottom side of the map, and that's going to be enough for them. So I actually don't think it's too much of a problem losing out on the Drake earlier on, because I don't think Drakes are going to be that relevant in this game.
I agree.
All right, goes.
This is a trade you want.
Yeah, exactly. The Rel coming through a little bit late here as Bang grabs his S rank, and now Beryl, we're going to try and crash through, but he's just going to take 3 damage, and Bang only going to get magnetized at the very end. Oh, Voidseeker going to miss. So no killer instinct opportunity or anything like that. And they grab Ghost's heal for free.
Oh, Fly is in trouble.
Oh no, he's dead, Wolf. It's not in trouble. He was dead as soon as that crocodile started moving forward. Now very dangerous over short distances.
He's going to League of Legends timeout for a little bit. As Dread has been sitting on like 70 CS for a little while here.
Oh, he might be sitting on dead pretty soon, as Safeguard is there. And yeah, Showmaker, you're a world champion. We know.
But he just, during all of this, he rotated towards top where actually Khan had priority, so he was like, well, I can't do anything there. They rotated back to mid. He's just been kind of all over the place. Happy feeding, as you said, with his Lee Sin, because he can't out-farm Nidalee. A lot of the jungle is taken away from him, so there's not much to farm, and at least in the era of this game, the timing where it was going to be powerful is over. We've passed it now. And even though he's 2-0, he hasn't done enough, and he hasn't helped control the lanes.
This is sick from Keen, though. Khan takes 2 turret shots that he couldn't afford to take. Fat Flash follow from Keen, and he puts the barrel down. That was beautiful. Absolutely perfect out from Keen right there.
Yeah, that's the kind of Keen we've been waiting for. Feels like it's been a little while since we've seen Keen dominance. And with a team that is struggling in a lot of these games, sometimes that's how it looks. But in the solo game, he's playing top by himself. He ends up making a fantastic play as we're going to watch the death of a Syndra. Showmaker teleports in, Khan double dash into the stun. Showmaker just right-clicks on top of him. I don't think that one's making them the Mad movie for next week, you know?
I don't think
this
so
one might, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably one of the best, like, 1v1 plays we've seen out of a player in a really long time. Look at that boot back, the body slam to make sure that Khan takes as many turret shots as possible, and then he nails the most difficult flash in the game. I love it. Absolutely. Maybe not the most difficult. I think it could be one of the bottom side. But I'm going to have to hold that thought here as well. In a whole host of trouble. Going to be taken down very early. It's Ghost. Not sure what that was about, mate. There are 4 people there.
Yeah, we'll have to check the replay on that one as Khan's looking for revenge here in the top lane. It looks like just based on his movement. I think Keen will be fine. You'll have to see the replay as to what led to that. But at the same time, Showmaker gets mid-turret. Khan really wants to force the issue here. Yeah, it almost feels personal at this point. The Showmaker's rotating up. I think Keen could be in some trouble here.
Yeah, Khan looking to try and chase after him, but yeah, Barrel with the slow, going to be absolutely fine, and Khan just going to utilize the extra pressure given from Showmaker to clear up this minion wave before it even gets to meet the other one. Lehen's in position now, as we have Portly Gentleman and Cow up towards the top side. But look at all the vision from Damwon. They're not going to be surprised by any sort of movement over from Lehen's, nor are they going to be surprised about Afreeca going for a Cloud Drake here as Damwon Kia moving towards Dread, but there is certainly something lying in wait here as unfortunately Beryl out of position yet again. Able to create some distance, but Bang's going to be able to grab that kill. And the Samira starting to get online, 2-0 on 1 now. And Damwon Kia feeling the brunt of what was some pretty poor plays there made towards the bottom side. As Keen looking to try and punish Ghost yet again. 5 people down here. The flash comes through. Mini stun against the wall there as Ghost gonna get dove and destroyed. Keen is, I don't know, on another level on this Gragas play right now, but they're still not able to grab this Drake, and it's gonna be another Mountain Soul this game.
Yeah, it feels like they're really snatching back tempo control of this game, which feels so difficult to do with the composition they're running. Interestingly, and we very rarely see this, it's actually Gale Force that Bang is building here, which allows him so much more mobility, allows him to try to take these tempo advantage fights into not a flash trade or a, oh, they had to retreat, but actually into a, I'm going to commit onto him, I'm going to actually cloud burst forward and get the kill. As we saw in that last fight, he's got that extra mobility on top of his already existing dash. So he's not actually looking for big team fights with his ultimate. I mean, sure, that's going to be something that we see later on regardless, but he actually wants instead actually to be more mobile, to get these picks in skirmishes, which is what the comp really relies on. So I actually appreciate that pick in terms of the itemization here on the Samira. And yeah, I think you're okay.
So many dashes.
Yeah, I think you're okay giving this Drake away, the Cloud Drake versus getting another pick and trying to control more of the map. I think you're pretty happy with that one. This is going to be Canyons. Jumped on. Oh man, so sick. That's the Lee Sin you're looking for.
Yeah, so I might have been a little bit mean to Ghost. He wasn't actually allowed to play League of Legends with that particular play, as Samira being able to hold him in place was just so scary. We're gonna have to hold that thought as well, as Bang is trying to get that really big S, but he's just gonna have to do that from the Death Chamber, I believe. Unfortunately, stuck in the wrong spot. There's Showmaker gonna flash. And Fly moves pretty fast. Showmaker is underneath the turret, and that was a slight overextension there for the Damwon Kia mid laner.
Well, a little bit of a humanoid there.
Dear. Yeah, bottom side also not being so good for Ghost, who is, yeah, he's named correctly for where he's been spending a lot of time this game.
These are mistakes that you just don't want to see out of a World Championship team. This is almost like chasing Reddit highlights, as Khan is also going to find himself in a really nasty spot. Lehen's with a headbutt back. Fly wants this.
Yep, doesn't have his ultimate available just yet, as the dash is actually interrupted quite nicely there by Fly, as Lehens, not a lot of mana. Doesn't have his ulti either, as Teleport's going to come in. Showmaker looking to try and answer, getting some instant revenge, but like you say, Bang's going to turn up in the nick of time, and Afreeca going to chase them out. Scatter the weak. Now on cooldown, Showmaker may be taking that as an opportunity, but he doesn't have the culling, so can't really chase them down, so it will be a stalemate in the end.
These are the moments I've noticed in my time in esports, outside of League of Legends, of course, where you start to see a team looking for more, chasing more than just World Championship, right? Where I think we're going to watch the Showmaker replay again. Oh no, we're going to watch this instead. But we could talk about that Showmaker replay instead, as we all know what happens here. Bang gets stunned. The fact that we're seeing plays like this from Showmaker, not only in this series, but in the Fredit Brion series as well, where he's just trying to... It's like, what are you trying to prove? You're already considered the most famous mid laner right now, you know, next to Faker in terms of success, right? Like, yeah, you're looking for a kill here, but what? You already got his flash, like, just walk away. Like, what are you trying to prove here? You know, you're already a world champion. Like, you're already on the best team in Korea. Like, I mean, that's not what you want to see out of a world championship player. I mean, it's a mistake, and it's an overextension, but it's greed, and it's also just, I don't know, chasing fame. That was a weird mistake there.
It's unnecessary is what it is. It's now Showmaker going to get Blade Whirled on, as Bang's going to deny a lot of that culling damage, even landing that Q, but Fly turning up here should make things once again very tough for Showmaker. Great scatter the weak as the gameplay comes in, and Bang has actually hand-delivered the kill as the ulti's not quite enough damage. So very nice as Showmaker once again stepping a little bit too far forward. Shirley going to take a bit of a walk here towards the inner turret, and Canyon going to miss that spear. Kane is happily able to poke her in the eye, but he's going to miss his barrel, and that might mean that he's going to fall down. That was just amazing. Out of lands actually broke my brain for a little bit. The pulverize just beautiful, but just not enough. Unfortunately, and someone here are going to take it. I apologize, everyone. Pulverize just evaded me. Couldn't quite remember what it was called.
There's a lot of abilities, you know?
Yeah, I guess. But, you know, Alistair also a very new champion, so you can understand why I'd forget it, you know.
Well, you know.
In the game for very long. As the inhibitor turret's going to go down, and it looks like Damwon Kia are going to go for the inhibitor as well.
You got to make room for all those Aphelios abilities, or, you know, try to ignore Samira's ult name and some of her abilities because they're not that creative, you know, but eventually your play-by-play commentary knows like everything. Probably one of the best in the world at that. So there's a lot in your brain, you know.
Yeah, I just proved it by forgetting Pulverize, one of the earliest abilities to ever be coined.
Hey, but that means it's a long time ago you learned that, right?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, it's a niche pick in the Alice nosebleed. Fine. As this Mountain Drake should easily be taken by the Afreeca Freecs. They trade it for an inhibitor, but this is where we need to start talking about the possibility of a freeze, as we're not. We're just going to go to the replay instead, so I'll hold that thought.
Yeah, this is going to be, you know, Atlas forgetting what Pulverize is called. I almost forgot it there myself. Kind of attached to me. Just doubles it up there, try to save him, but unfortunately not able to.
It was a very sexy Pulverize.
It was, but
it meant nothing, but it was very nice.
You know, it feels like this is a game where, you know, we talked about how Afreeca need to get the tempo lead, they need to get Lee Sin ahead, they need to be aggressive on the map. And it feels like even though Damwon are 4,300 gold ahead and did get that inhibitor and are, you know, leading the charge in terms of map control at the moment, feels like Damwon Kia got ahead and then started to give tempo back to Afreeca with some really crazy overextensions. So, kind of the game going the opposite way as it's supposed to, but they have calmed down a little bit. They've got full control over this Baron pit. They're going to try to push something here in the mid lane with that Rel, Attract, Repel. Why does that rhyme? That's terrible. Who named this?
No, I liked it. Attract, Repel. Nailed it. Just do both of them at the same time. You'll be fine. 5,000 gold is approximately the lead, but I don't know whether it's quite enough. As Damwon Kia, I think part of the reason why they're playing so aggressively is that they know that they want to win this game earlier. Kane is going to become pretty unkillable as this game goes on. He's going to get stunned up here, and we'll see how durable he is. Yep, takes a drink, walks away, and he's absolutely fine. Not even going to go down below 2/3 health. Is the spear going to hit Lehens? That one hurts.
Afreeca are desperate for vision here, and they know that Damwon Kia is just trying to force a fight, which is why they're being so timid. And Bang is slowly helping to clear these wards away. And it's a slow Baron clear with only Ghost Cannon and Showmaker on it, so Afreeca are going to fight their way in here, but it might be too late.
Yeah, Beryl going to dive on forward, but he's smacked back immediately. The Baron's also going down while this is all being said as Bang caught in the Magnet Storm, and the Baron's now going to be given away. Beryl very, very low, but Hands also has to get himself out as that's a great kick. And that's going to secure the kill onto Canyon. The Rel being brought back into the fight as well as Keen finds the target he's looking for. Ghost, Khan, and Showmaker now against the world. They have a lot of damage, but now it's Khan that's being caught by himself. The rest of Afreeca on the approach, and they've lost no one in this battle. Khan, I mean, he's very durable at this point in the game, but unfortunately can't do anything in the face of 5 people. Yeah. And Damwon Kira feeling their composition just fall away in front of their eyes.
Yeah, it feels like it, and that was such a patient handling of the situation for Afreeca Freecs. I mean, the Baron was under fire. They knew it was going to be a slow take. They were slowly pushing towards, and they fought their way in very carefully towards the Damwon Kia that was unfortunately a little bit indecisive as to how they were going to rotate over to deal with it. Showmaker is here, but he alone denying this, even with low hit point bars. Pretty unrealistic barrels here as well now.
The Baron's doing a lot of work as Lahens gets over the wall, I believe, with a Hex Splash, as now the stun comes down, but Lahens is just going to die. Flash out from Showmaker, Ardent Blaze comes in, and Ghost looking to try and tidy this one up. It was an optimistic Baron, and they were punished for it, as now Canyon's chasing after Dread. Safeguard might be able to help him, but Khan has said no to any of this. He just wants to win the game. Yeah. The back is going to come through. It's Keen against the world, which is kind of what this game has felt like. And Damwon Kia went from throwing to winning about as quickly as you possibly can. Nexus turret number 2 goes down, and this game, ladies and gentlemen, is over at 25.5 minutes. It's 8,000 in the lead as Damwon Kia. It felt so much like Afreeca might have been able to find themselves back into the game. It was Dread's first death, but still, they were too far behind, and Damwon Kia are going to make it a 2-0.
Flashes of brilliance from Damwon in these 2 games, but a lot closer, I think, than most people would have expected, even after the Fredit Brion loss. And even though they cleaned it up in the end with a very nice Baron retake, and obviously Khan kind of winning the game on his own, and it looked flashy at times. It looked cool to see them be able to basically win 2 objectives at the same time when Afreeca earned a Baron back, but then went to it too aggressively. The Baron they took away. This is a series again for Damwon Kia where, you know, game 1 a little bit close for comfort. Game 2, definitely some moments of what are you trying to prove. I mean, this game number 2 was making a statement, as if they wanted the fans to remember who they are. They are world champions. They are some of the most mechanically gifted players that you'll ever see in League of Legends, all 5 of them. But you've got to be careful about being flashy and making aggressive plays like that against even a team like Afreeca, because they traded back way more kills than they should have been able to.
Yeah, they did. It didn't matter in the end almost at all. Taking the inhibitor as well actually turned into a fantastic thing. Can sometimes be a trap, right? Because you lose an entire wave of minions, but if the tempo of the game stays extraordinarily high, which, to Damwon's credit, despite the fact that they were taking trades that maybe they shouldn't have, they kept the tempo extraordinarily fast that game, and so that wave of super minions could just be rode by the Renekton in order to get themselves a victory. And I think that, you know, throwing at Baron, that's something that a lot of teams have done in the past. And it's something that unfortunately Afreeca are going to join them on. That Baron was definitely very optimistic, and they didn't have to go for that. But the game was moving so fast, they felt that they had to, right? But I just don't think they did.
Showmaker just comes in and one-shots the Alistair, who's already at low health. He has the teleport, and I think that's something they just didn't account for. He comes over and starts doing some extra damage, and then they're a little bit indecisive on the Baron. The call is a hard one to make, right? Because if you don't take the Baron, you just want a great fight, you push them off Baron. Otherwise, you're just clearing lanes, and you don't have any follow-up after that, and suddenly you let Damwon Kia go back to 5, and then it feels like you're fighting a Baron fight on their terms again. So they make a risky call, but it was definitely the wrong one, as we could see in hindsight. But yeah, you say it doesn't matter that Afreeca took some kills back, Damwon Kia playing with their food a little bit, but to me, I think it's a kind of a warning sign. It might be like a symptom of what we might see in coming weeks against tougher opponents, maybe later on in playoffs, if Damwon Kia are trying to play to prove something rather than playing to win a 2-0 series and move on. I'm a little bit worried about it. You know, I've seen this trend before. We talk about hangover seasons and teams just kind of messing around after the world champions, and I think, Afreeca, what an easy series that we're gonna have. Oh, Fredit, Brion, what an easy series. Well, that didn't turn out to be the case. We'll see how they go as the next few matches come for them in the coming days, and their match against Gen G next week is definitely one people are excited about. But I am worried about how they play it out.
Yeah, I think we have some highlights to show you guys as well. We're not quite going to be able to talk over them because it's going to be a little bit out of sync with what we're seeing on our screens, but make sure you pay attention to what Keen was able to get done against Khan in that one moment. I think if you're an Afreeca fan, that's what you need to take away, is that Keen is looking absolutely fantastic despite the result of this game and some of the decision-making made by Afreeca, because I felt like if they had have just tried to slow this one down, it could have potentially worked out better, but unfortunately just wasn't going to be the case, and just couldn't really get themselves online when it came to wrestling some control back of the map.
Yeah, you know, Afreeca had this comp that needed to find very, very early edges that just simply did not happen. I feel like the early edges that they were looking for, they got 2 kills on the Lee Sin, and then that was all they were really able to do early on. And then, you know, Nidalee was roaming around the map, taking all the farms. Red was happy being. I'm just going to keep saying that because I think it's the best way to describe what's happening.
It's an old official goodie.
Yeah. And, you know, after that happens, after you get into that situation as Afreeca, the game feels like it's hard to wrestle back. Damwon gave them a few freebies, but I think the lead was just too much.
Yeah, no, I agree. Unfortunately, a little bit too far behind. However, this fight was still great for Afreeca. I think they played it out very well. They just made the unfortunate decision of trying to roll the dice on being able to take that Baron when they maybe didn't have to, right? I mean, look, you can see the state of their bottom lane. It's in absolute shambles as they're taking this fight. Meanwhile, there are super creeps just knocking on their front door.
Yeah. Khan is just like, well, gonna win the game over there on the other side. As you see this fight, which was actually really well played by Afreeca. They played this so patiently. You love to see a team not panic around Baron, especially a team like Afreeca who hasn't really had a lot of issues in the late game. I've just seen on Twitter a lot of people are saying, the Korean commentators are saying that Afreeca's 25-minute throw team, because after 25 minutes they just end up falling behind and throwing the game. But this is one of those moments where it feels like Baron is doable. I mean, it's down to 4,000 health, but look at Lehens. He's on the edge. Showmaker's just like, okay, goodbye. And the Baron just did too much damage here. Everything gets cleaned up, Ghost arrives. That's the end of it. Khan just teleports to end the game mid-fight. And
they just went fast enough, right? Like, their calculation just wasn't correct on whether or not they could take it. As we're going to see the post-match after that, so much damage done by Keen, the most in the game, which is extraordinarily impressive for this guy on a full tank Gragas. He did more than anybody else by a large margin. I think everyone can attest to that.
I'm always excited.
Unfortunately, the lethality Lee Sin didn't work. It was a bit of a shame, but ladies and gentlemen, let's head over to the analyst desk to get their thoughts on the Damwon 2-0.
담원기아가 2대0 승리로 명예회복에 성공했습니다.
was able to
2연패
save
수렁에
their
빠지고
pride
말았는데요.
with this
이번에는
win up
브레드
against
선수가
Afreeca
눈먼 수도승
And this
리신을
time around,
불러놨어요.
Afreeca
그렇죠. 오늘
Freecs
좀
walked
약간 또
in.
신기한 픽이 나왔죠. 이게
Listen, another new
리신이 그전에도
champion
이제 표식
coming in.
선수가 한번
Well,
보여주긴
Music
했지만
already
좋은
played it in
모습이
the
나오지
LCK,
않았고
but
챔피언
he
자체가
wasn't able
나오기엔
to
너무 이르지
find
않나라는
a
생각이
huge
살짝 들고
success.
또
And
이게
we think that this is
담원기아
not the
같은
right
경우에 카이사가
timing
먼저
for Lee
뽑아놓고
Sin to pop
서포터를
off.
내렸고 이제 아프리카 프릭스 같은 경우는 바텀 듀를
Damwon
둘다
this time
뽑았지만
around, they
투자한 거에
locked in
비해서
support
바텀
in the
주도권이
very
별로
last
없었거든요.
time
또
of the
이제
pick and ban.
담원기아는 니달리기
And
때문에
Afreeca
바텀 위치를
Freecs was able to
해줬는데
complete
이제 주도권을 또 잡으면서
Severe
미드까지 그 베리
Alistar
선수의
in the
원래
very
정면
early
특허인
phase.
2렙 로밍을 또 보여주면서 담원기아가
And
정말
Dread
픽밴도 잘했고
was
그런
playing
플레이를
really
잘해준 것
well
같습니다.
on this Lee Sin as well, but we want to also praise the Damwon was able to find a really nice comp in game number 2.
안 하는 팀은 또
And it's really odd to see a team that does not ban out
Renekton when they already locked, when the opponents already locked in Italy. Renekton always just get to have the lane priority, so there is a CS differential, and also then it all leads to the Herald fight and everything. So Renekton was the key part on the side of Damwon Kia. We can say Damwon Kia had the edge over Afreeca during the pick and bans. Now take a look at the highlights. Damwon Kia was able to summon the Kings, Top King, Jungle Kill, and the Mid King for the Herald fight. So let's take a look. Renekton definitely has the priority, whereas Syndra for Afreeca had priority down in the mid lane. And watch Kian, he just gives up the minion wave and rotates onto the Herald. So Afreeca was able to outnumber the opponents for this Herald fight. So usually, if you're down in number, the team just runs away, but Afreeca Freecs was feeling a little bit awkward to see Damwon Kia diving onto them. So with this confidence play, they were able to actually finish this Herald. And in addition to that, Showmaker and Beryl was able to get a very early kill onto Alistar as well, the way to roam for the Herald fight. When we were watching this game, well, we thought that Showmaker would also roam up to the Herald, but it was really interesting to see him grouping up with Rel in order to catch that Alistar on the way up to Herald. However, Afreeca Freecs played this game really well, especially with Bang making some outplays. Damwon Kia knew Gragas did not have teleport, so they were forcing this Baron, but they did not have enough damage, and watch Saria going in, absorbing so much aggro, and also she was able to neutralize so many skills. She fought so many times for her teammates. Afreeca was able to re-engage this fight. So they had this agenda to pull off the team fight up against Damwon Kia. Bang was really good at juggling the aggro, and Afreeca won this team fight. And they were able to lock down the kill onto Renekton, but Khan at the same time was able to, draw the opponents to the opposite side of the Baron. So Damwon Kia, rest of the Damwon Kia players were able to join this fight once again after the revival with teleport. So this was a very risky Baron try for Afreeca Freecs, and it did not work well. So Damwon Kia was able to finish this game. Afreeca Freecs looks so controlled before that last Baron call. So if they held on to this maybe Baron try, they could have won the game. Once again, we saw a huge potential coming out from Afreeca Freecs. So if they manage to tidy up their decision making, they might be able to stacking up some more wins here in the LCK Spring Split. And the POG of game number 2 will be Khan on Renekton. Warren and Renekton, Khan was piloting those champions really well. And also, he played the role supporting his teammates on those two champions. He always had this lane priority, so he was able to get vision, he was able to roam to other lanes, so he was able to spread his control all over the map. And this highlights, usually when top laners get the Herald in their pocket, they just use the Herald's Eye on their lane. But Khan, this time around, he was roaming up to the mid lane and he was giving the turret gold over to Lucian. And also we saw why Renekton and Nidalee are the classic duos coming out. So Renekton and Nidalee were sharing votes for the POG, but Khan locks down the POG votes here as well. Now it's time to hear from the POGs on the side of Damwon Kia, Khan and Showmaker. Congratulations on your win. Thank you. A very valuable victory added to your pocket after losing that game up against Bro last time. How are you feeling, guys?
경기력은 좋지 않았는데
Our
그래도
performance was
대형으로
not good,
이어서
but somehow we were able to get
다행인
this
것
2-0 win, so it's a big relief for
그리고
us.
칸 선수도 소감 들어볼게요.
And Khan, would you like to add on to that?
일단 2대 0으로 이겨서 다행이라고 생각은
Well,
하지만
it's a big
일단 이
relief
정도
that we got
경기력이라면은
2-0, but
앞으로
with this
가는 길이
performance, I
살짝
think
힘들 것
we
같아서
will
좀
be
더
able
많이
to
노력해야 될 것 같다는
have a
생각이
very
많이
hard
들었고
time in the upcoming
이제
series.
남은
I think we have
경기들
to
다
work
좋게
really hard,
준비해서
so we will
잘
prepare to come back with
결과가 나올 수
stronger
있도록
performance
노력하겠습니다.
in the upcoming matches.
사실 직전 경기에 충격이 좀
In the
컸을 것
prior
같고
match,
출혈도
yeah,
있었을
losing
것
to
같습니다.
a
직전
bro
경기
was a huge
이후에
shock for you
솔로
guys,
랭크
right?
연습이 눈에 띄게
And we
줄었다는
saw
제보가 있었어요.
that Tom and Kia,
아무래도
actually the players
개인적인
showed a
플레이보다는
decrease in the
팀적인
number of
피드백에
the solo queue
집중했던 것
games
같은데
that you
어떤 피드백이
played.
오갔는지
So I guess
들어볼
you
수
guys
있을까요?
focused on the
쇼메이커
team
선수?
play, right? What kind of feedback went back and forth?
일단 피드백 내용은 자세하게
We don't want to
말씀드리기는
go
어렵고
too
그냥 여러
deep
부분에서
about our
문제가 많이
feedbacks.
터져가지고
We had a lot of issues going on,
하나하나 다 고쳐나가려고
so we
노력하고
are
있는
on
것
our
같아요.
process to get rid
그런
of those.
문제들을 해결하는
그렇죠.
시간이 또 오늘의 승리를 만들어냈던 것 같습니다.
그리고 이제 칸 선수한테 이제 질문을
Question over to
드리자면
Khan.
1경기 때 정말 좋은 모습을 많이
You are doing a
보여주셨고
lot
또
of
이제
work on Ornn in
뭐
game 1.
아래쪽에서 그레이브즈랑
and
쓰레쉬가 용전에 뭐
Graves
잘리는
and
모습 등
Thresh
이런
got
모습이
caught
좀
out
잘
around the
나왔었는데
Drake, but you guys were able
게임을
to
어떻게
still push the
풀어나가고자
momentum
했는지
forward.
그게 좀
So how
궁금합니다.
were you guys able to cope with the whole situation?
일단 우리 팀이 실수 한 것만큼 적 팀에서도
Well,
실수가 안 나오는 게
We
아니기
didn't
때문에
make mistakes, but at the same
좀
time,
천천히
Afreeca
하면서
also made
기회를
mistakes. So we
잡자적으로
wanted to
얘기를
go
많이
slow.
했던
We
것
wanted
같아요.
to grab
그리고 이제
our
1경기 같은
opportunities.
경우에는 이겼지만은 어쨌든
In game
그
number
게임
one,
내에서 안 굴러갔던
even though we
부분이나
won,
저희
there were
쪽에서
some points where we
일어났던
were not
실수
able
쪽에
to
대해서도 피드백이 빨리
snowball
됐기 때문에
faster, and we made a lot of
더
mistakes.
잘해보자
So we
얘기를
wanted
했던 것
to
같아요.
perform better in game 2.
네, 그럼 쇼메이커 선수 그
And
신드라의 좀
Showmaker.
권위자 같은 플레이
You are one of the masters of
라인전이요, 라인전.
Syndra, especially
CS
you are
되게-
so
되게
talented during the laning
라인전
phase, and
되게
also
잘해-
you also do
잘하셨는데요.
a massive
현재
damage
미드
through
3대장이 신드라
team fights as well. And the most commonly picked champions in the mid lanes are Orianna, Syndra, and Zoe. So what do you think about that tier list?
센 타이밍이랑
Every different champion has a different
장점, 단점
timing,
이런 게 다
different
달라서
power spikes, different strength.
그냥
So I think
많은 미드라이너들이
a lot of
본인들이
mid-laners
자신 있어 하는
will
픽을 하는 것 같아요.
prefer
그중에서.
to just lock in the champions that they
알겠습니다.
prefer,
그렇다면
and also they feel
2세트에는
confident
루시안을
in.
선택했잖아요.
And you
자신감
blind
얘기를
picked Lucian
해주셨는데
in
상대가
game
어떤
2.
챔피언을
Speaking of the
꺼내든 이길 자신이
confidence,
있으셨나요?
are you confident that you're gonna just win whoever's gonna lane you?
네, 그냥 루시아는 되게
Yeah, Lucian
좀 초중반에 센
is really
픽이어서
strong in early and mid game,
주도권을 중요시해가지고
and I always kind of
픽상에서
think
그렇게 했던 것
the
같아요.
laning priority is really important.
쇼메이커
So I
선수가
just went
신드라도
with the
잘하고
Lucian
오늘도
blind pick.
루시안으로 좋은 모습 보여줬는데 LCK 상대 전적은 0대 5로
So,
루시안이 훨씬
Lucian is
압도적이거든요.
way
이
ahead of
구도에
Syndra in
대해서는
terms of
어떻게 생각하세요?
LCK match history.
근데 오늘 루시안 대 신드라는
Lucian versus Syndra matchup, I think
조금 더 신드라가
I think
할만하다고 생각하고
Syndra is actually
루시안도
winnable
근데
because
후반에는 더 세기 때문에
but at the same
루시안이
time,
잘하면
Lucian is really strong in the early phase. So I think it all comes down how they kind of pilot the champions.
얘기해주신 것 같습니다.
그리고 이제 칸 선수한테 질문을 드리자면
칸.
혹시 이 경기에 그
In
전령을
game
미드에
2,
푸신
you
거
got the
기억하시나요?
Herald's Eye, right?
아, 네.
Remember that?
그게 탑이 아닌 미드로
So, and you
푸는
actually
장면을
use it
봤는데
for
그게
the
혹시
mid lane.
어떤 생각이었는지 아니면 혹시
What
뭐
was the
칸 선수가
plan
아 이건 미드를
in
키워줘야겠다
that
하고
macro
이제 푸신 건지
decision?
그게 좀
Did
궁금합니다.
you want to funnel some gold over to the mid laner?
일단 탑에서 계속 라인 선푸시도 되고 주도권도 있고
I had
이제 전력도 들고
priority in the top
있어서
lane. I
기회를
had
보면서 탑에다가
the
깔고
late wave
좀 더
shoving in,
이득을 보려고
so
했는데
I had
이제
Herald in my
알리스타
pocket, so
무빙이라든지
we
리신
wanted to
무빙이라든지 이제
accelerate
그런 게
accelerate
종합적으로 정보가
the
많이
snowball.
들어왔었거든요. 탑 쪽에
And we
쏠린다는
had
게.
a lot of
그래서
information
그냥
that
타이밍 잡고 탑
the
쪽에
opponents are
쓰는
playing
것보다는
around the
그냥
top side, so I
이제
wanted
탑
to
쪽에
roam
상대방
down to the
시선들이
mid lane
쏠렸을 때
because
그쪽으로
I knew they were
우회해서
investing a
쓰는 게 더
lot
나을
of
것 같다고
resources over to the
판단되어서
top lane,
쓰도록
so I moved down to the mid lane and used the Herald
확실히 뭔가
in the mid
저희가
lane.
봤을 때랑 그런 이제 게임
네.
플레이하는 입장에서 뭔가 좀 많이
다만
생각을 한 것
Kia,
같아요.
they had
그러면 이제
some solid
난타전이
plan
되게 많이
for their
펼쳐졌어요,
macro,
이 경기 때.
but game 2,
좀
there were a
흐름을
lot of
가져오는 순간은
fights
좀
and the
언제나
game was
보시나요?
really close. So when was the moment that you were sure that you're gonna just close out the game?
일단 중간까지만 해도 이제 계속 리달리하고
Up
리신
until
정글링
the
속도가
mid game,
차이가 많이 나기
because
때문에
Nidalee can
2레벨
out
차이가
jungle
벌어져서
Lee Sin,
이제
so we
기분
had 2-level
좋게
difference
가고
in the
있었는데
junglers
어쨌든
between the
리신이
junglers.
킬을
So
먹고
we
상대방
were
쪽에서
feeling
주도권을
okay,
많이
but after
가져오는
Lee Sin got a
장면들이
lot
있었어요.
of
이제
kills
그래가지고
and they
게임
got the
끝나기
priority,
직전까지도
so
되게
we we weren't really sure whether we are in a huge lead But in the last minute, we were able to stop their Baron. We were able to win the game. So we were feeling kind of like we were actually getting donated a win. Not that we were performing well. We were just able to luckily get this win. So about the Baron try, what kind of comms went back and forth when you guys saw Afreeca was trying to go for the Baron? We wanted to kind of let them take the Baron, and we wanted to take the inner turret of Afreeca. But after we actually blocked Gragas coming in, we were able to realize that we can really resist this Baron try. You'll be facing up against Genji in your next match, and that's gonna decide the first place, right?
최근에
Recently,
많이 경기력이 안 좋아갖고
we are having a bit of a slump,
스스로도 좀 기복이 너무 심한 것
and
같아서
I also can tell that I'm having a huge up and down right now. So I'm trying my best to play consistently.
네, 그냥 그래서
And
더 열심히
yeah,
할 테니까
I will
많이
work hard.
응원해주시면
So
감사할
keep
것 같아요.
supporting us. Thank you.
선수도 가고 들어볼게요.
Khan.
일단 아직까지도 제 자신한테
think
일단 부족한 점이 많이 보이기
I
때문에
can
오늘
see
경기
that I have a
2대0으로
huge room to
이겼지만서도
improve.
이제 한편으로는
I
이제
still have a
제
lot
자신의
way to
부족한
go.
점이 많이 보였기
So even
때문에
though this was a
굉장히
2-0
아쉬웠고요. 이제
victory, I
다음
think
경기에서는 그
we
아쉬운
were
점을
making a lot of
보완을
mistakes.
잘해서
So we
지금
will do our
한국에서
best to get
제일
rid of those
잘한다고
mistakes.
생각하는 나스카
Get rid of the bumps
잘
of the
붙어보고
road, and I
싶어요.
think Rascal is a very
어쨌든
talented player,
남은
so I
기간
want to
동안 잘
perform well
준비해서
against him.
좋은 결과
So,
만들어낼 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
Yeah, up until the Genji series, we will do our best to prepare and practice for that match. So this will be the end of the interview with Showmaker Khan from Tamakia, and back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, as per usual, for the interview translation. It was absolutely wonderful, as per usual. I don't know why I had to say that one twice, but it was a Damwon series that I think they acknowledged themselves wasn't necessarily the cleanest, and so I very much appreciate what they were saying there in the interview.
Yeah, very humble as well, and I really appreciate Khan saying at the end there, kind of like, hey, I want to have a great game against Rascal. I want to be at my best form, so we have the best game possible. That's a pretty honorable thing to say, and you know, even though Damwon Kia slumped in their last series, and they do take a rocky 2-0 here in our, the series we just watched, they do fight for first place. They still have an incredible, lead in terms of points, 3-1 with +3. So that match will very likely decide first place, at least for next week.
Yeah, exactly right. I don't think it's too much of a blemish, that 0-2 loss to Bro. Just unfortunately, it was not exactly what they were looking for. And speaking of Bro, they're going to be in our next match, taking on Nongshim. RedForce, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, our second series of the night. Go grab yourself a drink, something to eat, something like that. We'll see you back in about 30 minutes.
you.
Welcome back, late 21. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Wolf, and now it is time for Bro versus Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah.
This matchup is an interesting one now, Wolf.
It certainly is. I mean, this is a matchup that, you know, otherwise, again, just like our previous matchup on paper, looks like a bit of a one-sided flop. But fortunately for us, Fredit Brion had a really cool upset win against Damwon Kia. And now the question is, can they continue the momentum? Can they actually take that 2-0 lead and then push that into defeating another tough matchup here in Nongshim RedForce? There's a lot of questions about how consistent Fredit Brion can be, right? After that last win where they played out of their minds, they played better than they ever have before. Will they be able to keep that form up, or will they slip back to bad habits? That's what we're looking to find out here in this second match of the night.
Yeah, exactly. Nongshim RedForce, they lost 0-2 to Damwon Kia, and Fredit Brion just managed to get the 2-0. So I guess
property.
You base it on that, and it's obvious who's going to be able to take this one. Fredit Brion, obviously one of the best teams in the league.
Yeah.
Not sure whether you're allowed to actually say that, but this is the world that we're living in. They are coming off a 2-0 victory up against, in everyone's mind, the best team in the world at the moment. So it's a very, very strange situation that we find themselves in. Damwon Kia certainly not looking fantastic in our previous match, though, up against Afreeca. It was a 2-0, right? And they did win their second game in 25 minutes, but it was not clean, not like the Damwon that we expect. So I wonder whether that's going to seep over into this matchup, where Nongshim RedForce can really try and take the bull by the horns and grab themselves a win here, because they've also been faltering.
Certainly. Taking a look at our and talking about our points of the match, I think the big story here is, you know, we've already talked about the win over Damwon Kia, but we talk about inconsistency for Fredit Brion. Umti and Lava are definitely the picturesque form of inconsistency, which is something you don't usually say, but I feel like Umti and Lava both have really high highs and very low lows. And Lava, you know, even playing the Corki, definitely stepping out of the meta for a moment. Umti having a really, really rough start to the season, but phenomenal play against Damwon Kia. Taking a look at these two teams' stats, you can see that goal difference at 10.
Not great.
Yeah, not great for both of them. Fredit Brion, you know, their gold lead that they had over Damwon Kia was very minuscule. So part of the fact that they're negative 348 comes from the fact that they went 0-4 before that match. And then at 10 minutes against Damwon Kia, they were very slightly ahead, or very slightly behind. Both of those games started off so even. But for Nongshim RedForce at this stage of the tournament, I think you'd expect a lot better from Kespa Cup finalists.
Yeah, and we were talking about teams that don't believe in dragons. Fredit Brion don't believe in shellfish. They just don't think that they exist, and they just don't take them. That Herald percentage is not one that we would expect. There have only been a few games so far this season, so I guess sample size could be higher, but still, it's not exactly what you want from your squad. We're going to bring them up onto your screen, though. Hoya, Umti, Lava, Henna, and Delight. Delight looking good on the Alistair, not able to get a win on anything else, however. And you mentioned that Lava and Umti definitely are coin flippy players. That is absolutely true. But I think Hoya has the roughest time here, because Rich is depended on by Nongshim RedForce to get their victories, and Hoya's going to have to stand up against him.
Yeah, we might have to see some drafts around the top 2v2 for Fredit Brion to find success here. Is both of these teams don't run subs, they don't trade out players, they have one stock standard roster that you're going to see every single series. We've taken a look now at both of them. Bay has had a really rough start to the LCK. Even in victories, you can see he's often very disappointed in his play. And that sort of inward criticism of your own play and of yourself, you know, in the long term, if you're too harsh on yourself, can be detrimental. But I think for a player like Bay, it definitely keeps him honest. And I think that we're probably going to see a transformation of this player over not only the spring split, but the summer split as well. As you can see his talent and his best plays, but he often chokes. He often teleports at weird timings, flanks at an angle where he doesn't have vision, and gets cut off and killed by himself. So he's one of the big question marks for Nongshim. And as we know, Showmaker ended up getting crushed by Lava in that Damwon Kia series. Maybe if we can find that matchup again here early on for Fredit Brion, that could be an angle they take.
Well, we'll see how it does go. Peanut still rocking that highest damage percentage of any jungler here in the LCK. He actually does second highest damage on his team, behind Rich, of all people. Often you see marksmen and mid laners doing a lot of damage. That's not the case for Nongshim. They play around the top side every single time. And Peanut, you can see actually the XP difference, which is a stat we don't bring up all that often, is very high for this player and very low for Umti. Umti is more about facilitating the rest of his teammates rather than hard farming the jungle.
Yeah.
Which is a habit that he's brought into many times over his career.
And, you know, 40% of his games are on the Nidalee, Umti's AR, and, you know, you see on the other side, 5 out of 8 Nidalee for Peanut. So a lot of that is going to be just from taking jungle camps, roaming around, controlling camps, getting high CS, getting that experience lead, and helping to clear up lanes. So I think this matchup is definitely going to be one that we focus on in terms of two strengths of these two teams, in Umti and Peanut. But I do really feel the big question is Lava, right? Against Bay in the mid lane. Can Bay stay stable? Can he, you know, make that matchup even at worst case scenario, and perhaps even advantage? He is on paper the stronger player, but if we see another breakout performance from Lava, then that gives you the lane priority that lets Umti pop off, just like we saw in the Dom1 Kia series. So yeah, I think that the mid matchup is really going to set the pace, at least for this first game, in terms of narrative and where the drafts are going to go from there.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Starting on the red side are Nongshim, and I think that means that something like an Aphelios on blue side, as far as a ban is concerned, is going to be very impactful, because Dr. Of course, very practiced Aphelios player.
Yeah.
The Talia, though, always has to be banned, and that's going to be taken away first.
I think they'll take it away regardless in this first phase. I think you're right. In fact, Duckdom's only been able to play it once this entire season. It's been banned against him so many times that just hasn't had an opportunity. This is the common red side rotation, the Aphelios Thresh. So Fredit Brion, I think, would do well to ban it here on blue side. One of the two compartments there of the Aphelios or the Thresh. And for Nongshim, here, the question becomes, what do they want to remove? And we see even a ban here on to Lava's Oriana. Very high priority on this ban. And that's going to leave open potentially the Pantheon here if they decide to ban away the Kaisa, which is getting more and more popular. We saw it a lot in LEC. So something to consider here. I mean, we might end up seeing a Pantheon game make it through as the matching Syndra ban. This is really interesting.
Yeah, actually, the only champion that either of these mid laners have picked up a victory on, and it's Lava in one game, is Zoe. There's actually just no other champion that they've won on outside of that. Of course, sample size not exactly huge, but Syndra is a big one. It's the only champion Bay's found any success on so far here in the LCK, and now it's been banned away. 1 second here for Nongshim to figure out their final ban. It will be Twisted Fate.
Wow.
As, yeah, looks like Kaiser is just going to be given over for free to Henna if he would like it.
Yeah, but if they take that, then, you know, Nongshim have the opportunity, and they're a little bit worried about the mid.
Whoa.
Down. I thought we were going to go down the rabbit hole into like a Corki mid or maybe like Tristana mid or something like that with these Control Mages ban and the TF ban, but they do give over the Pantheon. Pantheon very difficult to execute, and so Fredit Brion take the Zoe instead, go towards that mid for Lava. Nongshim definitely could lock that one in here, but that's something that you usually want to have if you have a bit of a weaker lane in bot side. And I actually appreciate that neither of these teams just take the Pantheon bait, because it has been hard to first pick a Pantheon without making your draft completely face up. So saving that until later for Fredit Brion, if they are going to go down that route, I think is the better option here.
And I think that Bro probably wanted to get the Graves. We've actually seen Zoe Graves have a lot of success together, but not going to happen. Peanut is going to prioritize that one, as Umti says. All right, well, if you're going to pick the Graves, I'll pick the Olaf, which I don't necessarily like. We've always had struggles with that one. As Henna's going towards the Xayah on third pick on blue side, which means Rakan will just be banned away. So we're not going to have the Lovers duo. They may not have necessarily wanted to go for it either, as now we'll see where Kellen's going to head. But the Xayah, we've seen it one other time here in the LCK, and it just wasn't that effective.
It's extremely popular in China. It's actually the third most played AD carry in China at the moment. Actually, second most. I misspoke on that. Number 2 at the moment at 13 and 6. So definitely a bit of Chinese flavor coming through once again from the LPL. And I just feel like Korean AD carries aren't as well versed on this in this meta right now. And also, you know, you could argue that the way that Koreans play the game a lot slower makes it more difficult to execute the Xayah. You see the Rakan ban coming through as well, and that's definitely expected. It's the easy ban. The question is, what will Henna try to bring with this? I felt that Delight's Alistar has been his best pick. That's removed very early on in the draft from Nongshim. They acknowledge this as well. So I do wonder where we head here in that bot lane. It could be something like a Nautilus for Delight. If that ends up being left open, I think it would work well with their composition. Can help control mid.
We've seen that one picked alongside the Xayah quite a few times. I think the last time we saw the Xayah, it was paired alongside the Alistar. So not going to see that this game. It'll have to be something else. Featherstorm means that Thresh isn't necessarily as valuable, just because you can stay relatively safe with that ultimate. Nah going to be banned away from Hoya though, and thankfully Rich not going to head towards that one. His Aatrox is of course going to be banned away because it's Rich, and Rel to follow up, and Leona looking to be the next cab off the rank, and that will be picked up here for Nongshim, holding on to Rich's last pick for counter. The Gragas still available, which I think is a big deal here. Hoya could head towards that if you would like to. Actually would fit in relatively well to the composition.
Gragas is doing so well right now in Korea, and seems like such a safe pick into a slow matchup, into a fast matchup. So we'll get a little bit more mobility here for Xayah, which can actually really nice to set up for some very aggressive engages as well. The Lantern and set up some nice feather engages, and I like this pick a lot actually. Coming in late into the draft, you know, you think about Thresh only as pairing with the Aphelios, but actually can work pretty well with the Xayah here too. It can also help make Zoe a lot more effective. You can pair the hooks with the sleeps. We talked about it earlier. There's the Gragas pick you were talking about, and I feel like Gragas is the new Gnar. Very, very heavily picked, very common pick right now. With really safe top laners, he can be extremely potent. And Hoya, I think this is a good pick for him, right? Against an aggressive top laner like Rich.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
It feels fantastic in this composition especially. I think the Thresh helps the Olaf out as well. We're going to have the Ornn up towards the top side for Rich, as he's going to try and augment the damage that Peanut's going to put down. I think when you have a Graves in the jungle, I think it's much easier to pick just a straight tank on the top side, and Nongshim definitely going to be able to play towards a later stage of the game. But mid-game's going to be very powerful for Fredit Brion, so look to see them take off relatively early and try and rely on Henna for that late-game damage with the Xayah. I think one of the reasons why the Xayah is picked up is that her win rate against the Kai'Sa specifically is what a lot of people have been looking at.
Yes.
And we've been seeing that a lot, like you say, find success in the LPL that hasn't yet found it here in the LCK. But a lot of that has to do with like team difference rather than champion difference. And let's see whether Henna can show us exactly why this Xayah is so coveted.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't realize that part of the priority you see in the LPL comes from a wide variety of teams. They have so many teams in the LPL, and the level of play that you see in the top half can be really compared to LCK. The bottom half, not so much. So you get a lot of stats from LPL, and you know, I like to talk about stats on the broadcast with our kind of sister league over there in China, but sometimes those stats don't always line up in terms of the level of play we see here consistently across the LCK. I like the Victor pick here a lot, actually, with late game Ornn. So there is a late game option here. There is fallback. This is not a very strong late game composition on the side of Nongshim RedForce as well, even with the Xayah on the other side. So I do think that, you know, this is going to be another slow-paced game for me and you, Atlas.
I think it might be, although if Fredit Brion are going to be able to say anything about it, I think they're going to try and up this pace as much as we can, as much as they can. As we hop onto the Rift here for game number 1, Fredit Brion versus Nongshim RedForce. Another reason why the Thresh is good is, of course, just because of that Flay and Zenith Blade interaction. Thresh often just picked into Leona just as an isolated matchup. But the good thing about it for Fredit Brion is that it works out with the rest of their composition quite nicely at the same time. Giving Umpty a way to get out after he's just ran headlong into a team fight is definitely going to be valuable. As let's see where things are going to go as far as this early game is concerned. Very interested in the top side, as well as Lava being able to have another performance on this Zoe that is very impressive. His last outing on the champion was definitely very, very strong after having a slow start to the season.
Umpty hasn't played Olaf in a long time. Hasn't played it yet this season. So it's a champion I think that fits his playstyle and his aggressive tendencies. But one of the big discussions that you and Valdez have been having recently, we've seen it in other regions as well, is does Olaf do enough early on, or does he just run away? And that's kind of been, as we see the stats here, 5 versus 7 in this matchup. That's kind of been the story of Olaf this season. And you do have to wonder, with the composition they have, if it makes it even worse that if they don't get that early advantage you were talking about, if they don't try to speed up the game, that Olaf could become even worse later on in the game, whereas Peanut will become extremely high value, extremely high utility in a lot of those upcoming fights, even if he just goes pretty even, whereas Olaf just doesn't have that sort of comfort, he doesn't have that sort of fallback.
Yeah, and actually very interestingly, Umti's barely really played that much Olaf. He's only played 13 games in his career so far on this channel. Outside of that, even though he hasn't played it so much this year. So looking forward to seeing what he can get done here. His only other champion that has a higher win rate, actually with a sample size above 1, is his Nidalee, which he's actually only played 8 times. So looking forward to bring to the table here in a matchup that has certainly been going one way or the other here so far. It sort of started off looking pretty Olaf favored. We've into it and go for more of a later stage of the game and hope that the Olaf isn't going to get too out of control.
I think Graves with Gale Force is just so powerful because it allows you disengage, it allows you to join a fight when you're a little bit slow on the rotation, you know? He's a slow moving champion, but with the Gale Force in the game, it makes him even stronger, despite, you know, otherwise a mild nerf we've seen to him. He's been the highest priority jungle across the world since Worlds. Take a look at the damage percentages here across the team. Not a whole lot for Bay, worst in the league in terms of that at the moment.
Yeah, in fact, not very much damage going towards the bottom lane and mid lane at all. This is what we brought up before. This is a team that plays around Peanut and Rich and their power on the map. This is not going to be that game though, right? Like, Rich is playing the Ornn. Yes, he's going to get some incidental damage down onto his burly boy over the other side of the rift in the Gragas, but this isn't about his Aatrox or his Jace sort of hyper carrying the game and doing all of that damage. This is going to be about his utility and his ability to team fight that he's always been so good at.
Yeah, and I think that this is showcasing this and what we saw from Rich, you know, LCK and what we saw from Rich in the Kespa Cup has kind of showed us more depth of Rich, as Bay is going to get a really nice trade here.
Yeah, struggling a little bit.
And Rich is played so much weak side and top as of late that you love to see him on something like the Ornn here. It's a matchup that's very safe and very stable, kind of a wet noodle fight up there, but does allow him to guarantee that he's not going to be behind going to the late game. And, ooh, this is not a fight I think that Umti wants to commit to.
No, he's going to have to flash to get himself out. There's Cleanse that's picked up as well. And now Umti finds himself in melee range with 2 people in First Blood very comfortably. Goes over to Peanut. Lava doing his very best to try and trade back here as the Death Ray is going to be flashed out of. And Rich was trying to rotate down, but Hoya gets in his way. And he's going to be very frustrating as Rich tries to get back to the lane, and in fact, taking far more damage than he really wanted to as he gets towards the safety of his turret. A really awful start for Fredit Brion, unfortunately.
I mean, this is another one of those moments where you feel like, okay, maybe I could just steal away some Raptors, or Ravagers rather. We're not going way back in time in League of Legends on this one. But you get caught and you get punished, right? And this is really, really rough for Umti. And this is like not a secret, you know, at all. Peanut's rotation on timing for his jungle is actually around this. A lot of slow that comes through here for Bay as well. And, you know, some flashes get traded, but at the end of the day, this is really going to buff up the jungle once again for Peanut. He's going to have a little bit more control. That matchup is absolutely his. You get another flash out of Lava. And this is a great trade for Nongshim.
And that was actually Lava's flash, picking up a couple along the way and then finally using his own at the very end in order to avoid that death ray. Just Zoe things as Bay continuing to be frustrating as he's going to come back to lane with a bit of a CS deficit, actually, after all is said and done, but has himself a few extra items despite the upgraded boots being there for Lava.
Yep. Only a little bit down, less than 10. Well, yeah. Less than 10, as I said. Right, you know.
It's still about a wave. Like, it's a wave and a bit in the lead for Lava, though. So they unfortunately missing out on a few of these creeps on the map as Peanut, I think, did a bit of cleanup. That said, it's not actually going to get him a lead as Olaf force farms so effectively through his jungle. But as the dust settles, it's actually no advantage for Nongshim RedForce.
It's, in terms of gold, I mean, flash trades as well end up being pretty even. We will see Umti go ahead and put the pressure on this Drake. the lane prio at Delight and Henna have. There's just simply nothing Duckdom and Kellen could do about this. So it is going to be a nice objective going over here. And you know, Atlas, I feel like we talked about the mid damage earlier being very, very low for Bay, but also just kind of across the bottom side of the map. He's playing this Victor here, so that's going to change. His stats are definitely going to go up after this one, but how well can he team fight? Because we've seen UCal definitely by far be the most successful mid laner on this Victor right now, and I feel like Bay, on this champion that's so position dependent, so decision, might find himself being picked if he is able to. Really just no issue for Bay in terms of rotations and teleport. On one hand, I'm hopeful that can really explode in the late game, doesn't necessarily, but I'm also a little bit worried.
Well, it's his turn to prove himself, and he's going to have to start pretty soon to get that kill, but unfortunately, it hasn't really amounted to anything, as Bro seem to just be playing the rest of these lanes just better, as well as Umti being able to rocket around the jungle very effectively, having also been able to tidy up that first Drake. Second one going to be a mountain, so unfortunately, everyone, I'm going to have to apologize for the Cloud Soul that's most likely coming. That's just how it works. If there's ever a 50-50 and a Cloud's involved, it's not really a 50-50
at this point,
if I'm on the broadcast.
At this point, Atlas, though, I think it's just kind of endearing, you know?
Well, I mean, that's better than the truth, which is Max is always there and there's always stupid Cloud Drakes and no one really wants to.
At the same time, you know, it can be a bit of a buff for teams that that are
don't want
behind.
dragons.
Yeah, exactly. So at least you're doing that for them.
And a big congratulations, Wolf, because this is Fredit Brion's first Herald.
Yes.
Ever in 2021 LCK.
First in LCK ever since they're a new team.
Hey, yeah, true. Damn. Very impressive. Nice work. Able to at least alleviate that stat issue that they had.
Baby steps, beat Dom1 Kia, then get a Herald.
All right, well, there's the slow under Henna. Featherstorm out very early, but they just go straight for the Thresh, and Henna takes so much damage. Kellen gets himself out as well as Docdom with one extra minion here is going to keep himself safe, and now Henna with no Featherstorm finds himself surrounded underneath this outer turret, and there's no help on the way whatsoever. No teleports to be picked up, no nothing. As now Henna's desperately going to try and make this one work. It ain't going to, though, as two turret shots be damned. Docdom's going to be able to grab that kill. In fact, it's a solo.
Yeah, this juncture for Fredit Brion, it's like, okay, got a Herald, right? We're actually heralding Umti as being the first one to grab that, as you know, that's a great objective to get. It's just going to be powerful, and they're, going to be able to get a lot of turret plates out of that early on. In fact, potentially right here and now. But you always want to trade something on the map when that happens. Nongshim are able to force that pick. Ended up getting a lot more gold out of it, actually, than what this Herald will probably gain. Because they got turret plates in the bot as well. So you take your trades where you can. And Nongshim are going to be very happy about this one.
I do like Fredit Brion focusing on the mid lane here, though, trying to open up the map as much as possible so that Lava can have a bit of a field day. I do like the idea there. We'll just have to see how Bro are going to continue to move this game forward, because currently 0 kills is not the amount of kills that you want if you want to pop off moving towards the mid game. And Nongshim are going to feel very happy going late. This dive was actually very clean, especially out of Kellen.
Yeah, Kellen splashed over to the left there. And Henna, unfortunately, just can't. There's just no way out of this one. As you mentioned, they're just waiting for the next minion wave to kill him. Meanwhile, they're going to continue this.
Yep, another dive towards the bottom side, as Rich is just going to make sure that that Thresh isn't going to get anything done. Look at all the wards! You can't click nothing!
Nope.
No lantern for you. And Henna's going to go down for the second time. The punishment on this Xayah pick once again.
Yeah. This is a
every time in the LCK, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. It's a pick that struggles in the early game. And Nongshim are just absolutely capitalizing on this. 2 clean dives back to back. Gonna give Duckdom a ton of turret plates.
Dead.
Yeah, he gets all the plates here,
goodness.
And he's getting super fed. And we'll probably go back and buy right now as he does step back into the lane. But this has been a big issue for Fredit Brion, who got the Herald, got some mid plates, but otherwise haven't been able to accomplish much on the map. Plate goes down in the top lane. As Hoya is starting to get a little bit fed, but he's building tanky. So, I do have concerns for these next few Drake fights. And, this big power spike that Duckdom is going to have coming up here as well with all the extra gold. We're gonna watch this once again. The wards to stop the lantern is actually just so hilarious.
It's
Sorry.
so troll. There's just so many.
Can't click on it. Not to mention this chain CC as well to make it even harder.
Oh, and the little bird there is adorable, just completely trolling Hannah's ability to press a lantern button.
Yeah, this reminds me of like some stuff you can do in StarCraft where you like fly a barracks over something so it can't be
Yeah. It's that level of trolling. When that was discovered, it actually made the game a little bit sad for a lot of people. And when you could just put a ward down and stop that lantern from ever coming through. Does mean that you trade a bit of gold back. As you know, often those wards don't go down in opportune places and often get removed immediately. But I think
you'll
that's
take
a
the
small
trade.
price to pay. Yeah, exactly.
Well, let's find out. Yeah, it's Cloud. I said let's find out as if there was any question.
Yeah, don't even worry about it, mate. I've already got you covered. Always going to be a Cloud Soul when it's Atlas in the game.
Look, I'm still new, all right? Like, give me a break on this. I was trying to say, well, you know, I mean,
It could have been Infernal.
Infernal,
as well.
yeah.
How cool would that have been?
Big dichotomy between the two of those, but I should have known.
Yeah, I mean, you did.
If it was between Ocean and Cloud, you know, might have been more of a 50-50, but it's Infernal. Oh, 100% with Atlas is going to be the Cloud.
Sorry, everyone. I take full responsibility, and I'll do my best to never do it again, but I know that I'll probably do it again. As Hoy's going to take a drink, Rich is going to breathe some fire, otherwise not too much is going to happen. Umti definitely not going to die because he does have Ragnarok and Flash available. Wants to protect this control ward, and does so actually, as you can see Hoya playing very aggressively against Rich. Umti utilizing that to try and get himself an advantage as Hoya. Oh man, that was so close to being able to pick up that kill if the body slam had have connected, but not quite able to get there. Rich able to get up.
Thinking his lucky stars on that one. Down 40 CS in this game, despite that kill earlier on. It's definitely really having a hard time, and it would have made things disastrous. He's even going to get Hoya another plate here. As Peanut gets zoned away, as he says, nope, we're getting plates. Don't involve yourself in this. And, you know, around the map, right at the moment, Nongshim getting some kills here, but Bro definitely keeping it pretty competitive. You know, the top pressure here means that we're going to have a very tanky Hoya very quickly. And he can definitely be one of those threatening top laners that can instantly blow up someone like Ducktom if he decides to go in on Killer Instinct, for example, or tries to take a flank angle. Can blow up Bay instantly later on. Even with the tank build, you can one-shot people.
And also, if you're accelerated extraordinarily far as well, it's just going to be so frustrating to deal with this Gragas in the front line. So looking forward to seeing whether Hoya is going to be able to snowball this one out, but they're going to have to get to things as quickly as they possibly can. Rich is going to continue scaling. He's going to deliver all of his items over. Things are going to get difficult.
Ducktom getting a turret completely now, not just the plates. He's back to finish the job.
Yeah, his Kraken Slayer already completed as well.
I think the gold funnel here on an AD versus a tanky Gragas, you know, even though I was talking about Gragas' potential, cup half full, definitely going to favor the early Kaisa, the Kraken Slayer, already online.
Oh, yeah.
I think if you think about how this jungle priority has been and the dive priority has been onto a very difficult to defend herself Xayah versus, you know, trying to fight against a Gragas, like Nongshim would definitely pick the right side to commit to, and have really made it difficult for her to scale into that late game that Fredit Brion are looking for right now.
Yeah, and it's just so sad because it feels like Xayah is picked for a safety and things like this with her Featherstorm, but this hasn't felt like a very safe pick so far this game. His Lava's going to smite that last caster minion, has himself an Ignite, which feels pretty good. Kellen looking to boost his way forward. Blade Caller's in position, and he's not going to be able to find too much. So this outer turret in the mid lane also going to go down, and this map is going to go pretty dark for Nongshim. It's just whether Fredit Brion can actually do anything to capitalize on it. Because yes, they've actually played the macro game pretty well, but Nongshim, they've just done more damage to stuff. And mostly champions here in this game.
Yeah, and you know, it's Atlas casting, so the Drake Soul Point and the upcoming Cloud Soul, just not that appealing, right? So even though Fredit Brion had that objective control, it's not something that later on in this game you're going to think of as what's going to choke Nongshim out or force them into a really awkward fight. And, you know, they did commit the Herald in mid, so they have extra vision for Zoe to try to get a little bit more poke damage done across the map. and around these upcoming team fights, but feels like Nongshim is just going to start eating up vision across the map and forcing team fights on their terms, not around Drake's. Not around places where Zoe is going to be able to get that extra poke damage. And so Lava, even though he's, you know, got his items coming along pretty nicely, he's got his Leandries here, and even an unnecessarily large Rod. You know, I don't know where the Zoe damage ends up stacking up here for Fredit Brion in these upcoming fights that Nongshim is just simply not going to stand around and be targets for, because they don't need to fight over these Drakes at the moment. Especially not this upcoming one that Fredit Brion have positional advantage in.
Yeah, they're probably not going to fight for it. I mean, Cloud Soul isn't nothing. It's still fine. But like you say, it's not going to be as high value as something like the Infernal, as we've got a teleport in from Hoya. Looks like Nongshim, they don't want to give this one away for free, as Doctarm takes a Paddle Star and Lava. He needs to be landing these. This is so important. This is his time to shine. As Peanut hops over the wall, he's going to clear out some extra vision, but information still gained, as that's the bubble. That's exactly what you want to land, as Kellen is going to be much more difficult for him to engage on anything right now, as he's had to get over the wrong side of the wall as well. Peanut looking to try and make this a 50-50 as Bro. Let's see whether they can actually win a team fight off the back of this one, as Umti finds himself at the back of the pit. It's going to be the Zaya of all people that locks down the Dragon, as that's a great stun to avoid the last part of the on, and Rich is going to get taken down. No, sorry, Hoya's just going to get taken down. Rich not able to get too much more, but the Zaya is going to fall once again. Hoya also goes down, and Nongshim continue just picking up kills over and over again. They don't really care about these objectives so much if they can just kill all the champions on the map.
Yeah, and look at the damage output across the board. Lava has the highest, and, you know, it was a really, really extended fight where, you know, I wondered how Fredit Brion were going to actually force Nongshim to take a fight on Drake, and the reality is they took the fight to Nongshim, right? They had Drake control, but then they pushed towards mid, started poking. Nongshim took the long way around, and you just see a ton of Battlestar damage coming out from Lava, but then you see a really nice Horn come through onto Hoya, and look at how the team gets split up. And this just allows Nongshim to say, okay, we take a front-to-back team fight here. Boxes drop down, unfortunately, in a pretty unfortunate spot for Delight. You know, is not able to really peel for anybody, and they're just able to push it back. Sure, they lose the Drake, but they win the fight, and you start to wonder about how the team fighting is going to work for Fredit Brion and these upcoming fights when they're so far behind now in items. And sure, again, Zaya late game, but there's a lot of asterisks here when we're already looking at a collector completed for Duckdom, and I mean, at some point they're just gonna be tossing wallets.
Yeah, it's gonna be real rough, especially if Henna's gonna try and go for insane blade puller plays like that one that we just witnessed. Not exactly what you want to see. Yes, if he had like 400 times more gold than everybody else, that could have been just an instant pentakill, but not at this stage of the game. He was 0-2 when that was happening, and it's going to put him at 0-3. So, yep, just an unfortunate circumstance for the bot side of Fredit Brion. But they've still been able to pick up some objectives. There's that. It's now 3,000 gold to lead, though, as Nongshim, they have a team composition that's more than happy to go late. This is getting real worrying for Bro, who are just looking at this Cloud Soul being like, but we'll be so fast, and look at our ultimate cooldowns.
Yeah. I mean, speed is definitely pretty crucial with the comp they're running. It's going to be helpful for Olaf trying to get up there and do some flanks. You're going to see, you know, Lava be able to aim better and maybe set up for a sleep. And, you know, I mean, these are small advantages. Lava's cooldown on his ultimate is going to be really fast.
Yeah, teleporting everywhere, man.
But yeah, I mean, the engage tools that Nongshim have to hard engage once they close the gap, as we just saw, are just so good. And Henna just doesn't have the gold yet. I mean, he's only got his Gale Force at the moment. He's just so far away in terms of items that in these upcoming fights, again, it's all about Paddle Stars. And Lava hitting like 6 of those before the fight starts so they can actually win it and engage in. But otherwise, once Nongshim closed the distance, it is just... They have so much damage output on their team that you're not going to win that one. And Bay, you know, we had question marks about his victors so far. So good, right? I mean, he's been pretty well positioned. He's got a stopwatch now for even extra safety. But I don't feel like Fredit Brion are going to find any mistakes on the side of Nongshim RedForce as long as they keep playing as they are.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how Nongshim are going to try and play this one out, though. I want to see more clean play out of these guys. I think you and I were both pretty big on this team. I felt like they did have a lot of potential, especially with Peanut coming back after having a really good time actually over on LGD. I think a lot of us remember play-ins and LGD looking very, very powerful. So this is a Peanut that didn't exactly have the greatest of times when he was back in Korea before heading over to the LPL, and really wants to make a statement here. And this is his opportunity to do so already. Largest damage share of any of the other junglers. That looks like it's continuing here today. 1-0-3 currently with his shield bow complete. Execution is calling there as well, just to make sure that all of the healing out from the Gragas and the Olaf is going to be negated. I like it a lot. And,
yeah, I do.
Nongshim in a good position right now.
Talked about Graves just being able to get the Gale Force and be really annoying and kind of chase down Olaf and kind of zone him out in some of the team fights. Help chase him down if he's running away, but the shield bow in this case is just kind of a win more type situation, especially when he actually gets the Grievous wounds as well. Just to basically make sure that there's no comeback opportunity in that longer fight with all the poke that Fredit Brion have.
Yeah, I was actually, I've been watching a few streams, and a lot of the talk of the junglers is that you can just basically do what you feel is best for your playstyle when it comes to Graves and shield bow versus Gale Force. Sort of more of a style choice.
Yeah.
That's where Peanut's going to go. Certainly more of a brawly guy
just don't,
on the Graves.
Just don't ask the streamers what they feel about the AP junglers. Alright, well, this is one of those fights where actually Nongshim gets control first. So we have to see, like, this is just too slow, unfortunately, for Fredit Brion.
As well, so not even able to get that soul that they've been looking for. Rich looking for an engage, but Lava's over the wall. And he didn't even have to use his flash or anything like that. That was a little bit of a bait there. Rich looking a bit silly. Egg on the face, but Nongshim not going to lose too much here, as they'd already taken down the Drake. Stolen that one away, and now the bubbles are trying to connect, but Lava needs to hit them if the Zoe's going to have value. We mentioned his time to shine. Well, it's slipping away.
I like the push mid, at least. You know, you have on one side of the team fight threatening engage, but on the other side, the rest is just pushed mid, right? You have Lava and Henna here with Lantern to escape, so could be aggressive, push down that mid turret, and that's a small way to get an advantage after losing a Drake like that. Nongshim, for them, the onus is on Brion to actually control the zoning so that Nongshim have to come to them, but with Fredit Brion have to come to Nongshim when they're on the Drake already like that, it's just going to be really, really difficult to execute. And you can see Rich taking a lot of the damage there, absorbing the paddle stars and making sure that Fredit Brion don't have any other squishy targets they can blow up to then further the engage. So walking away from the Drake and taking a mid turret, it doesn't feel ideal, but I think it was the right choice in that case, so give them props for at least understanding that was not going to be a fight they could win. There's definitely not a Drake they could take.
Well, Lava has to press all of his buttons in order to escape this one, so they get all of the summoner spells out of the Zoe. Nicely done there. Funti not going to be able to contest his blue buff either, as the Zoe's a little bit too low in order to do anything. Grabs a ghost from the unsealed spellbook, but would have much preferred a flash. Not going to be able to get that for the next little while. As Bay doing some work here on the top side outer turret, as it looks like Nongshim, they're back to thinking about actual macro play, which I definitely value.
Yeah. And Xayah 50 CS down right now. Henna getting his second item, but still a ways away. QSS actually bought for Duckdom, so just making sure that if he gets slept, he can get out of there and won't just be completely shut down and blown up. Because that's one way where it's like, okay, wait, that's half the damage gone for Nongshim. Gold leads.
A miss of a cannon minion.
Oh, I thought you were looking at the gold leads. I was like, well, yeah.
And it only helped contribute to the 2.5k lead that Duckdom has over Henna.
We need those real bad right now. If you're Henna.
Yeah. Wants a whole lane worth, at least.
It's not all bad for Fredit Brion. They got the Horizon Focus, which is the most important item for Zoe to get after her Mythic. So that's true. That's critical, right? I mean, with that, you can literally blow people up. So you have to be really, really careful right now, positioning-wise. If you just control vision, it makes it sad. Because that's the name of the game, Struggle, because you're always throwing paddles. Sounds like the new rock album.
The new Pentakill album. I just can't believe that it's still 0 kills. opposition that wanted to get far more than that. Bubble is going to connect onto Peanut. No real follow-up there from Lava, unfortunately. As Rich heads back towards the bottom side, Bay is on the top. They're just pushing these waves in one after the other. Next Cloud Drake going to be up in 1 minute 15. Baron's been alive for about 7 minutes now, but no one's really looked at it and considered it until Peanut went over there just before. He immediately left the area.
Kind of
like an extended lead for Nongshim.
Yeah, and this is, again, you know, if we were at a closer game of like, you know, 3 kills to 6 or 4 kills to 6 or not an 0-3-0 Henna, or maybe you're starting to feel like, okay, this could turn around, you know, for Fredit Brion. There are a lot of great late game options on the side of Nongshim as well, but, you know, it feels like, okay, well, if the team fight goes their way, if they're able to get Henna some insane value in the fight, he's able to set up some big feathers, then sure, there is a way. But right now it feels like even with those perfect ideal team fights, you're going to have a hard time. And they keep hitting Rich with the trouble bubble, which unfortunately is not really what you want.
Yeah, Rich is just sort of pressing his buttons around the river here. Not really the one that's too worried about it. Another one goes in. Another Bellows Breath denies the CC. As we do have a bit of a top versus bottom here. Hoya and Peanut just battling this one out. See the value of the shield bow as Umpty takes a lot of damage from Dr. Still, Killer Instinct available. All of the big buttons for Nongshim are up. Same can be said for Fredit Brion, so no one really committing there, but Umpty still loses half of his health bar. And this Cloud Drake also just going to be wiped out in an instant blink of an eye. It's taken down.
Dr. could just clear it so fast at this stage. I mean, we're almost 30 minutes into the game. He got his items way faster than Henna, who hasn't finished all of his yet, even as we speak. Phantom Dancer's done. And
even a QSS, man.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, you have the QSS. Like, how can you even lock this guy down to kill him? It's just not going to happen. And, like, for Fredit Brion now, I mean, you're, like, hoping that Nongshim starts Baron, so maybe you could have that clutch sleep into a big burst onto, hopefully, the backline and not Rich, but Nongshim's like, no, I'm just not even going to... Yeah, but there's a lot of ifs in that, right? But Nongshim's like, I'm not even going to look for this. And if you're Fredit Brion, your comp doesn't work around... saying, all right, I'm starting the Baron, so come to us, and then, you know, we'll set up a trap. Their comp just simply doesn't work that way, so they can't even try to set up for a forced team fight. And there's no side laner here. Like, I mean, what are you going to do as Fredit Brion? You're just going to slowly lose the game.
Well, it seems to be what they're doing right now. Still, the gold lead hasn't extended too much from this 3,000, where it's been sitting for about 10 minutes, but I think that's largely on Nongshim. Not actually pushing their advantages any further forward. But they are still well and truly in control of this game. Faye just continuing to farm more and more items. Rich not caring about anything that's going on right now, just trying to catch back up in that farm and get his levels on board. Already, a couple of ornaments available to be dished out to his teammates. And oh man, when this Megalodon Slayer comes through for Dr. It's going to be a very scary situation.
Yes. And that's part of the strength of Nongshim's late game. It feels like I think, you know, you could argue they could have tried to push their advantage further, but on the other hand, I feel like just making sure you don't lose this game is just kind of heading towards its inevitable end. This is a pretty safe option as well, as Rich is going to look for the Splank engage. You can't fight to this choke point against an Ornn anymore. It's so difficult to do.
Hoya teleports in on top of the gravity field, but he's able to get out of there. Good hook is going to land onto Rich, who doesn't have enough Bellows Breaths, but does use it to get out of the cask. That was beautifully done. Hoya throws his ultimate away, unfortunately, into a W.
They're looking for Rich.
Not going to be punished too much, as Hoya actually engaging here towards the top side. Blast Cone going to be there. Bay holds onto the flash for now. Actually doesn't mind too much about it. He's just getting surrounded. Chaos Storm does a lot of work as Rich comes through with the Ornn Horn. Dr. Trying to fly forward, but the Killer Instinct doesn't get too much value as now Peanut. He's found Hoya, but Hoya is so tanky. No one's dying in this fight. Gravity Field not really doing anything either. Nongshim just going to peel back towards this Baron. Peanut has his ultimate available, but he's the only one. As the rest of Bro, they're going to turn back up, still trying to soften up the members of Nongshim. This is an optimistic Baron move. Nongshim are going to back away now. Death Ray is being thrown out and has to be respected. Lava is tagged, and yep, no one's gonna fall down.
If Nongshim get caught where some of their backs get denied here, this could actually be disastrous. But looks like Fredit Brion are just gonna send Henna to side lane and will also back off themselves. But that was a fight that I feel like after Rich used his Ornhorn, they were very optimistic to try to Baron there, because eventually Fredit Brion's poke damage is going to chip you away. Not to mention that, you know, Baron is helping out with the damage there. So they do end up having to leave it. Fredit Brion don't push the issue, chasing through red side jungle. Actually, we even see the back from Henna as they look to try to set this up again. Now, I feel like the situation for Fredit Brion where they could fight here, the best opportunity for them to fight is actually to control the approach to the Baron without actually starting it. And the only way to do that is to set up vision control, because otherwise Nongshim just simply can call you on your bluff every time. But if you actually control this vision and force Nongshim to go through those chokes, then, maybe then, you can win a team fight. It's optimistic. It's hard to say if they'll be able to execute that, but you know, that's what you have to cross your fingers on here, I think, if you're the biggest Fredit Brion's fan since 15 minutes ago.
Yep. And look, there's a lot of us that are those people, but this is a comp that is purely about vision.
Oh, no.
Using that QSS. Henna once again finds himself in the front line, but avoids the solar flare quite nicely. The box is set up just to try and zone as best they can. Umti goes through, doesn't get too much value, and now Docdum's trying to punish him. Flashes over the wall, and once again, is this another fight with no kills, Wolf? I just need someone to kill someone. It's ridiculous. Death
so many
Ray's flying
defensive
on
options
in there, and we've got body slams getting people to safety. Nongshim, yeah, they've lost some health bars, but it's on Rich. You know, he's probably happy. He's still sitting there with about 2k. And that health bar's now regenning. I believe Warmogs has been picked up. And so he's going to be absolutely fine. Back to about full health. Picks up a bubble. Fellow's breath is there. Peanut looking for his opportunity to get over that wall, but
Lava,
he's going to be spotted out.
Lava's got teleport. I think this is a really good fight for Fredit Brion. Just teleports back in. Ooh, I like the flank angle as well. I feel like Nongshim really need to be careful how they're fighting this.
Oh, good bubble is going to connect there. Eclipse will mitigate some of the damage, but special delivery does go into the stopwatch though, and Peanut secures the dragon. The Leona is going to fall. The objective does go the way of Nongshim. They can go for a disengage if they would like to, and it looks like Fredit Brion not actually interested in pushing the issue here just a little bit. There's another killer instinct, but immediately Delight goes into his stopwatch, gets himself out of the area with the flash as well as the collateral damage, not able to finish off the Thresh. And Fredit Brion feeling immortal, but unfortunately not actually getting any value.
Oh yeah, unfortunately not. And I feel like there's a little bit of a disconnect after that team fight as well. You kind of mentioned they're not really pushing any issue with it. They kind of split between the river and mid, and that actually gives Rich the opportunity to re-engage and set up for another Ornhorn, where it looked like things actually could have gone disastrously. But this is a really optimistic Drake take by Nongshim. The setup here for the control of poke is actually insane for Fredit Brion, and even behind, you can see the damage output at range is super good. Hoya gets a nice cast to actually secure the kill, and then this is where things, I don't know how far we're going to go forward into this replay, but this is where things kind of start to get a little bit disconnected. Is the bottom side of the fight with Delight up on the front trying to get a hook, and Peanut actually flanking on the side. He's got his Immortal Shield Bow that's still up. Things get a little bit disjointed for Fredit Brion, but they do escape with all their lives, but they don't get anything out of it, as you said. And that's why, when the dust settles, Nongshim are still happy to keep playing the game.
Yep, a lot of Benny Hill music in that last one, as now we're up to our 7th elemental Drake of the game. The maximum that you can get, of course, before that Elder does come in. 35 minutes. We're moving towards late game territory, and that 3,000 gold lead has been there since 19 of those minutes. It's just hasn't moved an inch, and now we're moving into the later game, and that's going to be where Rich is able to augment this squad, and he's now going to throw down that ultimate, gets a knock up onto Umti, and nothing actually comes of it, of course. They tried to bait me with an ultimate there, and I did not fall for it, as Rich is just building items in the middle of no man's land, but he's tanky enough to be able to do that. The hook not going to be able to connect there, as Rich tries to break it as best he can. The rest of Nongshim just going to go for a bit of a disengage. Bay doing his very best to soften up the members of Bro.
I want to say Alice Peanut, he's with this Immortal Shield Bow, he's always looking for flanks, and I actually really appreciate it, because if they commit too far in, then he can actually push Lava out of range or even kill him. So Peanut is very dangerous, threatening constantly on these flank angles, which again, he doesn't have the mobility to chase that the Gale Force would have granted, but I think in this scenario, the Immortal Shield Bow ends up being a really great choice, because he can really force Fredit Brion back a lot of the time. As here we go.
Well, yeah, in goes Hoya, grabs a decent cast, but Doctor, massive shield. The Leona immediately falls down, but Nongshim still have their carries alive. Peanut gets a lot of value with the collateral damage, and Hoya will fall down. The front line a bit of a mess right now, but Henna's started to build some items up. He does some damage, and Dom has to get out of there. Not feeling like the Kaiser is quite as strong in comparison to the Xayah at this stage. But still, a messy fight and a 1-for-1. No one really walking away with any big advantage.
Yeah, Nongshim are going to look for the Baron start here. And Lava's still alive. They don't have Ornhorn. Again, so they can't control this choke. They have to let Brion spill in. And this is very dangerous, but they've got a very fast clear time. And I think they will get away with it. They're just, unfortunately, Lava's not here early enough to throw paddle stars for the 30 seconds I think are required for them to actually start to get that poke damage done before they engage. And you can see when a brittle Fredit Brion tries to get things done, they're just simply not able to do it. They don't have the speed to do it. They're so much more fragile than Nongshim in a lot of these fights. We're going to see very heroic attempt here from Hoya to turn this game around, but it doesn't work out in the end. This goes down to Peanut, and they get the trap here onto Umti. This trade massively in favor of Nongshim in terms of Baron control, because there's just no... It's a house of cards, the composition of Fredit Brion. It falls apart after they lose that front line.
Yeah, bit of a gust of wind there. Hoya has also been an absolute hero this game. Feels like he's the one really holding them in there. So when he falls down, it really does feel like a lot of the composition just falls apart. Teleport comes in from Lava. He's moving real fast. That Paddle Star not going to really find the mark. And feels like Nongshim, like, neither of these teams have actually won a team fight. But Nongshim do have the advantage now with the Baron. As this has just been a very, very strange game, Wolf. It's just one of the weird ones. As now Rich finds himself well and truly in the front line. That is a double stun out from the solo play, though, as finally Kellen finds the value he's been looking for. The Ram comes in, and Dom also joins the back line. Lava goes golden, but he's going to go straight to the death chamber after that. And as I say that there's not been a real team fight win, it's a triple kill for Dom, and this might just be the end of the game.
Yep. Taking one for the president there. Just kinda, you know, you can feel that bot love, right, between support and AD. But this is going to be the end of the game. Some really sloppy engages across the board for a Nongshim RedForce that were significantly ahead throughout the game. Just struggled to close it out, struggled to take those objectives, but they will collapse the Nexus in the end. And this draft for Fredit Brion did not work out as intended. They actually really lost out in the early game. It was such a long game that you have to really rewind your mind to remember back to those really successful dives we had for Nongshim RedForce onto the Xayah, preventing her from hitting power spikes, really limiting what she could do in lane, and just getting small edges from there, controlling some of the upcoming Drake fights after they gave away those fights early, hit their own spike, and it was really Dom, who popped off and started to get really, really far ahead in the bot lane.
Yeah, he found his opportunities towards the end. I think a lot of the facilitation done by Peanut was also fantastic as the game moved forward. They denied the Cloud Soul, got up to a Cloud Soul point themselves, but then understood that, you know, it's not massively valuable. They'll focus on getting themselves the Baron, and they did so. But still, I think it was sloppy from both sides of the Rift. You saw sort of Rich just wandering around being like, I'm on. I wish I was on a champion that did more damage, but I guess I'll just press Bellows Breath every time there's any CC of any kind ever. And I think that last flank from Kellen was just absolutely beautiful. And finally, Nongshim sort of found themselves. But it took them a very, very long time to really get the angle on their team fight.
It certainly did. Rich had some really questionable ults as well that game, where he was using them early to look for single targets instead of trying to control approach angles, trying to get like a big knock up in a choke instead of just looking for the Gragas alone for some reason, right? Some target prioritization issues perhaps in the comms there as well for Nongshim, so definitely could have been a cleaner game, as you mentioned. It was sloppy on both sides, and I still feel like this first game isn't convincing enough for me to tell me we're looking at a 2-0 here. I think the series absolutely could still go either way.
Yeah, I think, you know, part of the worry is potentially now having Nongshim on blue side. Blue side has been very, very valuable so far this season, so maybe that does push it in favor of a 2-0, but we're going to bring up some of these post-game stats and check out the numbers. This is going to very much help that pitiful 19% damage in the mid lane. Bay was certainly throwing out all the death rays he could find, and when you see a Zoe number that is that low in a game that went this long, then you know that the pick just wasn't working the way that it was intended. You can tell that there's definitely vision problems being put forward by Fredit Brion.
When you're behind even slightly like that, it makes it so much harder to execute something like that, and Rich was absorbing a lot of that damage that you did see there, so never actually hitting the priority targets she was looking for, sadly, but hopefully Lava can bounce back as we head into game 2.
Yeah, exactly right. We are going to get towards that game 2 as soon as possible. And remember, this is Fredit Brion. This is the team that was able to take down Damwon 2-0. And so surely there is more in the tank, and maybe it's going to take a different composition in order to do that. We are going to take a short break, guys. When we get back, that game number 2.
밀보 공천해야 돼 그냥. 우리 공 한번 써볼게. 플래시만 볼게 이거.
자 상대 딜레 들어갈 준비할게. 아야 조이 조이.
들어가서 볼게.
조이 잡았고. 끝내자. 더 가자. 나풀 있어. 나이스.
가자. 맞다. 레오나 강화해줄게. 그거 해야 대구나 이거. 뭐야 이거? 박을게. 뭐 황금색 유물함을 먹게.
아니 이거 발사 있을 때 수온이 안 써지네.
아 맞아.
기분이 조금 나쁜 걸?
긴장해서 오줌 마려.
편하게 합시다 편하게.
오늘도 경기 좀 되셨나요?
네. 파이팅.
라인전만 잘 버티면 될 것 같아.
연애 공격 조심.
물을 수 있다.
괜찮은데? 볼배부터 볼배. 앞으로 가. 이거 탈지 거기 탈지 연애. 펜타 원대. 오케이, 야 침착하게. 야 전령 있고.
쌈봐야 돼 우리.
보자. 바로 돼 이거. 야 아래. 연애 탈지.
나이스. 좋네.
연애. 이거 사표 앞에. 위에 좋아. 볼배.
볼배 가져.
끝내자. 속도 더 빨라. 야 이거 끝날만한데? 끝날만해. 바텀아. 나이스. 나 3초. 잡자. 좀만 맞아. 잡아. 오케이 잡아. 땡겼어. 편의점 잡아. 나이스.
여유 있게 좀 해봐.
네.
상대 실수 나오잖아. 잘해.
전판 하는데 씩씩한 얘기한 사람이 한 명도 없어?
익숙한 얘기한 사람? 다 하지 않나?
했어 그래도.
아유.
펜타킬 먹었는데 어떻게 이겨? 열심히 했었는데 그 와중에.
보여준다 내 킹플레이.
야, 불질러. 내가 바로는 뺏어볼게.
아, 이거 언덕 본다, 언덕. 바로 언덕 본다.
야 나를.
천천히 가봐.
죽어도 돼. 야 쌈 보자. 죽었다. 3이라
높을.
이긴다.
나이스. 야, 얘네 지금 역전각 진짜 하나도 없어. 3이라가 그냥 펜타킬 해야 돼.
나를 높을.
펜타키랑 그냥 다 살았게 되네.
야 메가 직전 쌈 보자
나가야 돼.
아지르 노플로 가 메가 나를
3이라 뛰긴 했어.
아지를 잡았다.
나도.
야 이거 카이트 하면 될 듯? 이거 싸우자. 내가 하나 줘.
나이스.
나이스.
끝났다.
까비 단판 보자.
아 깝이다.
아 아깝다 이기면 했는데. 깨비. 아이고 까비.
파이팅.
네. 암레. 불러다. 나 쏘리. 나를 높여. 괜찮은데? 3이라 생각해.
아지를 높을.
3이라 들어온다
해야 돼. 한타 할때 나를 그냥 점프 뛰면 안 될 것 같긴 해.
이거 3이라한테 빨리 와라.
핵사여가지고.
조금만 차분하게 하면 이기면 해.
물어볼까?
하는 거 봐줘야 된다. 들린다. 여기 좀만 맞아.
뒤로 안돼 뒤로 출시가 있어
3이라.
빨리 스택 주지마
한 빼봐.
저기 맞아.
아, 칼이 날라가.
아이고.
와 까비 이거 살아봐. 이래. 까비.
길어줄게 나이스 아직
가있어.
아직 뺀다
야 카밀 들어온다.
아직 다 맞췄는데
아, 존나.
에이스 야 5천만 인분했다 그냥 와야 조이 혼자 킬했어 뭐야
아이고 까비. 아 아깝다.
한 번만 안아보자 조이야 기다려 조이
Welcome back everybody for the second match of tonight, and a team that are tied up at second place, they're having a clash tonight. So what's your take on the draft first? Because Nongshim RedForce was able to take down Fredit, Brion, a team just recently took down Damwon Kia. So it was really odd to see Oriana Syndra and Twisted Fate getting banned out. So Bro locked in Zoe, the one top tier mid lane champion left. So they wanted to play around the mid lane. Well, they did manage to play around the objective with this priority, but the problem was Fredit Brion didn't really have a lot of tools to initiate fights. So Zoe started to feel a lot more pressure as the game went by, and we had Xayah coming out on the bottom lane. Xayah and Thresh can get priority up against Kaisa and Leona, so because of that, Thresh was actually roaming around the map. Xayah was left alone in the lane, so she got doved for a couple of times. So actually Nongshim was able to snowball by punishing the rotation mistake of Bro. So let's take a look at the highlight where Fredit Brion started to lose their snowball. We want to point out how Kellen focused on the laning phase. So when Umti was at Dragon, well, Delight was helping him to finish up the Drake, whereas Leona didn't leave her lane. So she didn't make any pointless roam to other side of the map, so she was able to stack up her XP, and which later on ended up making her actually eclipse the opponent in terms of the level. Once again, after this lane push, Thresh tries to make a roam around the map, but watch how Leona, she sticks right next to Kaisa. So because Thresh went to reset, he didn't leave the lane. Both Kaisa and Leona were together farming up the CS, so she was able to hit level 6. So because there was no Herald, Leona didn't really reset or move to other part of the map. She stayed in lane and called Peanut to this turret dive attempt. Olaf and Zoe, because of the lane priority, they were able to get the Herald, but Xayah was not in a really good position to survive this turret dive. Because Fredit Brion was playing around the top side, Nongshim was making a quick decision change, playing around the bottom lane. Starting from this fight, Kaisa was able to get ahead in terms of level and also got some bounty gold on her pocket as well. Now let's take a look at the next highlight. So Olaf pops the Herald and also takes the Raptor camp. And he backs up back to his own jungle. And watch how Graves and Ornn rotates the map. Peanut finished this goal line camp and stays right next to Ornn. So we have a call coming from the bottom duos of Nongshim calling the Ornn downside in order to make another turret dive attempt. So instead of Ornn, Graves actually comes for the top lane to take all the minion waves coming up to the down of the top lane turret. So there was no minion that was lost, and they were able to pick up a clean kill as well. Fredit actually relied too much on the lantern, but we saw tons of wards getting placed on the lantern, so no one could not click anything. So Nongshim was really smart playing the map this time around. So now let's check out the player of the game, and it's gonna be Tokdam playing Kaisa. A lot of people have been mentioning that Tokdam is keep ramping up, and we saw the value out of this player. Starting from this clean turret dive, Tokdam was able to outplay the opponents and also didn't die once in this game. And you know, a lot of gold was funneled over to him, and he really paid off really well. And also because the teammates know the carry potential of these players, they are trying to make him fed. Great mechanical skill coming out from Tokdam. And also all the players look so poised and really well concentrated, and also in addition to that, Ornn is having a great performance here in the LCK as well, because a lot of AD carriers are having a high carry potential. So if you have a solid carry on your side, I think Ornn is a really good puzzle to complete your comp. Tokdam shared one POG vote with his bottom duo partner, and Nongshim can become one of the middle of the pack team if they can win game number 2 and uncuff their losing streak. So let's move on to game number 2.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, as per usual, for the absolutely wonderful translation. And we are back. It's time for game number 2, and let's see whether Bro can show us some of that fire that we saw in that series versus Damwon Kia. It was just not exactly what we were expecting from a team that we felt was on the rise after taking down our world champions, and maybe it was just a blip, and maybe a little bit more of that should be said about how Damwon have been performing rather than a rise of the Burrow.
Yeah, we'll have to see if things change going forward, but this draft unfortunately did not work out. They didn't get the tempo advantage they wanted to try to carry into the late game. It was not the cleanest game from Nongshim either. You know, as we talked about after that first game, some of the engages they had, some of the decisions they made were definitely some question marks. But as you said, moving on to blue side now, the draft kind of firmly in their grasp. There's a lot to talk about and break down for what Fredit Brion might want to do instead, right? And we've been seeing this kind of weird mid-priority in the bans, which seems to continue now. Here for Nongshim, the Orianna ban.
Of course, Lava certainly having a good series, at least a good one game on the Orianna against Showmaker. That was very, very impressive to see. Against Twisted Fate, of course, the matchup that Orianna can do pretty well into, but Fredit Brion, once again, the focus is going to be on the jungle pool. No longer seeing any of these high-tier AP junglers. We've seen a bit of, actually. Just get rid of all of them. Lilia, not to be included in this list just yet. We'll see whether the Syndra ban is going to come in once again as Graves taken away this time. It's actually Nongshim that banned it, so Peanut's got a different idea for what he wants to take through this time. Is Olaf taken off the board, and this should mean Kai'Sa goes into the hands of Doc Dam yet again.
Yeah, definitely going to be what they lock in. Ended up getting POG, as was shown and translated and all that. Almost a unanimous vote. And a lot of that came to him getting fed early on by those aggressive dives. The Lantern deny with the wards. There's two very strong dives that went into a Xayah that was still vulnerable in the early part of the game in that early laning phase. What they give over here, though, to Fredit Brion is potentially the Rel Samira, which I think would be a great red side rotation. We're seeing teams seem to move away from the Rel Samira for some reason today, but when left open, I think it's a great option here. Pantheon is something we talked about in the previous draft that just went through, and we didn't see it picked up. We didn't see any commitment there early on in the draft. But they're going to take it this time with the way the jungle bans go. I don't blame them with 4 banned away.
Yeah, we'll see whether it is going to be a bit more of a global focus here, as Lava is going to take away the Syndra. Certainly one of Bay's more comfortable picks, and now Nongshim going to have to choose something else for him. He could hop on to his Zoe if he would like to, but we'll see how that one is going to be played. As Peanut, he knows what he's going into, as the Pantheon's already been picked, but looks like he's going to choose for Bay first before locking away his choice.
Yeah,
could be the double sleepy comp if they would like to.
I think it certainly could be. The priority has never been on the Zoe for Nongshim because it's one of Bay's weaker heroes. It's 0-1 in the LCK on it, and you have to lock something like this up early if you want to play meta in terms of mid lane with the bans we have coming through. Control mages both taken away from you. So a lot of pressure on Bay once again. He played pretty well on the Victor. Nothing to write home about, but sometimes that's how Victor goes, is they will take the Rel, which works well with the Kai'Sa. Very stable, safe lane. And it removes that synergy with what could potentially be the Samira, and there it is.
Yep, Samira locked away, so not going to be partnered with her trusty steed in the Rel. And now some bans to come in, and the map, as well as Peanut's jungle pool. As far as, you know, where these bans are going to be going, I'd expect Fredit Brion to look to try and make Peanut's life as difficult as possible, I would assume.
Yeah, I mean, you could even, you ban the Lilia, you could even go as far as ban the Kindred here if you really want to go down, double down on those jungle bans.
Yep.
It's been a little bit inconsistent, the Peanut Kindred so far in 2021. 2020 is going to take away the Hecarim, which has been a more common option globally. So that may mean that we have the Peanut Kindred coming through, but It could also mean something a little bit weirder, like the Lee Shen we saw. Lee Sin. Sorry, I played on the Korean server for too long.
Yeah.
That's gonna happen to me a lot when Lee Sin's meta. Sorry, guys.
I'm looking forward to when the Kajix comes in. And in fact, you know, Peanut might be able to play it here because there's been 6 this game. All 5 of Fredit Brion's bans have been aimed against Peanut, so I think they know who public enemy number 1 is. Samira Set could be the bottom lane that Fredit Brion are going to go with as the Nah banned away from Hoya.
Yep. You know, I wonder if they take the Kindred. I mean, it's very, very slow. You know, you're reliant on getting those marks early. You're really reliant on your poke, your high range, and your composition. But it doesn't offer any hard engage. And the composition they built so far, her ultimate and her stuns aren't going to be great setup. It's basically just going to be completely defensive. I like to see this Gragas lock in. Again, for Rich, very safe lane. You know, played against it last time, and now he will play with it. And it's very, very safe, very good engage, very good tools to disengage. And here comes the Kindred, but I mean, this is going to be a very hard comp to execute. It's going to be all about vision control, and the team fights are going to be, you know, unless Kaisa finds some flank angle for a really nice killer instinct, they're going to be very slow paced and very poke based for Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, I do like the value that you can get out of the Kindred ultimate. That's certainly going to be valuable as the Aatrox actually picked into Rich. Wow, now that's a throwdown if ever I've seen one. We'll see how that top lane is going to go because I actually rate Rich on the Gragas very highly as well. We saw that a bit in the Kesper Cup and he did have some good games. So looking forward to seeing what he can actually get done there. Peanut going to be adding that extra physical damage because there's a lot of magic damage coming out of Nongshim if the Kindred wasn't picked up. In fact, you know, it's more of like a 60-40 for the Kaiser as far as magic damage to physical. So we'll see how it is going to go.
I like the draft here for Fredit Brion, right? You could be hyper aggressive in the bot lane. I mean, extremely aggressive with the Samira Set, and even with Rel having defensive stun options. Set can isolate a target, go in, Haymaker. You have Pantheon to ult in, so you have that global presence to both protect you in those sorts of skirmishes, and also to help you secure kills. If Syndra gets lane priority, the bot lane is going to be explosive for Fredit Brion. They can try to control the game there, get early turret plates. The top matchup, I think, is going to be extremely skill-based, even though Rich is against the Aatrox. He knows this matchup extremely well. He's played into it and has played against it even himself in the Gragas versus Aatrox quite a lot. So the top matchup in the top 2v2, you definitely feel like going to be favored a little bit towards Nongshim RedForce, but the bot side of the map, I think that's where Fredit Brion makes the plays to get that early lead.
Well, we'll see whether they can actually do that because Peanut is very much set up for a very strong top 2v2. Gragas and Kindred together have always worked very well. You put down your ult and then you tell everybody else to leave.
Yep.
And also, for Denial of Syndra, right? Like that gameplay button, there is actually some gameplay to be had on the side of Nongshim if Lambs of Spite actually comes through to try and save everyone. So it's going to be an extra level that Lava needs to think about as Wolf comes down. It's not you. It's in fact the ability. Yeah, Wolf just chilling there, just trying to see whether he can gnaw into Umti a little bit. As a bit of a Jin Air fan there.
Yeah, as he should be. I mean, who isn't really? At this point, it's not even biased. They're not in the league anymore.
Oh no! He sees a horse and immediately he's out of there. It's like Sleepy Hollow, man. Oh my god.
Well, I have to say that it's really unfortunate for formerly Jin Air Green Wings to lose his flash there, but at the same time, you can't fault him for making that decision because he didn't know. He knew he didn't know, and so therefore, if he had been picked there, the situation would have been much worse.
Yep.
But it's still a really rough loss to lose your flash early on like that.
Especially when you're Pantheon, you want to be trying to get some work done in the earlier stages. Peanut now set up with a Pantheon mark, and Rich is like, no, Hoya. You picked my champion. I'm going to body slam you. As this skin is not one of my personal favorites.
Yeah,
I think in the LCK, I do just like Hillbilly, just because of our friend score.
Oh, I think you're talking
so
about
good on the Vegas.
I think you're talking about the Aatrox skin. I need the.
Oh no,
you've dubbed the Pacific Rim skin, or I don't want to see Aatrox ever.
Do you know what
go back to draft?
He's picked up, I think, is like an Astalos looks like all green and that's the vibe it gives. Yeah.
Maybe I brought
a bit of a fight here on the bottom side. Might have to talk about the game for a second.
Don't worry, you're fine. Yeah, it does was a Stalos, but like until very recently, Monster Hunter characters never actually talked, so it was a little bit, a little bit ambiguous.
Yep, that's true.
Pronunciation.
That's what happens when you're a Gen Ultimate player instead of a World player, I guess.
Yeah, that's mean. Still question marks on Rise. I'm looking forward to it, but I'm a little bit skeptical so far. Like I want to take the game one step at a time. Don't get too excited before it comes out.
Yeah. I haven't actually played it yet. I didn't even download the demo. I'm just a bad Monster Hunter fan.
You've already played World. I haven't really, so I gotta learn how the combos work and all that.
Yeah. Learn which buttons do what now.
Well,
as Rich and Hoyer are trading a lot here in this lane to bring it back just for 1 second. Peanut as well. Oh, this is the 50-50. The one that we really need to know about is where is this mark going? And oh no, he's low rolled. But Umpty is going to end up towards the top side of the map. So a possibility of Peanut being able to get over there and grab himself is real stellar. And with lane priority on the bottom side, that is definitely high value as Umpty's going to come in, look to clear out this ward. Peanut going to follow him through as Rich has created some decent distance, and yeah, exactly right. The Zoe going to come through. A late teleport to follow up as that value from the shield is massive. Umpty getting taken down very low as Rich finds the first blood with a beautiful body slam flash, and Hoyer got baited by Peanut's positioning as well. Faye picks up a kill, and Rich isn't done. He's got double buffs, and he wants to tell Hoyer that this is his champion, and he will do so.
Well, that was a pretty phenomenal team fight, or skirmish, I guess, at this stage in the game for Nongshim RedForce. And Peanut will very likely be able to go pick that mark up right now. Well, he is low. He doesn't rush straight towards it. He's not going to be able to get it. That's actually going to get denied. Fight took longer than I thought there at the end for Rich to get an additional kill, but either way, we're watching this one again, so Rich just backs off. Peanut is rotating up very, very quickly. The teleport is very, very fast for Bay. He actually does not hesitate here. And just a little bit of extra damage is all it takes, really, to blow Umpty up. Get that first blood. Peanut's able to walk away and escape. There's a little bit of extra healing there. And Lava, unfortunately here, he is not getting away. The double buff, adding all that extra DOT is Peanut tries to steal it away. Not gonna happen. Yeah. And this is a great start already, 3-0 now for Nongshim RedForce.
And it's going to continue by the looks of things as Bay's still up here towards the top side, and Hoyer is just relegated to underneath his turret. Peanut gonna pick up a kill there. I believe he got himself a mark for that one at the same time as Lava's like, well, I might be able to get a plate. But Hoyer's lane is just absolutely donezo.
Yeah, this is the end of that. So too bad you picked Aatrox into Rich. Not about the 1v1, not about the solo kills, but just about quick rotations here. And actually, interestingly, Bay is here once again, but the Syndra teleport was very slow for Lava, and he used it in the last fight, so he's just not even able to match the rotation. If he was up there, it would have been still hard to turn that around, but it wasn't even an opportunity. Bay finds himself behind in CS with all the presence he's put in the top lane, but I think it's well worth it because this is now an extremely lopsided lead for Rich.
Yeah. 1-0 and 2. Unfortunately, Peanut didn't have his mark set up on the Aatrox. It was in fact set to Lava, so not going to get there. There's the flash forward from Kellen. Oh no, Delight gets a decent face breaker, but Peanut's here once again. This early game has just been dominated by Peanut and his positioning around the map, and every time he's in a lane, they get a kill.
Yeah. And now there's going to get a Drake forward as well, Thermal Drake. Which means we're probably going to have, the good old Ocean into Cloud Soul. But it's nice to pick up this one early, especially when you're snowballing such a crazy lead. 2,000.
Did you just predict a Cloud Soul and we hadn't even seen the second Drake yet?
Because it's you. I know.
Hey, it's Earth, Wind, and Fire, though, if it's Cloud Soul this year, so that's good. Zumpty's going to flash on forward. Bay, he's going to flash out. So they do get the flash out from the Zoe. Flash for flash is the trade, but they kept it onto Lava, which should help his his power in this lane, as Bay didn't quite have his paddle star available, and gets it in the end, but doesn't do too much damage. As here's another engage. Delight's going to be able to take down Peanut to start this one off, as the attract repel, not very attractive here for Kellen, as he's just going to fall down and picks up that kill. So Bro answer back with a couple of kills towards the bottom side.
Yeah, this is where, you know, what I was talking about in draft with the set Samira pick is where you can really come online in the bot lane, be really aggressive, just non-stop trade, and even start to poke towards the turret as much as you can, because you always have that safety net of the ult, where he's going to be able to ult across the map, come in and help you out. So that global ends up being great for bot side in this part of the map. And you can see this is aggression coming out from the side of Nongshim in this previous fight where Delight gets taken out. But after this, you know, in this engage here, like, they know where Peanut is. Delight decides to X-Flash over the wall there. Goes for the face breaker, but already Umti is here. And so sets damage output cannot be ignored. Little trap set up there, and Kellen is like, I don't know if Kellen's thinking about escaping here, if he's thinking about setting up for a stun for the fight to go longer, but sadly, we all know what the outcome is on that one. But yeah, this is where you start to get aggressive. You hit 6 now on Samira. You don't have the Immortal Shield bow yet, but you have the ability to win a lot of crazy skirmishes in these upcoming fights and start to snowball a lead, at least for your bottom side, because you know in the top side, that's already gone by the wayside.
Yeah, it's not really working out. However, you know, Bro getting themselves some things back, and the Pantheon value certainly being there. I think it was an overstep from Peanut. I think they would have understood that Umti was heading towards level 6. So that man drop was going to be at the ready, as here's another Herald take. Henna gets tagged by the Void Seeker, as Rich is doing his best to try and zone them with barrels and things of the like. Everyone on Bro has grouped up though, and we're looking at Bay to see whether he can land some of these trouble bubbles to make things work. Oh, the cask is great. Out from Rich as Doctor gets into the backline. Henna takes too much damage, has to flash away to safety. And now Hoyer as well. He's running away. Kellen diving on into the back of the pit. It's the Thunderdome here for Nongshim as Lava dives out of it. He doesn't want anything to do with this, but Rich is chasing him yet again. Lava, unfortunately, always having to deal with this fat guy chasing after him. And the dash over the wall from Hoyer is going to get him to safety. So Lava will survive this one. The Nongshim do take themselves a really nice fight.
Yeah, it's a really nice fight for Nongshim. I actually really appreciate the set dive over the wall there. trying to trade one back, trying to see what you can take over the wall. Gonna watch this fight unfold again. Bay and Kellen a little bit far away from the top part of the fight to set up for that stun they were looking for, but the crash down sets it up here onto Lava. See Kellen goes over the wall onto Henna. Does end up dying, or rather Delight goes over the wall. Does end up killing Kellen there, and it's a chase. That ends up being a great fight for Nongshim, and Lava gets a stun. It's on Scour of the Week here on his way out.
Peanut was so unhappy there. He was so close to being in auto range after that dance of arrows. I can't talk about that because we've got a teleport coming through. Umti's going to land on the bottom side, but his arrival not met with too much there, as Bay's going to pick up a flash and use it to get away. There's the thumbs up from Peanut. He's pretty happy with the situation, as you can see. He's like, congratulations. You hit me with an ability that I don't care.
If we had a stat for who has the most used emotes in LCK, it would definitely be Peanut. He would be number 1 by a large margin.
Definitely the thumbs up one as well.
Yeah, thumbs up and stat.
He only has 1 stack, by the way.
Yeah.
After all of this, there's been just chaos around the rift. He's only been able to pick 1 up off a random marked target that they managed to kill.
Yeah, it feels like that's kind of the story of Kindred sometimes.
Yeah, a little bit.
There's a little bit of an RNG element to it, and there's a... You just cannot always successfully get marks. Sometimes you have those games where you get your marks very quickly, and then you're just chipping away at everybody from insane range. You have impunity, but not in this game. Nice dodge here from Bay, because he might have actually been chain stunned to death. Had that hit with him.
Yeah.
What I do appreciate is Fredit Brion trying to take these skirmishes, trying to actually utilize almost on cooldown Umti's ultimate here to look for picks on the bot lane to try to snowball a lead for Henna. Because as the game goes on, especially with Rich having this insane lead, like I feel like Nongshim just past mid game, this game belongs to them.
I agree, especially if Bay's actually able to take some control. I think always Zoe can either be absolutely nothing or everything. We've seen it mostly demonstrated this season by Showmaker in some of his performances in the earlier matches. But we saw last game that Lava wasn't able to get really any value at all. As Peanut will be able to help grab this Mountain Drake, and we will get the bad news. No! Thankfully, Caster cursed it. As we do get an Ocean. Not exactly the greatest, but still better than a Cloud. And still the prettiest Rift.
Yep. Definitely the bluest and truest. Alright, well, is about to get his ult online. But besides that...
I've seen this movie before.
Yeah. Besides that, you know, for Fredit Brion, I think you really need to step away from this side of the map. Very, very dangerous. Let's try to push this further. In fact, Rich went back. He's starting to get quite stacked up. He's got his Aegis now. He's got Spawn. Sindri's had that. He's had that Thornmail for a little while. Like he's very much just going to become unkillable. And when he gets back to lane, she's not heading to now, but he's going to help deal with his mid pressure. If he did go back to lane, and once he does go back to lane, it's going to be unfortunate for Hoya because he's just not going to be able to do anything there. And I don't know if there's going to be much he could do for the rest of this game. The poke that Nongshim has, even without those marks coming through from Peanut, it's going to be hard for him to close the gap on anybody and actually find damage and find knockups in these fights. Like, this Aatrox pick is going to feel really worthless the longer the game goes on.
Not to mention the amount of disruption and mispositioning that will occur as well. I mean, Hoya, he wants to get in there and stay in there, right? And then you've got explosive cast, you've got the body slam, you've got sleeps flying around, and then you just can't kill anyone because Lamb's Respite comes in. Like, it's going to be a hard time for the Aatrox to really find that value that you were talking about. But if Bro can find themselves advantages and leads, then their pile-on composition should be able to get something done. But in this lane, like, this lane's pretty donezo. Bramble Vest really does put an end to what Aatrox wants to do, and the amount of sustain that the Gragas has is very, very high, as Lava shows Bay that, you know, Lava's still capable of doing some damage and does have a 16 CS advantage at the moment. But Bay's absolutely fine. Moving in towards this 15-minute mark. Plate's just falling down. We've got a shield bow completed for Peanut already.
It's been a pretty stable game for Bay here, which is always a good sign for Zoe. Getting a ton of turret damage done, which means the map's going to get open. She's going to do a lot. They're going to have a lot of opportunities to control vision. You can see they already do quite massively around the Drake pit and even towards Baron. Like, both rivers are painted blue.
Yeah.
As Fredit Brion just haven't been able to take any vision control away, with the lane priority being so poor for them. Outside of those few skirmishes that went their way with Umti ulting in. But besides that, like, this is Zoe's playground now, because she's going to have so much she could do with this vision to poke anybody who's rotating. There's no mysteries, there's no secrets in terms of the movement around the map for Fredit Brion. And as long as they don't overextend against Umti again, you know, this map just becomes more and more theirs as time passes.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what Bay can do. But Penny here towards the bottom side of the map, he's been pretty quiet. Had that one skirmish, so he's 1-0-1 and has kept up a bit of a lead here on the bottom side. So maybe the Samira could be a potential win condition. As we've got a bit of a collapse towards the bottom side. Teleport in, there's the man drop, and the ulti comes through from the set. Kellen goes golden, actually buys a lot of time underneath this turret. He will eventually fall down, and it will be Henna delivered the kill. And this turret should go down at the same time. Peanut going to trade it for Shirley towards the top side, but it feels like a consolation prize. As that kill and getting your Samira as fed as possible feels like the game plan here for Bro.
That is definitely the game plan, and that's what they've been trying to operate around. You know, these aggressive skirmishes. Samira should be getting close to her Immortal Shield Bow. Might buy it on this back right now. But the trade back on the map is 2 turrets and a Rift Herald. So
yeah, before that turret went down, I was like, this is better. But now that there's 2 turrets falling, maybe not so much a good trade.
I mean, it's what you have to do, though, right? You know, I mean, you have to take your wins where you can. And Umti finds the value here that he's looking for. The stopwatch was actually a great choice coming in for Kellen, because he knew that this was going to continue to be the case. And look at the gold lead here. 400 the lead for Henna, 1,000 actually for Delight at this stage versus the Rel.
That's massive.
He's got Immortal Shield Bow now, so this next fight, like, this is the power spike they have, and this is just really well executed on both sides. You see the toss coming through here, set. Kellen just goes golden, buys time, ducked on to escape. There's just nothing else they can do. All the damage done, but meanwhile, that time buy actually creates 2 turrets worth of gold for Nongshim. This next fight in 10 seconds, I mean, this is when they have the Immortal Shield Bow open. Sure, the Gale Force is up for Duck Dom, but this is a fight where early on in the game, in this 17-minute fight, we're still not in the late game yet, this is a big power spike for Henna to clean up this fight, if he can do it. I mean, this is their last chance, really.
Ooh, that bubble. Absolutely amazing, landing onto lava, stopping him from getting any of this poke damage through. Keep your eye on Bay. These sort of fights, exactly where Zoe thrives. As Peanut trying to dance away from Hoya here, who does have a decent flanking position, can umbral dash to get himself in there. Portal jump comes down as Rich has found Umti. Barrel comes in as well. Peanut in smiting position. He should be able to take this one. No, the smite comes in, and it is taken by Umti, but this is an absolute cavalcade of a fight. Doctor dives into the backline, has to flash out immediately. He's lucky to survive, and the rest of the team, they're there to clean up as Rich from the back of the pit throws in a barrel, but Delight just gonna burn to death. And this fight is all about the Zoe. Bay finally having that pop-off experience as he picks up his flash, throws a bubble into Narnia, and Hoya is going to try and walk away as best he can. Docdom just gets out of the fight and looking to try and take down an inner turret, and this was a huge one for Nongshim.
Absolutely massive. 4,000 damage to Bay in this fight as Hoya tries to escape.
Oh no.
Oh, gets actually a trade onto Kellen.
Yeah, I like this one a lot. Knockup comes down onto Rich as well. I mean, Hoya's gonna die, but he's already got value out of this one. Bay gonna try and pick up an unofficial quadra kill, but Rich is gonna steal that one away for himself. And, you know, could have been worse there for Hoya.
Well, this is the fight that you really wanted to take on better terms if you're Fredit Brion, because it actually starts off okay. Then Kellen goes in, gets the double stun. The damage output is insane, but actually kind of gets into the back line here and has his Inferno trigger pop. He's got his rank S, does a ton of damage, but the Zoe damage throughout the entirety of the fight that has been left for free. Bay is untouched in this fight. Look at his health bar at the end of this fight. He's completely untouched. Just stacks up too quickly. Really nice play from Kellen to start off that fight with those stuns to make sure that Bay gets to do the damage for free. As we watch, you know, just this sad little trade back in the bottom side of things, but still an amazing trade for Nongshim regardless. Hoya's trying to do anything on the safe trucks for the rest of the game, but yeah, really nice peel. I mean, I don't even want to call it peel, it's just lockdown. Coming through from Kellen.
This is Bay just on a mission to try and take away Rich's POG vote. You know, it was looking so Rich focused in the early stage, and then Bay's looking to really just take it away. As another bubble going to connect there as well. Another extra point. Make sure you're tallying these up, Wolf. You're the one that has to vote at the end.
Yeah, I know.
Is Bay doing enough?
You're making the series more interesting for me.
Okay, another thumbs up, and another bubble connects. More points. Make sure you get that tally done as Delight clears out the ward as well.
I'd love
wants to get her head into another turret.
I'd love to see Fredit Brion's vision right now, you know, on the map. The only part where they have vision outside their base is where Hoya is. They don't want to look at it.
Yep, World Ender comes through. He's looking to try and umbral dash his way out, but I don't think the extra movement speed is going to be enough. Dance of arrows from Peanut, but he is going to get to the safety of his outer turret on the bottom side. Map not quite as long as it otherwise would appear in other lanes. Inner turret taken in the mid lane, of course. Red buff is going to go down as Peanut. Stack check, sitting at 3. Unfortunately not at 4, which is a big break point for the Kindred, of course.
That's where you're really going to get that range online, but I don't know if really it's going to be that crucial for Peanut to actually finish those. He has his Immortal Shield Bow, which means killing him is just insanely hard. So if you try to focus him down before he can get his Lamb's Respite off, that's just pretty out of the question at this point. And for the rest of the side of Fredit Brion, you're really trying to function this fight around Samira cleaning up the fight after you have perhaps some isolation, a stun coming through from Umti, you know, a big showstopper from Delight. But these are all pipe dreams, it feels like, in the face of what has been such great peel from Kellen to set up for these big explosive Zoe fights.
Well, this is a big explosive man drop into the blue side jungle of Nongshim RedForce. Unti is going to be pushed against the wall as Rich is a brick wall in this game. Doctor, I'm going to grab that first kill as Henna, he tries to pop off around the fight, but he's not going to be able to. Double kill comes in. Rich continuing to try and find more as Hoya wants to be a hero, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough. The Zoe grabs that one, and now Delight finds himself on the wrong side of the map. Lava in the same position. They found the safety of their turret on the bottom side last time as Rich just accepts the gameplay and says, happy bee, everyone. Ace comes through. Nongshim RedForce looking for the Baron.
Yep, this is going to be an easy peasy Baron. Even with the low death timers, we're only 22 minutes into the game. They're able to clear it. As you can see Umti on the player cam there is thinking about maybe the next series they're going to be playing. It looks like this one has gone away from him. So Umti ults in. He gets stunned up by Kellen, and then you start to see the Bay damage come out. Really nice cast here from Rich as well, as Umti is the first one to fall. And now there's nobody to touch Bay. Once again, he's just going to pop damage out left and right. You can see Rich peeling away Delight and Lava so that Bay can continue to go forward onto Hoya. And the whole team is cut in half.
It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Oh, man. Hoya got so much of his health back. It just didn't mean anything because it was by himself in amongst a whole bunch of people.
This is just an outclassing across the board at this stage of the game. With the backs, because everybody was very low, with the back timing there for the Brion go in and grab this Ocean's Drake. But,
yep.
Nothing, nothing to write home about, honestly, though, especially with the composition. You're not, I mean, I guess it's helpful against Zoe's poke in some of these skirmishes, some of these vision fights where you see the poke coming through, like something like this. But it's not going to help you in team fights straight up, which is where Nongshim RedForce have complete control.
Well, I mean, I actually think the value of Ocean's pretty high for Fredit Brion, but unfortunately it's not when you're down by 10,000 gold. I mean, you're just gonna pop in one shot anyway by Bay. Even Docdom could just Cathy and rain someone to death at this point. It's getting very, very scary. The damage is just feeling too high for Nongshim as they break down the last turret on the top side of the map. Inhibitor the last one remaining as they've just completely ignored bottom lane. That just basically doesn't exist here for Nongshim. There's another ulti from Umti. Does dive in. It's a great barrel out from Rich, though, who's trying to win this fight. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Bro are just way too far behind. Umti's even going to get chased down by Docdom. Killer Instinct right into the back line. And there's the ulti from Delight. Does manage to tidy up Peanut right there, but it's a double kill. And Docdom is just having the time of his life. Make that one a triple. Rich is a real happy bee, and I think he's going to get it, to be perfectly honest. I feel like he's had almost 100% kill contribution. 20 KDA if it could be defined. Yep. It can't because he hasn't died just yet. This Nexus turret going to go down. The next one going to follow suit very, very quickly. And once again today, we get a 25-minute shellacking. This time, it's Nongshim RedForce taking down Fredit Brion.
Very, very dominant performance here from Nongshim, turning around what was a very passive game one into an extremely aggressive lead in the top side of the map. Peanut's Kindred, despite not getting control of marks, we talked about the RNG aspect of the champion, he still does a ton for his team. Those top side roams, we talked about it even from the draft, how much control they were going to have in that side of the map, and it worked out flawlessly for them. Unfortunately for Fredit Brion, using Umti's ultimates to get a little bit of a lead in the bot lane wasn't able to turn into anything else on the map. Bay had total control of mid, and then once they had vision all over the map, because Peanut was roaming so frequently, controlling that vision and finding picks across the map, there was no way to fight anymore against this massive, massive Nongshim RedForce. And eventually, they just didn't even care about how much they were going to slowly push in and Zoe poke. They just had Rich for peel. He was so tanky, he was unkillable, knocked everybody away, and Bay was just doing tons of damage. He and Bay together were the perfect combo in every single late game team fight, and there's just no way for Fredit Brion to get anything done outside of what was, supposed to be that early Samira snowball that just never was meant to be.
Yeah, just didn't quite work out. Hats off to Rich, actually. He played 2 games in a row on supportive champions for what feels like the first time in the LCK for this year. He often does like the carries, of course, was known for things like, Aatrox, of course. His Lucian was fantastic, especially in Challenger. But then developed his Jace up as well. But these are all sort of carries. These are all largely selfish champions that want to do the damage themselves. This utility and this teamfight prowess and his ability to selflessly take damage, especially on his own in game number 1, was actually great to watch. And it feels like when Rich needs his team to play for him, him, it's a lot more difficult. But when Rich gets, it's a brand new Nongshim that look, it gave Bay the space to Docdarm as well. I mean, he was the least of damage, and this was I'm back to feeling okay. I really want to talk about Bro, unfortunately, because performance is out from them today.
Yeah, really multifaceted player, which was always the concern for him when he first came in as a trainee for Gen G. You know, it was like, okay, HOTS player, maybe a little bit of marketing. You know, there were a lot of question marks. There were a lot of people ready to be critics of Rich early on, and he didn't perform well when he played his first few televised matches. He was okay, right? Yeah. Then when dynamics happened, you know, he became king of Aatrox, very aggressive top laner, very much the Heroes of the Storm top laner that he was prior to League of Legends. But now we're starting to see him play these really slow, methodical champions. He's not actually playing hyper-aggressively. He's not trying to get solo kills. He's playing around his team, like you said. And that makes Nongshim a lot more multifaceted, because he still is that Aatrox killer in the top lane. He can play something like a Camille and be aggressive. You know, when we might see him play Aurelia later on if that becomes more popular here in Korea. But I like seeing him most of all when he's on this Gragas, because he still gets to be a playmaker, but it doesn't, like you said, it doesn't have to be all about him.
Yeah, and he's able to create the team fights in the way that he wants to as well. He's always such a strong team fighting player. And even in this situation here, right, he like waits for the opportune moment and then gets himself out of the fight. Like most of his casts this game were actually absolutely fantastic, and he buys so much time and space with his positioning within these fights as well. So definitely something that I want to see more of out of this player, because we know that he has so much potential to be great.
Yeah.
As Umti unfortunately also having a bit of a shocker here on the Pantheon.
I think Kellen also had a really fantastic game. Like this pick, his positioning was always good to set up for stuns. I mean, there's another one.
This passage of play was actually almost flawless from Kellen.
He played it so well, and there were a few moments where it looked like maybe Fredit Brion could turn a fight, and Kellen's low health, but actually what he was setting up for all along was triple stun. As you know, Fredit Brion stepped on the tripwire, essentially. As you know, it's another one of those moments where he's set up again for this cask, and how do you really follow up in this fight if you're Fredit Brion? I mean, it's just so difficult to do, and I mean, they had a few opportunities, right, with the Umti pick on the Pantheon, but they just got outclassed. And that top lane snowball made it so difficult to win any proper 5v5 team.
Also made Hoya completely useless. That was absolutely the game plan from Nongshim that they got from their coaches before they headed in. They're like, well, we can't let this Aatrox actually do anything. It's like, Rich, you know all about this. You know, you fall behind early and you do basically nothing for the rest of the game. And that's precisely what happened to Hoya. You know, they got those first two ganks off. They did it flawlessly, easily, maybe too easily, to be perfectly honest. They probably should have had more of an idea of how that one worked. And, you know, like Peanut just taking a drink at the end of this game, not really too worried about this victory, because he knows there are a bit bigger fish to fry here in the LCK.
Certainly true.
Damn, the Rich damage. What the heck?
I mean, it's incredible to me that Rich actually did more than Bay did in this game. That's the most impressive stat line. It's actually almost 5,000 damage ahead. But they worked together as a duo so incredibly well. It was awesome to see. And yeah, Peanut didn't do that much damage. We talked about he didn't get his marks, but he set the tempo for Nongshim RedForce so well in those early ganks. And I mean, for Fredit Brion, they tried to play their comp the way it was supposed to. They tried to skirmish and bot. They tried to play around the Pantheon a lot. They tried to use that to get Samira an early lead. But because the top side was so easy to play around for Nongshim, they just never were able to take those fights the way that they wanted to get those big Samira kills. I mean, there were a few fights that were so close with the Inferno trigger, but just not close enough.
Yeah, and he got those couple of kills in the early game, so I think you were thinking maybe there's a chance here, but I think after Peanut gets like 3 ganks in a row to be all successful in the early stage of the game, like it's so hard to come back from that, especially with such a snowballing composition like this. But let's stop talking about it and let's hear from our analysts and what they've got to say. So here's Jason with some translation.
Welcome back everybody to the final analyst desk of today. Nongshim RedForce was able to pick up a very clean 2-2 win. And looking at the draft, it was really interesting to see 5 cars going over to Peanut to ban out a lot of champions from his pool.
역시 카이사는 배신하지 않았어요. 카이사를 선택한
Instead of
이유가 있었고
first picking Pantheon, they locked in Kaisa. And Kaisa did prove why she is one of the top tier AD carry champion in the current meta.
그리고 3픽에 저는 이제
And I also want to emphasize the fact that they skipped the jungle pick in the first phase of the pick. Because there aren't many champions left in the pool. Maybe Lee Sin or maybe Kindred. So well, Kurowa was expecting something to come out in the pick number 3. But maybe because they saw Bro locked in Pantheon, they was just holding on to the very last phase. Now let's take a look at the highlights over here. Just looking at the matchup as a vacuum, well actually Kindred has to avoid fighting up against Pantheon in the early phase, but Nongshim was in a different position because they were able to get the flash off of Pantheon at around prior to the 1 minute mark of the game. They were just spamming emotes, but something else was happening behind them. Pantheon's flash is the key to his ultimate combo, but well, because of that kind of mistake, well, he lost a lot of his power. And Nongshim snowballed the fact that the enemy jungler doesn't have flash really well. Both junglers solo the camps by themselves. And we had a fight breaking out on the top lane later on. Pantheon passed through the top side of the map, so also in addition to that, they had the ward to give a hint of the Pantheon's location, so Peanut was also rotating to the top side of the map in order to back up his teammate. The Pantheon was actually not really that smart making that decision over to the top lane because it was pretty obvious that Kindred will be taking that Scalded Crab. But in fact, Peanut was in a very close proximity, and in addition to that, Zoe was also able to join this fight with her teleport. Pantheon without his flash was not able to answer this fight with the ideal strategies. And that was the maybe the worst scenario possible for Brion to start off this game. Moreover, Bae was not even having any reset before the teleport, but as soon as he saw this teleport ankle, he did not hesitate. He didn't stay in this lane as soon as his teammates were opening fight over there. And we also have a highlight of Rich, how he used his cask. So let's take a look at this highlight. Gragas top definitely is the best tier champion here in this league. So for Fredit Brion, they started off the Drake, and Gragas catches the fact that Syndra used their QE combo. So as he knew Lava didn't have Scatter the Weak, he just dashes on top of the opponent and absorbs a lot of aggro. So Rel had a very huge opening to join this fight and initiate following Gragas' body slam. And even though at first Ro seemed like they were having a lead, but Nongshim was the one to clear out the kills in the end. And Rel was also doing fantastic work in game 2. And Rich, a lot of people were concerned about his inconsistency recently. And also Bae, they were able to kind of re-prove themselves. And the player of the game will be Rich on Gragas. Insane KDA and also kill participation. He was taking so much damage, but he did not die once, and also he was part of every fight possible. Rich in the previous series, he was not performing at his best level, but he was able to show his renewed performance today. Gragas had a lot of impact in this game, and also he was doing so much damage, and at the same time he was super tanky. We had a lot of Gragas games here in the LCK, but I wasn't sure whether it's a very good pick. But Rich, he was able to kind of show why a lot of players are preferring this pick. Pantheon dived onto the opponent's 2-dip right here, so Nongshim was able able to take this fight
한타를 잘 이겼던 것 같습니다.
very easily.
그리고 그라가스가 한 매 장면마다 그냥
Every
가운데
highlight,
있어요.
Gragas
상대와
is
우리 팀
right
가운데
in the
있다
middle
보니까
of the
때리고 다
fight.
때리고 맞고 다 맞고
He
이러니까
takes
뭐
all the
저
damage at the
정도로
same time.
그라가스를
He
잘해주면은
puts a
MVP를
lot
받을
of
수밖에
damage
없다고
by himself as well. We have a little bit of a split vote over here for game 2. Rich was able to lock down that POG. So let's hear from the POG's Dokdam and Rich on the side of Nongshim RedForce. Let's welcome the players. Congratulations on your win.
승리 축하드립니다. 자, 담원기아를 이긴 프레딧
So,
브리온을
Nongshim
이긴
took down
농심인데요. 연패
Bro,
탈출
who
소감부터
took down Damwon
들어보겠습니다.
Kia. So
덕담
how
선수.
are you feeling, guys?
2연패 해가지고 좀
Yeah, we were losing 2 games
힘들었는데
in a
이번에
row,
잘
so we
끊어내서
were having
정말
a
기분이
bit of a
좋습니다.
hard time.
네, 그 옆에
But
계신 리치
I'm happy that
선수도
we were
소감
able to
얘기해
grab
주시죠.
this win today.
제가 부진해서 연패한 거라서 너무
We were
마음이
losing because
아팠었는데
I was
이번에 끊어내게
underperforming, so I was
돼가지고
feeling so
되게
sorry for my
기분이 더 좋은
teammates,
것
but I'm
같아요.
happy
그리고
that we were
오늘은
able to
정말
come
멋진
back
모습
and get this
보여줬던
win.
것 같습니다. 자, 리치 선수 프레딧 브리온이
Rich.
직전 경기
So
담원기아를 2대
Brion,
0으로
they took down Damwon
기세가
Kia
되게
2-0,
좋았거든요.
so they were having a
아무래도
huge
경계가 많이 됐을
momentum.
텐데
So
경기
how did
준비를
the
어떻게
preparation
했는지 들어볼 수
go?
있을까요? 뭐 특별히 준비했던
Was
부분이
there any
있을까요?
specific strategy did you guys plan?
프레딧 브리온이 담원을 이길 때 미드 정글을 엄청 신경
When
써서
Fredit Brion took down
이긴다는
Damwon
그런
Kia,
생각이
they were
들어서
focusing on the mid lane
미드
priority. They were
정글이
playing
저희
around the
미드
mid
정글이
lane.
엄청
So
잘해줬던 것 같아요,
this time
이번
around, I think Pina did a lot of work.
네, 저는 이제 덕담 선수한테 좀 궁금한 거가 있는데요. 1,
I have a
2경기
question
모두
over to
이제
덕담.
승률이 높은 카이사를 선픽을 하게 됐는데
In both game 1 and
바텀에서는
2, you guys
카이사가 역시나
blind picked
부동의
Kaisa,
1티어라고
a
생각을
champion
하시나요?
that is currently on 60% win rate here in the LCK.
우선 그
Do you think
데미지가
Kaisa
초반에
is
좀
the
많이
top tier
세가지고
champion
확실히
right now?
지금 좋은 것 같아요.
Yeah, because
그리고 또 이제
her early
카이사로 좀
damage is super high right now, so I
많이
think Kaisa is really
보여주는
good.
선수여서 제가 좀 질문을 하고 싶은 거는 이제 카이사
also,
상대로
in addition
자야라는
to that,
챔피언이 가끔씩 나오고 있어요.
We
물론 다른
are
대회에서도
seeing
나오고 있고
Zaya
카이사
into
상대로
Kaisa,
자야가 어떤
also in
것
other
같은지
leagues.
한번
So,
궁금합니다.
what are your thoughts on that?
저도 LPL에서
I've
많이 하는 거
seen
봤는데
some Zaya
되게
games
옛날부터 많이 나오던
as a
구도라
counter pick
괜찮은
into
것 같아요.
Kaisa, and it's
자야
a classic
쪽에서도 포지션을
matchup.
잡을 수 있고
So Zaya can
카이사
have a
쪽도
lane
할 만한
priority,
5대5
the
정도로
push
생각하고
priority up
확실히
against
할
Kaisa. I
만하다.
think so.
카이사를
It's
잘하는 거
50 and
그렇게 얘기하면
50.
되는 거예요.
써볼만하다
네,
알겠습니다.
이제 또 리치 선수한테 궁금한 게 있는데
Moving over to Rich.
사실 최근에 약간 다른 챔피언을 많이 하시다가
Well, in
오늘
fact,
평소에 하지 않는 약간 오른
you
그라가스 같은
Came
플레이를
with
좀
a new
하셨는데
champion
플레이
pool today,
스타일의
for
변화를
example, like
시도하고
Gragas.
있는 건가요?
So are you trying some of the maybe
아무래도
playstyle
저희 팀이 이제
transition?
워낙 바텀도 잘하고 하다 보니까
Nongshim, we have a strong bottom lane, and our
제가
players
많이
are very
변화하려고
talented.
노력을
So I'm
하고
trying
있는
to
단계입니다.
channeling
그리고
some
혹시
sort of a
이번에
different
1경기에
playstyle.
오른이 이제 바텀에 테를 타면서 다이브를 한 번 더 했던 장면이
네.
있잖아요.
So we have that
그게
that
이제
turret
뭐 리치
dive, but
선수가
Horn
오더한 건지
actually
아니면 덕담
joined the
선수가
fight
오더한
with
건지 그게 좀
TP. So
궁금해요.
whose call was that? Was that from Dokdam or was that from
일단
Rich?
저만 테리 써가지고
I had
Thresh가
the
미드
TP
보였을
priority,
때
so when I
한번
saw
다이브를
Thresh on
해보자고
the mid
했고
lane, I called for the bottom lane turret
그레이브즈가
dive.
탑을 받아먹을 수 있는
And
상황이었던
Graves was
것
in a
같아요.
close proximity to clear the wave on the top
그럼
lane.
이제 덕담 선수한테 질문 드릴 건데 이제 바텀 다이브를 계속해서 집중적으로
We had
설계를
multiple
하고
turret dives on the
다이브를
bottom
해주셨는데
lane. A great setup coming out from
힘을
Nongshim.
실어주는
So
전략이었었는지
was that a
아니면
strategy
이제
to play around the
전적으로
bottom
승리
lane?
플랜을 어떻게 세웠는지
Was that
좀
the
궁금합니다.
winning recipe that you guys prepared for today?
아무래도 저희 생각에는
We
그
thought
저희 바텀이 상대 쪽보다 강해서
our bottom
좀
duos
다이브 가기
are
수월하게
stronger
나올
than
것
the
같아서
opponent,
좀
so it was
그런 식으로
easy for us
플레이했던 것
to
같아요.
kind of pull up,
그리고 리치
pull off
선수도
turret
오른
dives.
그라가스 둘 다 연운을 올리더라고요.
And
그래서
Rich,
보면서
you
연운이
built
꿀템인가 궁금했거든요.
tiers in both
어떻게
games.
생각하세요, 연운?
What's your thought on that item?
연우는 좋은 템이라고
I think
생각하고
Tier is a
있고
really good
그라가스는
item right now.
필수적으로 거쳐야
For example, I
하지만
think for Gragas, I think
오른은
it's
선택인데
an essential
그래도
item,
그라가스를
but not
상대할
that
때
essential for
마나가
Ornn.
딸려가지고
But you know,
중간에
he
올렸던
also
것 같아요.
he also lacks in mana
저는
when
그
you are
그라가스 연운은
doing the laning
이해했는데
phase. So I think
오른이
it's
연운이
really good to build tier in the early
그렇게
phase.
좋나라는 생각을
네.
했었거든요. 확실히 네 좋은 것 같습니다.
잘 쓰면 좋은 것
네.
같아요.
네, 그럼 두 번째 경기 질문 드릴 건데 이제
Game
상대
number
정글이
two.
아니 상대 팀이
네.
정글을 5벤이나
Brion
했어요.
banned
그래서
out
이제 피넛 선수의 어깨가
5
좀
of the jungle
무거워졌는데 이제
champions,
피넛
which means
선수에
Peanut was
대해서
playing
좀
under a
어떤
huge
얘기가 오갔나요?
pressure. So how did he react to that situation?
일단은 왕호가 경력이 엄청
So
오래돼서
Peanut
할
is
수
a
있는
very
챔프가
experienced
워낙
player, so
많기
he has
때문에
a huge
쟤네
champion
당해도
pool,
딱히
so
걱정은 안
that
했던
didn't
것
really
같아요.
matter for him.
그렇죠. 그러면 그 킨드레드 픽은 혹시 본인의 어필인가요? 아니면
Was the Kindred
다른
pick
선수나 코치님이 어필해 주는 건가요?
Peanut's opinion, or was there something from the coaching staff?
그거는 잘 모르겠어요.
I have no idea.
왕호가 킨드레드가 엄청 자신 있어 해가지고.
But I remember that
본인의
Peanut
픽이
was
아닐까.
super confident in
네, 역시
Kindred's,
뭐
I think.
미신과
That was part of his
경기력이
opinion.
있었지만 역시 러시인의 픽은 달랐습니다. 자 그러면 2세트는 24분
Game
만에
two.
경기를 종료했거든요.
It only took 24 minutes to close out the game. I think the early top lane skirmish really affected the game result a lot. So what was the plan behind that fight?
탑에서 교전 이기고 일단
After we won
어느
that
정도
fight
게임은
on the
많이
top lane,
가져갔다. 거의 한 8대 2
we
정도 된
knew
것
that
같아서
we had
상대
a
블루
huge lead.
들어가서
We thought it's
블루
gonna be like 80 to
빼먹고
20, so
챙기고
we went for
바텀도
counter
활용해서
jungling. We also took the back
빨리빨리
dragon, and then we also
풀어나가자라고
able to
생각했던 것
have
같아요.
priority down in the bottom lane as well. So we kind of snowballed quite fast.
네 그리고 또 덕담 선수 최근에 폼이 많이 올라오면서
덕담,
팬분들이 별명도
You have
많이
been
만들어주고
stepping up a
계시거든요.
lot
덕담
recently, so
장군도
a lot
있고
of fans are
감독
now
대장군도
giving you
있고
new
역시
nicknames,
덕신.
such as General
이런 별명도
Dokdam
있는데
or
알고
the
계세요?
God Dokdam. Did you know that?
네, 몇 개는 알고 있었어요.
Yeah, I've heard
정말요?
some of
몇 개는
those.
알고
오,
있었습니다.
그러면 알고 있는 별명은 뭐였어요?
What were those?
역시 덕신을 좀 많이 봤어요.
I saw a lot of
역시
the
덕신에 이어서
the
역시
God
덕신.
Dokdam
가장
meme
마음에
coming out
드는
on the
별명이
community.
있을까요?
Which one is your favorite?
저는 덕담 장군이
I like
가장
the
마음에
General
드네요.
Dokdam.
알겠습니다. 그럼
That's my
그렇다면,
favorite.
이제부터 덕담 장군으로 부르도록 하겠습니다.
Okay, then
자,
we'll be
그러면
sticking
다음
to
주
the
금요일
the General
아프리카
Dokdam.
프릭스와의
And
경기가
moving
기다리고
on, you'll be
있습니다.
facing up against
삼승
Afreeca
달성을
Freecs
위해서는
in
꼭 승리를 해야
next
하는데요.
Friday.
승리를
How are
위한
you guys
각오
gonna
한마디씩
prepare for that
들어보겠습니다.
match?
먼저 리치 선수부터 말씀해 주시죠.
And Rich first.
아프리카 프릭스가 워낙
Afreeca Freecs.
상체 게임을 잘해가지고
They know how to play
잘
around the top
준비해서
side, so
좋은 경기력
we'll prepare really hard for that, and we will make sure to come back with great performance.
덕담 선수도 각오 말씀해 주시죠.
And 덕담?
장군님.
General Dokdam, would you like to add on to that?
다음 경기도 바텀 이기면서 좀
Yeah, in
빠르게
the next
게임
series, I
돌리도록
once again wanna
노력해보겠습니다.
win lane and snowball fast.
농심 레드포스의
this
매콤한
will be
경기력 기대해
The
보도록
end of the
하겠습니다.
interview
승리
from
축하드립니다.
Dokdam, Rich from Nongshim RedForce, and back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the interview translation as per usual. And that brings us to the end of the night for today. Somehow, a very quick one, Wolf.
Yeah, definitely a quick one, and definitely a night of matches that was definitely interesting, let's say. Two very 2-0 series that didn't feel like they were 2-0s, right? The second series, at least, a happy ending for Nongshim and Rich. The first series definitely felt like Damwon Kia trying to find their footing. So we're going to take a look at our play of the day.
Yeah, let's have a look. This was Kellen managing to get that pick off. And this was about the only team fight that really happened in this game.
Yeah, it basically was. Kellen with a nice solar flare. Follow-up was there from Peanut and squad. And that's the end of it. That's where the game comes together in one final moment. Very, very passive game otherwise. And kind of hard to find a play of the day in today's games with how crazy wonky they were.
It was definitely a bit wonky. I actually would have thought that Keen's Gragas play underneath the turret would have almost done it, to be perfectly honest, because it was so good, but he didn't win the game, so maybe it's not as exciting.
It's gonna make the Mad movie, I'd imagine, at least, you know? Maybe it'll get a shout out there. Tons of damage coming through here for Day as well in the later parts of this fight. Does end up doing quite a bit. I feel like pretty big redemption series for Nongshim in general after what has been a shaky 2 weeks of League of Legends after Kesper.
I agree. I think this has been a lot about, you know, identifying where they're supposed to play the game, right? And around what their playstyle is going to look like moving forward. So I think there's definitely good things to be said about Nongshim, as now we're tidying up the standings a little bit. We only have one tie, and that is KT and T1 that is going to be broken tomorrow in the Telecom War. It's going to be our opening match, but Nongshim, moved to 5th place. Welcome to the west side of the standings.
At least for now, they'll sit up there, and we'll see, depending on if either of those teams, KT or T1, take a 2-0, they'll probably get knocked back to the other side. Take a look at those matches. It is KT Rolster versus T1, the Telecom War to start off the night, but then a pretty hyped series in Gingy facing off against Honda Life Esports, so big day of games tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. And Chovy versus B2D, always a pleasure to watch, as well as Deft versus Ruler. There's lots of matchups that are going to be very interesting, but I think the biggest test in that particular series will be topside, where I feel like Rascal is probably going to have a really, really good time. But definitely some really interesting matches. Hopefully you guys can tune in for more LCK tomorrow. Anything else you'd like to say about today's games before we head off, Wolf?
No, I just make sure you tell your friends about Telecom War. You don't want to miss that one. It could actually be hype, even though it doesn't feel like KT have been looking really, really strong like they have in previous years, and it's not as hype as some of the Telecom Wars you had over the last like 5 or 6 years. I think we might be heading back towards exciting Telecom Wars, so I'm hoping and praying I'm right, and we'll see a good game tomorrow. I think this is the one to watch.
Yep, let's all pray for that. But we'll see you tomorrow for more LCK, guys. Good night.